There's some arguments going on outside. If there's arguments going outside and the deputies catch all that, you will be ejected, just to let you know. If you're sitting on the floor in here, you can't do that. I'm sorry, you'll have to go to an overflow room. If you don't have a seat, you will have to go to the overflow room or out in the hallway. And just before we do an invocation here, it will be testy today. I'm just going to say that up front. When we do get to call to the public, when we do get to the items that we're going to talk about today, everybody please respect the other people that are speaking. If there are outbursts, you'll get one warning. Second time, you're out. Okay? Just so we're all clear. All right, and with that, this morning I've got an invocation being offered by Pastor Paul Elgin from the First Presbyterian Church in Casa Grande, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. How many veterans do we have in here? I'm going to let you guys lead the pledge. So you'll be able to come up in front and please lead the pledge when we get there. But first we'll have the invocation. Those wishing to participate, please stand.
Good morning, councilmen, citizens. May God bless everyone here today. Word of Scripture from Jeremiah 17, blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in him. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we worship and adore you. We praise you for your great glory, and for the county, the cities, and population you have given us to guide. Bless these councilmen and all of our elected officials. Bless all the county employees that work on our behalf, and bless all the first responders. Keep them safe. We ask you to inhabit this meeting this morning, that we may make good decisions flowing from your will. Grant us the courage to make the hard decisions and empathy to make thoughtful decisions. Bless us with your divine grace that our meeting is guided by you. Thank you for the freedom and the liberty that you have given us. Help us defend it and fight for each other, not against each other. In all these things, we give you thanks for your Son, Jesus Christ, who brings us knowledge, wisdom, and grace from your throne to this very courthouse. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
So if the veterans would like to step forward here, you won't lose your seat, I promise. And I'll have you, thank you for your service, by the way. I appreciate that very much. And if you'd like to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. To the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Okay. Welcome to the Pinal County Board of Supervisors, May 27, 2026 regular meeting. We are in order, more or less. Anyway, so this morning, item number one is acceptance of a donation, $30,000 from the LG Energy Solutions of Arizona to the Pinal County Sheriff's Office. And do I have Mr. Park here? Yes, I do, right there. And the sheriff is here someplace as well. There he is. Okay. So this, and just as a notice, this is, oh, go ahead, Mr. Park.
Good morning to the honorable members of the Pinal County Board of Supervisors, county staff, the sheriff, and the residents of the Pinal County. My name is Eric Park, External Affairs Manager of LG Energy Solution, and here we have J.P. Saw, our Security Manager, joined today. It is a great honor to be here with you for such a meaningful occasion. First, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the supervisors and county officials for your profound support for our project. Our project would not have come this far without your strong partnership and unwavering commitment. So today's donation is our way of giving back for the continued support and trust we have received from Pinal County. At LG Energy Solution, we want to be more than just a company that builds a facility and creates jobs. We want to be a partner of this community, helping build a beautiful and wonderful place to live. That is why supporting community safety today means so much to us. The foundation of the healthy and thriving community is safety. And on the front lines of that safety are the dedicated members of the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, who put their lives on the line every day to keep our community safe. We hope this donation helps strengthen the community's public safety and builds an even safer environment for all residents by boosting their morale of the hardworking men and women in uniform. Moving forward, LG Energy Solution will continue to be a trusted partner of Pinal County. We are committed not only to growing the local economy, but also to building a safe and healthy community together. Once again, thank you to Pinal County for your strong support, and my sincere respect to the Sheriff's Office for your dedicated hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Are there any questions here from the board, for Mr. Park? Supervisor Miller, I see you. No, none?
I just want to thank you for that, and when LG is ready, Maricopa is open for business, so please, I encourage you to look at the city of Maricopa and all of Pinal County. Thank you.
Of course, sir.
Sell, sell, sell. Okay. In that case, may I get a motion, please, to accept this donation?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 1 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much, gentlemen. In that case, now, we get pictures, 'cause that's what we do. All right, let's take some pictures.
At the request of LG, we asked some staff members up here because this donation goes directly towards the staff.
And you guys look great. 3, 2, 1. We're going to do another one just to make sure because somebody always blinks. 3, 2. You feel good about it? Are you smiling? Yeah, you're all right smiling. Let's do one more to make sure. Big smile. Totally happy. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Thank you very much.
And the air has been turned down a little bit. Thank you. Otherwise, I had to ask everybody to stop breathing for a few minutes because it's getting warm in here. Okay. Item number 2 is an executive session. So let's see. We will be moving. May I get I'm going to mind blank right there. Okay. So, okay. We're going to convene executive session. May I please get a motion to convene executive session? Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We'll recess this meeting. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Well, you know, I didn't vote. Okay, wait. So we got him back on. Told you I went blank. Are we back? Okay, let's see, I'd like to get a motion, please, to adjourn executive session and reconvene our regular meeting.
So moved.
I have a motion, is there a second? Your mic on.
Second.
There you go. Okay, I have a motion, a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. We're back in session. Item number 3 is a presentation discussion regarding the May 15, 2026 ruling issued in Pinal County versus, in Pinal County versus Miller. And I believe we have Mr. Canfield.
Thank you, Chairman McClure, members of the board. My name is Joseph Canfield. I'm an attorney at Snell Wilmer, serve as outside counsel for the board in this case, Pinal County versus Miller. What I'd like to do is just give you an overview. You're all familiar, of course, with the case, but for the public's benefit, I'll outline what the court decided and talk briefly about next steps. And I'll do my best to keep this short. I know you have a full agenda. So on May 15th, we had oral argument before Judge Gordon in Maricopa County Superior Court. At the conclusion of that hearing, the judge ruled from the bench, and he found in favor of the board. And this specifically goes to the question of whether the 287G task force model agreement that was entered into by the county attorney and the Immigration and Custom Enforcement Office through the Department of Homeland Security last August was a valid agreement. The board's position was, of course, that it was not valid because it required board authorization. The court made a few findings, important findings. One was that he found that the statute ARS 11-1051A did not preempt the suit and did not authorize the county attorney to enter into the 287G task force model agreement. And let me just pause real quick just to make clear to the public that this is a specific agreement, task force model agreement, which essentially would have permitted the investigators that serve under the county attorney to act as ICE agents. It's different from the jail model 287G agreement that this board has approved that Sheriff Teeple entered into with ICE. So the board and the county do work with ICE to enforce the immigration laws, but under the jail model agreement. The court also held that that this 287G agreement is a contract and it's an intergovernmental agreement, and that's important under state law because both a contract that's entered into on behalf of the county and an intergovernmental agreement have to be approved, authorized by the Board of Supervisors, and because this particular agreement was not, it was determined to be void. The board also entered a permanent injunctive relief. That means that this agreement is void and cannot be executed on at this point in time. The court denied the motion to dismiss that was filed by the county attorney, and as I mentioned, he permanently enjoined the county attorney from engaging in the scope of work set forth in the 287G agreement, and that's important because those terms were terms that would have allowed his investigators to make arrests and do traditional law enforcement activities, which are done on a daily basis by the sheriff and his deputies. The court also said that directed the Pinal County attorney to comply with his statutory obligations or stay within his statutory authorization. At the conclusion of the court's ruling from the bench, the counsel for the county attorney asked for a stay. That's what you ask the court to basically put the decision on hold during the appeal, if there's going to be an appeal, and the court denied that request. So as of today, the judgment, it's a final judgment, and it's in full force in effect. The ruling was made on May 15th from the bench, but the actual judgment was filed on May 19th, which means that the deadline for appeal is June 18th, Thursday, June 18th. And as of today, there has not been an appeal filed in that case. So at least one recommendation is during the duration of this litigation, The county attorney relied on the job description for the investigators within his office, and he read that job description to interpreted that job description to allow his investigators to do this kind of law enforcement activity, which is traditionally undertaken by the sheriff and his deputies. So it's our recommendation that that job description be reexamined by staff to make sure that it's consistent with the judge's ruling. And the last point I'd make is that we are in the process of notifying counsel for the Department of Homeland Security and ICE that this 287G task force model agreement entered into by the county attorney last August without board authorization is void, and that should be communicated to all ICE officials in the area so that they're aware of that, if they're not already aware of it. The last thing I'll point out, when I mentioned the 287G jail model agreement remains in effect, so the county will continue to work with ICE. And in terms of information sharing, that came up quite a bit. It's important to point out, as Sheriff Teeple has mentioned publicly, that he and his deputies share information with ICE on a daily basis. They work very closely with the ICE officials that are present in the county. In fact, they actually share an office in Casa Grande. So with that, unless there are any questions, I'll conclude my remarks.
Are there any questions from the board? None. Thank you, Mr. Canfield. So, Mr. Liu, at this time, can we go through and re-examine the job descriptions to make sure they align with the decision, but also with ARS?
Yes, will do. Thank you, Chairman.
We'll come back to you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Next would be item number 4, County Manager's Report, please.
Thank you, and good morning. May 20th, several of us attended SRP, Salt River Project, hosted a nuclear expo, which some of you might mention. Very good education from experts in the field that are currently working on nuclear power, where it has been, where we're at now, and what people are starting to do for the future. And so very educational. What we are going to try to do is hook up with the Palo Verde nuclear power plant to get you all who are interested a tour in the near future. So I didn't want to steal thunder if some of you were going to mention that, but that's all I had. Thank you.
Just rumbling in the background, is that what you're saying? Thunder in the background?
That's right, just a little pre-thunder.
The clouds are rolling in. All right. Is that it, sir? Okay. All right. Item 5 is presentation of certificates of service to employees for 20 and 30 years.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. We have 4 employees to honor this morning, and we have Captain Rushing and Captain Williams here who can help introduce their employees.
These guys been in jail a long time.
Good morning. Captain Williams of the Pinal County Jail. Good morning, Chairman McClure and Vice Chairman Surdy, members of the board, honored guests, and citizens of Pinal. Today, we proudly recognize and thank Detention Officer Aaron Rangel, badge number 688, for his 30 years of outstanding and dedicated service as a detention officer with the Pinal County Sheriff's Office inside the Pinal County Jail. Let it be known, Rangel is currently, he's number 1 on that seniority list, so him starting in April 15, 1996. Throughout his distinguished career, Officer Rangel is one of the hardest working detention officers the facility has ever had. For the vast majority of Rangel's career, he has provided coverage, always working the graveyard shift. His professionalism, attention to detail, and commitment to justice and public service have been instrumental in supporting both the Pinal County Jail and citizens of Pinal County. Officer Rangel, it's been an honor to witness your commitment, and we truly are grateful for everything you've given over the past 30 years. Again, thank you for your 30 years of service to the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, the Adult Detention Center, and Pinal County and our entire community. Thank you, Rangel. Yep.
I was just going to add, thanks for staying awake to come to this.
Good morning. Also with us this morning is Detention Officer Yesenia Guerrero. On behalf of the administration and employees of the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, we want to take a moment to recognize Yesenia and celebrate with her on reaching this milestone. For two decades, Yesenia has served her community with both dignity and pride, serving as a field training officer where she's impacted everyone from seasoned laterals to our new cadets who are just starting out. She later applied for and successfully tested for other assignments to include transportation and working with inmate work crews. Officer Guerrero always has and without hesitation stepped up when called upon and works extremely hard to complete her assignments in a timely manner and is one of our more dedicated team members. At some point, she'll retire, and as one supervisor put it earlier this morning, that one is gonna hurt when she decides to hang it up. So in closing, we just want to thank Yesenia for her dedicated service to our community and for being a part of our PCSO family.
We also have Frank Ganil and Jesse Abraham for their 20 years of service. They couldn't make it today, but we would like to thank them for their hard work and dedication to Pinal County. So,
Thank you. And that's it. Picture time again. Don't go anywhere.
Do we have any more recognition? That's it. Oh, that's it. Okay.
Rangel just wants to go home and sleep.
Oh, yeah. Right over here, you're right there, you're right, I swear right there. Thirty, over just a little, there you go. Come over, try that one. There we go. Good looking group. Big smiles right here. 3, 2. We're gonna do it again. Tighten up just a tiny bit. There you go. And big smile. 3, 2, 1. Love it. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, item 6 is supervisor updates. I'll start with Supervisor Miller.
So, well, my update, I think we have a video, which is what took place. You ready for that? Okay. We'll show the video and then I'll make some comments after that.
I think this is a classic town hall because these are the kind of places our founding fathers had. Now, some of them were in the pubs, but sometimes they were in the churches. And this is a gathering, you know, where the community would gather.
What's really refreshing about Supervisor Miller's town halls is it is a more intimate setting. I've been to other state of the counties, you know, with other district supervisors, and I can say that sometimes there are hundreds of people there, and maybe not everybody gets their chance. When you get to that 25 to 50 really sweet space, is you're able to have those conversations in real time.
Tonight we had Sheriff Ross Teeple, Recorder Dana Lewis, Public Works Director Joe Ortiz, and we had the County Manager Leo Liu.
It's one of the things that I love about Pinal County is just the public engagement. I go to every event. My motto is I'll talk to two people if one person will listen. And there was a lot of people listening tonight, and there was a lot of great questions. I especially appreciate the tough questions the best. Everyone came tonight, they wanted information, they got that information.
The questions don't seem to change. The location may. You can guarantee on one of these town halls, there'll always be a question about transportation, there'll always be a question about water, there'll always be a question about land use. Those are the three things that we probably spend the most time on at the county, and maybe even the most money, although a lot of that is regulated statutorily, and we have to navigate that and explain that to folks.
When you're at the town hall level and we're talking about local things, to be able to talk to Mr. and Mrs. Jones at this local level and really get down to the nitty gritty of what their concerns are.
Always in law enforcement, you're going to get questions about crime and criminal acts. Tonight it was specific to desert dumping, which is a pet peeve of all of us in Pinal County that love this beautiful desert that we live in. We got to talk about one case tonight where it was an individual that was actually hiring on to take people's trash to the dump, but they weren't actually taking it to the dump, even though they were charging it a waste disposal fee. We got a successful conviction on that one.
I had a question today before the event about signature verification on early ballots and what I'm doing to make sure we're protecting that process, but still ensure there's the layer of election integrity in our processes. It's before and after these events, sometimes we get those really great close quarter conversations.
It was a great event tonight. Lots of people, lots of engagement. This is what makes Pinal County great.
Okay, well, thank you. I want to thank staff for attending that town hall that we hosted in District 3. It was an interesting town hall because I actually had some city staff there, and we had two of our legislators there, Teresa Martinez and Chris Lopez, that are all included in my district. And the conversation started wandering or discussions, and I thought, man, I'm losing control here. But at the end of the day, at the end of the night, it actually worked out. Because so many times I try to explain that the role of the Board of Supervisors is this. What you're asking is something that is attached to state statute. And we had representatives from the House of Representatives that were able to talk about it on their perspective as well. Same thing with the city. That's not a county issue, that's a city issue. We had city staff there that explained that. So actually, it turned out to be one of my better town halls as far as information on how we overlap our jurisdictions and how we overlap with our with the needs and the services for the public. So thank you to the staff again for attending. Thank you for the video. And thanks to everybody that came to the town hall. And hopefully I'll have another one in about a year. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Goodman.
You bet, thank you. Steve, I like that format,
What's that?
the format that you did,
Yeah.
having all the different, and I'm in that same boat right now in Santan Valley area, so I'm gonna lean to my partner to my left and follow that example. It's been a busy week. We've had several graduations. We've got a number of high schools in my district. 25 young men and women that sent us invitations to each of their graduations, my wife and I. That's a lot of youth. That's a lot of graduations. Those are a lot of dollars given out as well. So 4 of them were our grandkids. And so it was pretty eventful whenever you see much of our rising generations accomplish these things in their lives. And so it's important that we acknowledge them. This also was a memorial, and I'm grateful to you, Chairman, for having our veterans lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. That was a good touch, and something that we need to be, as a nation as a whole, show gratitude and appreciation to those that have served in our armed services, all the way down to our sheriff's and police departments as well. So I appreciate them and their efforts, and the men and women that gave their lives to make sure that our freedoms are protected. Other than the graduations and Memorial Weekend and everything else, that's been a very eventful week, 2 weeks, but that's all I have to report at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Vidiello.
Thank you, Chairman. We weren't here for Mother's Day, so everybody, happy Mother's Day, and I just want to let you know that we appreciate you for what you do. My mother unfortunately passed away in 2017, and I miss her dearly, and so please spend every moment that you possibly can, if your mothers are still alive, and honor them day in and day out like I do. I got to attend Maricopa City Council Forum, but this was different. This was fire and police putting it on, which is very important because public safety is near and dear to probably everybody in this room. Our fire department and police department put on a excellent forum. It was all about public safety, so I was honored to be there for the Maricopa City Council. Again, Pinal County honored their fallen officers. Again, near and dear to my heart. Unfortunately, my wife was very, very sick, and I was not able to attend, but I know some of the other supervisors were, and to show support for our fallen heroes. Again, happy Mother's Day. Attended also City Council for Coolidge. I like to go to our City Council meetings to keep up what's going on. I also attended an awards for Be Awesome. It's a youth group that is in Maricopa, and what they do is that they get these kids together for all different types of things. This one was about an after-school camp on space, and it was awesome to hand out all these awards to all these kids. Teresa Martinez attended, also a bunch of other Maricopa City Council members. Chris Lopez were all there to give these awards. And then also, I attended a panel for Pinal Central on solar and data centers. And I'm sure you might have seen some of my posts on it. I spoke about both data centers, and I spoke about solar and battery storage. So I was honored to be there and represent Pinal County for that. So, and then that's it, Chairman. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Supervisor Surtee.
So 2 Fridays ago, all the different land agencies instigated fire restrictions, which we're now under for the foreseeable future. So no shooting, no campfires, even pulling your vehicle off the road can cause a fire, and you know how devastating that can be. Just went through the long Memorial Day weekend. Hopefully, everybody was able to attend some solemn events. I did the one down at Mountain View Memorial, and had 2 drownings up at the Salt River. So even though we don't have a lot of rivers here in Pinal County, it still means water safety too. So there are a lot of swimming pools. We have the Gila River. We have some other things. Coming up this July 4th, the 250th anniversary of the country was a big deal when I was in high school for the bicentennial. Well, now it's 50 years later. So through us supervisors, if everybody would let us know of what the communities are doing for this, we would like to be a part of that, and I'm sure that us supervisors would like to attend. So anybody that has cities in your districts, let us know, and we need to make this a big deal. Also this afternoon, there's a historic signing of a water deal with Resolution Copper to provide water to Superior for decades. This is a great example of how industry can give back to the communities of where they're going to be. So that's happening this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And so your high school days. So my high school graduation ring was the bicentennial ring. So just for 50 years ago.
I'm way younger than him.
I know. But I got better hair. Just saying, Okay. Okay. So let's see this last, ouch. So this last week, as County Manager Lou said, a few of us attended the SRP Nuclear Expo, which was interesting just to see what's going on because, we talk about power needs. A lot of you are here to talk about that, but the future generation of power for the county and what that means, and nuclear is one of the options going forward. Palo Verde is certainly a major player in that, very expensive. We talked about modular nuclear reactors and their ability and reliability, proven, unproven, talked about water needs, talked about a whole bunch of things. It was a very interesting conversation. It was very long as well. I think we started at, 8 o'clock in the morning, went till about 2:30 in the afternoon, but it was very interesting. Just some education, just start of a lot of conversations. Last night out in Arizona City at the Gospel Light Mission, talking to constituents. That group is heavily populated with veterans. It was very nice to go meet with them and talk to them. A lot of fun. And we got to talk about things that are going on in Arizona City as well as the general area. And that is it. I do have a video, it says here. I thought we played this already, but go ahead and play it again. Reruns. It's just like summer TV back in the 60s, you know.
This is Cody Loop up here in Oracle. This has been kind of a problem area for our maintenance guys for years. A lot of drainage issues.
When there was rain, there was water, it would come down and it would wash out different areas, different driveways. So we started a couple years ago with this project.
Got a set of plans together, worked with the community a little bit.
Bringing a drainage line down the hill to mitigate the issues of runoff and destruction caused by the runoff.
And then probably about a year ago, we started construction on the actual roadway and drainage project.
A lot of work with this project. A lot of pipe in the ground, catch basins, manholes, all kinds of stuff. So coordination was key, getting everything, working with the community here, but overall a good project.
Unfortunately, all the construction was going on when the fire occurred.
The Cody fire, which was right in the center of our project. Our contractor ended up having to be evacuated along with a lot of the residents.
The fire was a big surprise. Luckily, everybody here, residents included, got out safely. I had to leave some equipment behind, ended up burning an excavator down.
That put the brakes on us for a couple of weeks.
But we were ready to go, get back to work, and finish the project up strong.
Looking right up here in 3, 2.
Every year, the Arizona General Contractors gives out awards for projects in the state. So DBA, our contractor, put in for the award, and we end up actually winning. So it was really rewarding to see the fruits of our labor come to fruition.
It's nice, it really is. We come out every day trying to do best we can, leave a good product, and an award shows everything that you try to strive for and do.
You don't do this work for awards, but to see your work recognized is really rewarding, really cool.
It's good for the company, it's good for Pinal.
I think it's great to show that we're able to help the community out.
This wasn't a typical project, you know. We're a small town here in Oracle. To work through what we had to get this done, it was something really special.
It's a much nicer road, and it's safer. And now we won't have it washing out in the hopeful rainstorms that we have during the monsoon. And I think that in this case, we've done a great service to the community.
This job couldn't have been done without the support of the community. Not only was the project a little difficult, we had the road torn up for almost a year. They were extremely understanding of that. But then when the fires hit and then the storms hit, they were great. We couldn't have done it without the community's help.
During that filming, we're standing there talking about how nice the road was, and a bicycle went right past us. So the guy was doing great. Used to be a little rougher than that. He couldn't have gone that fast. So they did a very nice job on that. All right. Next is item number 7, discussion update regarding the 2026 Arizona State Legislative Session. Supervisor Miller, you're up, and Ms. Lewis, I know you're around someplace. I saw you. There you are back there. Okay, go ahead, sir.
We have really nothing to report, other than I heard on the radio that they're still talking about the budget. And really, even CSA's canceled the meetings because until the budget's signed, I don't think there's anything really earth-shattering that's going to happen. I do say, I had a constituent say to me, we were talking about the budget, it's difficult to set a budget when you're broke. So anyway, I don't know where they're coming from with this budget this year, but hopefully they'll get it all worked out, and we'll have something to work with before July.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, did you have anything to, no, nothing? But you're up next, so you might as well start coming this way. All right, thank you. Next, item number 8 is updates related to the Elections Department and County Recorder. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman McClure, members of the board, Dana Lewis, Pinal County Recorder. I was gonna try to like rush through this because you have so many people here, but I might actually capitalize on the audience so they can all get all the information I know is trusted and truthful. So, the Town of Mammoth recall election was May 19th, and it was successful. And all reports have been transmitted to the municipality for their canvass. We currently have over 300,000 voters in Pinal County. And to kind of give you some statistics, we have increased 3,000 registered voters in less than 30 days. So again, when we talk about how big Pinal County is and how fast it's growing, in less than 30 days, we've had 3,000 additional voters added. Of that, almost 200,000 of them are signed up for the active early voting list to receive a ballot by mail. Let you guys know that about 10,000 voters were inactivated over the last month, but now that stops as far as removing anybody from our voter rolls because we are in the 90-day federal window, which means I can't remove them from the voter rolls unless they are dead, felon, or incapacitated. Major primary election dates for July 21st that you need to know. We will mail you a CAVA ballots at the E-45 day, which is Saturday, June 6th. Pre-election internal logic and accuracy testing will be held at the votes facility Friday, June 12th at 10 a.m. Our Arizona Secretary of State logic and accuracy test is scheduled for Tuesday, June 16th at 11:25. We start off in-person early voting, and all ballots will be mailed at E-27, which is Wednesday, June 24th. Remember, the last day to register to vote for the upcoming election is 29 days before an election. So like we tell everybody, about 30 days before an election, make sure you're going out to the MVD Now website and checking your voter registration. In-person early voting ends on July 17th. Election day is the 21st. Our post-election logic and accuracy will be held July 31st at 10 a.m., and we are scheduled to have our July election canvass on August 3rd. Remember, logic and accuracy testing is available for the public to come and see and understand some of our processes. Poll worker training classes are scheduled between June 8th and June 30th. There will be training approximately 650 poll workers through 24 classes conducted both in the morning and afternoon. And we're trying to make sure we're meeting the poll workers where they need us to be. We are in full utilization of the capabilities of our new Modus system to streamline poll worker management and communications. So in addition to calls and letters, we're actively utilizing email and text notifications for outreach and reminders to our poll workers. And what's really great is feedback from the poll workers has been overwhelmingly positive, most being highly receptive to the increased communication and improved accessibility of information. 90-day notices were mailed out, and we remind people that we need those back by June 5th. Feedbacks from voters, though, have been that they don't like the new postcard style for the 90-day notice, so we'll be looking at testing some other mediums of information delivery. Feedback received from staff about communicating with voters is there's still a lot of confusion in regards to the No Labels Party. So we will be deploying an educational video explaining that process. If you're an independent party not designated or other voter, and you for some reason selected a No Labels Party ballot because you thought that meant that you were not choosing anything, and there's confusion, please reach back out to our offices and we can walk you through that. And again, on election day, if you're P&D, independent or other, we do have open primaries, and you have the ability to request a Republican, Democrat, or No Labels Party ballot. Primary election programming is complete, and our test deck to ensure accuracy of processes, tabulation, and adjudication will consist of approximately 10,000 ballots. Official writing candidate lists have been created, submitted to the Board of Supervisors, and will be posted on our website. Equipment cages are being packed, consumables replenished, and delivery of logistics to precinct-based voting locations complete. Polling place authorization agreements are still outstanding to 3 of the Gila River Indian Community Election Day voting locations. We are actively reaching out to them daily. The Voter Education Working Group is this Friday at Votes at 9 a.m. If you are interested in being a political observer, not a poll worker, but a political observer, commonly referred to as a poll watcher, or in participating in any of our post-election hand count audits, please contact your party chairperson. That's not something the elections department does. And your party chair people's contact information is on our website. Mis, dis, and malinformation, unfortunately, is still alive, folks. So we ask, please go back to the Pinal County social media sites or our website for that trusted source of information. Be careful if you receive texts, emails, or even phone calls. Sometimes something as simple as clicking on a text or an email can open yourself up to a whole lot of bad stuff. Don't do that. If you're asking for election information, the girl right here has no problem answering those calls. Make a plan to vote in all elections for 2026. Don't wait until the last minute to return your ballot by mail. We ask at least 10 days in advance. Use one of our drop boxes or vote early in person at any of our 5 strategically placed offices. If you're planning to vote on election day, make sure you find your correct precinct voting location. This and checking your voter registration 30 days before the election help us get our voters the results out by ensuring there's not a lag in processing late early ballots dropped at the polls and continuing keeping our provisional numbers low. Our department continues to focus on proactive planning, expanded access, and improved communications to ensure a successful and well-supported 2026 election season. I can stand for questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Lewis?
Dana, that text message, was that phone number trackable or anything, or was it just a fake number?
Chairman McClure, Mr. Vitiello, we're in the process of doing that right now. There are a lot of NGOs, non-governmental organizations. They're here in our community. Some of them are brick and mortar. Some are they're based all over the state of Arizona. Some of them are national. And so tracking down those numbers, sometimes they're winding access numbers. We're trying to get to the bottom of that. And again, I don't want anybody to click on that, because if you want to be a poll worker, if you want to be an election cycle temp, you want to find out about our processes, I would rather you reach out to us directly than answer something that could be harmful to your computer.
Thank you. Yeah, I will say clicking on emails is dangerous. I did that a year ago to a friend's birthday invitation and was hacked. And it
Chairman
got
McClure,
into
I'm
many
sorry.
things. Oh, no, it's okay. We had it fixed. Money went everywhere, and we fixed it, but it was a problem, and for quite a while. So I don't go to anybody's birthday party now. So anyway, so just be careful out there. Okay, thank you very much. All right, next is number 9, presentation discussion regarding the overview of the services and resources offered by the Victim Services Division of the Pinal County Attorney's Office. Mr. Miller, there you are. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I don't know if do we have a video? All right, can we show the video first?
Absolutely.
All right.
I mean, I don't know we can, but.
We should be able to.
So, victims of crime, I think, often are very nervous about what the experience of court would be like. I've received a lot of those questions. I'm sure you have. What could, a victim of crime expect if they were to report a crime?
Well, when they report a crime, they would call our office, and we would go over all their rights that they have. We would provide resources, provide any crisis intervention, just to make them feel comfortable and explain the process. Many times, this is something maybe they haven't gone through, and maybe they have, and maybe before they've had to go through it alone. So I really think that, they can expect to have someone that they can talk to in confidence.
I think people see it kind of as a daunting thing. You're a victim of a crime, say it's a domestic violence incident. They call our office or they report it to police. What is the first call look like when a victim advocate that's working for you? What's that first call like with that victim?
So the first call could either be the victim calling our office. Sometimes maybe we haven't received the case yet, but that doesn't mean that we are not going to do the same things that we would do if we had the case. We just may not have as much information. But a lot of times we're reaching out to the victim first. We do that initial call. We go over their rights as a victim. We kind of see where they're at. We don't want to go over too much depending on where they're at. And just to be a comfort to them and just to explain the next steps and what to expect, but it's always going to be at their pace.
As we conclude our talk here, what is something that you would tell a victim that would be reluctant to call? Why should they call? Who should they call? What would you tell them?
I would say to definitely call. We always have an advocate here that's available to help. Even on cases where maybe the person hasn't been charged yet, we can provide resources. We work with a lot of agencies in Pinal County, outside of Pinal County. We can explain the process, and we will go at their pace. It's not anything that we are going to say, if we're calling you and you're contacting us, it's not on our schedule. We are going to work on their schedule.
As we get into Victims' Rights Week, really what we want to emphasize is for people to call our office. Whether they have a question, a concern, even if it's not a case that we actively handle, please call our office, report crimes. We want people to feel safe and secure. These calls are confidential. Please call us. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this was one of the 3 videos we made for Victim Rights Week a couple of weeks ago to talk about various different divisions we have for victim services. And I know a couple of weeks ago we received a question from the audience regarding victim services, so I'm really proud to talk about what we're doing at the Pinal County Attorney's Office, and really the entire county should be proud. We're the leader in many areas, including legislation. This past legislative session, Governor Hobbs, about a month ago, signed into law one of our notification bills. What our office discovered was that there was a wrinkle in the law where victims were not, in fact, being notified when a person who had abused them or a defendant was trying to seek early release, early termination of their probation. And we were able to draft the law, get bipartisan support, both Republicans and Democrats, and the governor actually signed that into law and will be law 90 days after sine die, after the budget is passed. So we're really excited about what we're doing. But I also want to put into context of the numbers of what your Pinal County Attorney's Office is doing. And I want to talk about specifically 2026. This year alone, in the first 5 months of 2026, the Victim Services Division has spoken to over 4,100 distinct victims. That's 820 a month, 27 distinctive victims a day. Over 1,300 calls to help people understand their rights as a victim. 550 contacts to assist victims writing their victim impact statements that they'll have to present to a judge in court. 1,900 calls to assist victims in understanding the court process. 550 times a victim advocate, and this is just this year, attended court with the victim. 500 times assisted a victim specifically with restitution, and 1,300 times explained victims' rights and discussed our victims' rights pamphlet with the victim. Now, these aren't just light cases, so I want to drill down specifically about what kind of cases we handle, because the subject matter can be quite sensitive and sometimes quite embarrassing for these victims. 188 of these discussions regarded child sexual abuse, 100 times regarding child abuse, 300 times regarding domestic violence, and 55 times speaking to survivors of homicide victims. And over 150 times, children were escorted to court because they were either a victim themselves or they knew the victim. Our Victim Services Division is broken up into 3 different divisions: our Victim Services, Victim Compensation, and Victim Notification. But in the end, we would encourage people to call if they have questions. Even if a victim is seeking restitution, we have a whole entire division dedicated to what's called Victims Compensation, where we have a pot of money given to us by the state of Arizona to assist victims in getting restitution if the defendant cannot pay them. But in the end, it's really about victim and victim centricity within our office. We encourage people to call. We want them to call. And if we don't have the answer, we will find that person, we will find that answer, and we'll get them to the right place. Thank you so much for the time, Mr. Chair. and I invite any questions.
Are there any questions from the board for Mr. Miller?
Thank you.
None at this time, I guess. Thank you very much for your work. All right. Item 10 is discussion and approval, disapproval of the Purchasing Division report. Ms. Gorman, there you are. Come on down.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Board of Supervisors. Tracy Gorman, Purchasing Manager, and this is the Purchasing Division report for May 27, 2026. In this report, the Board is requesting to approve 2 contract awards for SSOQ 262431 for the GSA Airport Design and Construction Management Services, for RFP 265031 for WIOA Title 1IB Youth Program Service Provider. The Board is requested to approve 5 contract amendments for RFP 232627 for WIOA One Stop Operator, RFP 241029 for printing, mailing, and email notification of property tax documents, for RFP 243729 for WIOA Adult and Dislocated Worker Service Provider, for RFP 252530 for Detention Food Services, for RFP 252930 for Capital Representation Indigent Legal Services. We're rewarding that to 6 vendors. We are requesting the board approve 1 sole source procurement over $100,000 per procurement code section PC1-347. There are 5 cooperative purchasing agreements we would like to notify you of, as they are between $100,000 and $250,000. And lastly, we are seeking approval of 2 cooperative purchase requisitions over $250,000. Any questions?
Are there any questions for Ms. Gorman? None at this time. In that case, thank you, Ms. Gorman. May I get a motion, please, to accept the, or may I get a motion, please, on the Purchasing Division report?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the Purchasing Division report of today.
Is there?
Second.
There we go. I got a motion, a second. Motion, a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much, Ms. Gorman. Item 11 is consent items A through AW. All items indicated alphabetically below will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. Are there any items that the board wishes to pull? Not hearing any. Okay, how about county manager? No? Public? Anybody wish to pull an item? Oh, this is too easy today. Okay. All right. If no one cares to pull anything, may I get a motion, please, on item number 11?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve consent items A through AW.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. This time I'm going to recess the, am I doing that? Yes. At this time I'm going to recess the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors and convene the Pinal County Public Health Services District Board of Directors agenda. Somewhere there. It has consent items, and all items indicated alphabetically below will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. We have items A and B. Are there either of the items to be pulled by the board? Seeing none, county manager, public. All right. In that case, no items being pulled. May I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve the Health Services District A and B consent.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. I will now recess or adjourn the Pinal County Public Health Services District Board of Directors meeting and reconvene the Board of Directors regular meeting. Item 13 is call to the public. Call to the public is a time period for members of the public to address the Board of Supervisors to provide public input related to subject matter within the Board of Supervisors' authority and jurisdiction. Those wishing to address the board need not request permission in advance. Action taken as a result of the public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter or rescheduling it for further consideration at the time and decision at a later date. When you come forward, and I've got a few cards here, when you come forward on this, please state your name and generally where you live. Just a reminder, the board can only respond to criticism if your name is called, and we can only ask the staff to study the matter or request placement on a future agenda at the conclusion of the public. Also, please be respectful and courteous of one another, even in difference. Board members are limited by statute to only provide direction to staff. All right, and just for reference, if you're here to talk about item 21 and 22, that's coming up in a little bit, so I would suggest that you just kind of sit tight. And this looks like item 13, okay. And you will get your chance at that time. There is a 3-minute limit. Just saying, and we won't be running over because I imagine there's going to be a lot of conversation today. So, first up, I have Robin Davis.
Thank you, Chairman McClure, Vice Chair Surdy, Supervisors. Yes, I'm Robin Davis, and I live in Hidden Valley. I'm going to speak generally about 21 and 22, just not specifics. We have an upcoming agenda item on data centers, and you have an important decision to make, one that will shape the county for a lifetime, maybe not in a good way. It does not take much research to realize that there is a nationwide pushback on data centers. People don't want them in their neighborhoods for very good reasons. I'm going to skip down here. I would like to see our supervisors slow the roll and do more research before allowing them to overtake our county. Let's take time to figure out if this is good for the people of Pinal County. All those that speak in opposition, all them back there, are not the minority in this. So will you listen to all of us? So as everyone gets their 3 minutes to speak today, you will hear very specific reasons for not allowing these data centers to go forward. The lawyers here are going to have some very fancy presentations and spin on how they are great for the county. But the truth is, they don't know. Not one person in this room can say how they know the long-term effects of these data centers will have in our county. No one. We don't know yet. So far, the evidence is not in favor of granting them rezoning. The documented damage across the United States is far greater than anyone ever imagined. So everything you know and everything you need to know about these data centers, many of you are members of the Pinal Code Watchers Facebook group. Everything you need to know is in the series of articles authored by Irene Pajak. She did the most excellent job and the most detailed, deep dig of coming up with some very good facts. So the rest of the speakers that you will hear today are just kind of dotting the I's and crossing the T's and begging you not to approve these data centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Barry McCain.
Good morning, Chairman McClure, Board of Supervisors, staff, and friends. I'm Barry McCain from the city of Maricopa. I've been privileged to see this board work together across the aisle. More of our citizens should be doing this on all issues, not blaming each other, so that we could protect our country and achieve freedom. At the legislative session, this has not been the case. We've watched people trying to, with all this frivolous legislation, we didn't get anything done. But in negotiations, we must be willing to compromise some things to create mutually satisfactory solutions. This requires honesty, accountability, prudent judgment, and justifiable trust. We know now that District 1 is not represented for reasons I've already stated, yet other supervisors are here capable and prepared to serve Pinal County voters and citizens. A republic cannot be a stable government without accountability. We must be proactive on at least issues that will benefit all Arizona citizens. This session, I've seen elected officials all on the defensive, seeking to maintain ego, causing certain problems to new policies. Ego stifles creativity and the ability to learn from our mistakes. What is needed is actions based on careful calculations on what is required and to make our future better for both sides of the aisles. Chairman McClure, I'm asking you to initiate a class action lawsuit on the Arizona governor with other 15 counties, not because of her political affiliation, but because she doesn't show what I call R, which stands for accountability, respect, responsibility, and right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Clarissa Vela.
Good afternoon, y'all. Chairman of the board, members. So I'm really glad that...
Please state your name and...
Oh, okay. My name is Clarissa Vela. I am the founder of the People First Project. We are a nonpartisan pro-democracy organization, nonprofit organization here in Arizona. I want to thank Senator McCain for bringing up accountability. I also want to thank the people that came with Brad Miller who were talking about victim services, because that's precisely why I'm here today. So around March 20th, there was a woman who was being abused by her husband. She was being beaten by her husband, and she called the Pinal County Sheriff's Office. The Pinal County Sheriff's Office at that time did not arrest her husband, who was the abuser and the perpetrator. They did, however, call ICE. The woman who was beaten and battered was then taken into ICE detention, where she has since been deported. We've talked about how these unlawful arrests, the 287G task force agreement, how this could make people afraid to contact the police. And now the citizens of Pinal County who've been reaching out to our organization have been extremely scared to call. And these are people who are voters. They are American citizens, but they happen to be brown. Now, I understand that the Sheriff's Office does have a 287G agreement, and I think we've all agreed that these are really great for when someone is arrested, that's when they're supposed to be enforced. We should not be calling ICE on victims. In any other circumstance, that woman would have been given a police report. She would have been able to file for VAWA, which stands for the Violence Against Women Act, which goes into the USCIS code through Congress. And at that point, they would have either approved or denied her for a visa. So I came to talk about that. I know there's a million things that the people of Pinal County care about. I care about all people, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that the Sheriff's Office, well, the task force agreement through Brad Miller may have been stopped. Sheriff Teeple is complicit in still working with ICE, which means that he is also breaking the laws to an extent because he doesn't have the power to do that. I also would just like to say, although I am not a person who lives in Pinal County, I am an Arizona business owner. I own 2 small businesses that gross over $500,000 a year. I also run my nonprofit organization here in Arizona. So I will say, on behalf of someone who lives in Arizona, even though I'm not a direct constituent, I think these data centers are also bad. God bless you.
Thank you. Marie McHugh. You don't want to talk. Okay. Mr. Trout, Arlen Trout.
I have this for you. Should I give it to you first? Good morning. My name is Arlen Trout, and in January of '25, Pinal County was held in contempt and sanction for aiding and abetting local land developer named Kenneth Dean Russell. This was after my family spent $250,000 on legal fees and 5 years in court. The board quietly paid his legal fees and sanctions. On May 18th, Russell threatened to sue Pinal County Community Services in his bankruptcy filing as potential assets. The Chapter 7 trustee determined the Yawkey Lane-related assets were legally defective and too costly to resolve. This goes back to the legal permits Brent Billingsley issued in defiant violation of court orders to stop the Yawkey Lane construction project in Gold Canyon on June 27th, 24. Okay, in document 96 in the bankruptcy court, Russell claimed the ruling against him was false and void, called the process a judicial shell game, and accused county officials, attorneys, Trout family, the courts, participants of fraud, extortion, perjury, RICO activity, and a judicial blockade. At the same time, Russell continued describing the Yawkey Lane construction as his homestead and his home. This was after the sheriff filed a certificate of sale claiming my son had bid and won the property in an auction on February the 5th, 26. On March 5th, Russell again attacked my wife in a rage in our driveway, accused her of trespassing, and claimed he owns our land. This was reported to the sheriff along with security camera footage. The sheriff still refuses to press charges against Russell. What began as forged documents, trespass threats, property damage, physical assaults, and violations of court orders has now escalated into an ongoing federal litigation case. I want each board member to explain why Brent Billingsley was not fired after his testimony on November the 22nd and what they know about the Trout matter today. Respectfully submitted, Arlen Trout. And we've talked many times about this, and you guys refuse to talk to me. You're not legally required not to talk to me. You're choosing not to tell the public about this before you sign any contracts for $33 billion in a land deal for an obsolete data center that's being built in the ocean now. Please think about this and respond to my concerns. Thank you.
Jennifer Hillsboss.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Hillsboss. I live in Supervisor District 2, so Mr. Goodman is my supervisor. I am also the chair of the Pinal County Democratic Party, and that is actually who I am here speaking for today. The legal landscape in this country has changed significantly over the last 250 years. However, one of the things that continues to remain a bedrock of us is our First Amendment rights. Our First Amendment rights are guaranteed to us under the U.S. Constitution. And I want to be clear, those rights exist to protect private citizens from the government. Hey guys, I hate to break it to you. When acting in your official capacities, you are the government. And SCOTUS will tell you, you don't have First Amendment rights. Recently, I have become aware of several allegations of violations of First Amendment protections against the citizens of Santan Valley by the Pinal County Sheriff's Department. I have attempted to have conversations with members of this board and the sheriff, during which I was repeatedly told that they were subject to their First Amendment rights and they were allowed to say certain things that they are clearly not allowed. In addition to that, we have other sorts of things that have come up, particularly within the last decade, and the expanse of social media and how it has become so central to the lives of everyone. Many of those settlements are found against local governments and range above $220,000 per plaintiff. Some of the reasons that these have been found: lack of particularity, armendariz, documented animus, Ninth Circuit Court protester ruling, faces false light and defamation suits under state-level privacy torts. Actionable evidence would include things like following protesters home from the protests that they have attended, which I have 4 instances of, taking pictures of license plates of protesters without a valid legal reason to do so, i.e. a warrant, of which I have 8 particular instances and evidence of. I ask that this board investigate this with all speed to ensure that the rights, the First Amendment rights of the citizens are protected. Thank you.
All right. Lori Fuller, I know you're here someplace. There you are.
Good morning, Chairman McClure, Vice Chair Surdy, and Supervisors. I'm here to talk about, it's not directly about La Osa. This is more in pertaining to the recent Planning and Zoning Commission meeting where La Osa took place. First of all, I would like to recognize all of you and the volunteer commissioners and your planning staff for all of your hard work and dedication. And further to your planning and zoning commissioners, I just have a few questions specifically about that planning and zoning meeting on the 21st. I'm curious, are data centers currently covered in the Pinal County Code? If not, how can the commissioners make a decision about them if they don't have a guiding document? Are there ordinances that Pinal County has in place regarding data centers? If not, how are decisions being made? Just how long ago did data centers hit you? What guardrails are in place? What rules are in place that your staff follows, your commissioners follow, and ultimately you follow? And I ask that with the greatest of respect. I urge you to recognize that this may possibly be a serious lack of oversight. Doesn't that leave your commissioners way out in left field when they're making decisions without guardrails? Which seems both unfair and unjust to them and to me, one of your residents. Regarding that, I urge you to continue today's decision until there is a code that's written and there are ordinances in place. Further, regarding the planning and zoning hearing, It started at 9 o'clock in the morning. It didn't end till after 7, between 7 and 8. That's 10 hours. Those are volunteers. The level of exhaustion was apparent in their questions, their responses. I lost count of the number of times there were references about it already being tomorrow, about how late it was, how one commissioner actually said, hey, I'm just trying to get out of here. There were legitimate questions that they asked that were never answered. And I'm wondering, if they weren't exhausted, would they have followed up? There was a motion made by one of the commissioners for a continuance. And before it went to a vote, a staff member mentioned, well, before it goes to a vote, if we're going to continue this, I think we need to provide a list of questions to the applicant. Well, first of all, really, can't the applicant read? He could read the minutes. He could watch the video just like I did. I could list the questions for him. And secondly, was exhaustion a factor in their decision-making? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, George Ellison. I see you back there.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Supervisors, George Ellison, Gold Canyon. I have sat here for years and listened to many Democrats slander the Republican Party as being racist. Let me point out the following facts. The beginning of presidential racism began with Democrat President Andrew Jackson, who earned a reputation as a fierce Indian killer. He massacred over 2,000 Indians. Democrat Andrew Jackson caused the 1830 Trail of Tears. The human cost was over 60,000 Indians were forcibly moved. The death toll, an estimated 15,000 Indians died to exposure, starvation, and disease. In the 1800s, the Democrat states owned slaves in the United States. The Republican Party was formed in 1854 to end the Democrat slavery of blacks. The president of the slave states was Democrat Jefferson Davis. From 1861 to 1865, we had a civil war between the Democrats and the Republicans. 500,000 men died to stop the Democrats' slavery of blacks. Post-Civil War, the 13th Amendment freed the slaves constitutionally. The 14th Amendment made blacks citizens of the United States. The 15th Amendment gave blacks the right to vote. Republicans were the ones who supported, pushed, and passed those. Democrats fought us at every turn. The original Ku Klux Klan was founded by the Democrats on December 24, 1865. It's a violent underground organization aimed at suppressing the civil and political rights of blacks. Democrat President Franklin Roosevelt imprisoned over 100,000 Japanese Americans in internment camps during World War II. Their crime? Being Japanese. Jim Crow refers to a system of state and local laws, customs, and practices where Democrats enforced racial segregation and white supremacy in the United States from the late 1870s until the mid-1960s. The Democrat Party's history is pockmarked with racism and terror. Republicans were the party of Lincoln, Reconstruction, anti-lynching laws, and the Civil Rights Acts of 1875, 1957, 1960, and 1964. Rather than admit their racist history, modern Democrats have rewritten it. Given their history, the party of slavery, creating Jim Crow, the KKK, segregation, welfare programs that decimated the family, the generational economic depression and crime in cities that Democrats have controlled for decades, the Democrat Party has been about as helpful to blacks and Hispanics as an anchor is to a drowning man. And now they hate whites and Jews too. Thank you.
Next is Karen Oliver. There you are.
I knew it was coming, so I went to the back of the room. Good morning, Supervisors and Chairman McClure. My name is Karen Oliver, and I reside in Santan Valley. I'm also a leader of Queen Creek Santan Valley Indivisible. I have several points to make today. First, congratulations on your win with the Board of Supervisors and Sheriff Teeple versus Brad Miller. I watched the hearing live and was proud of Johnson's strong arguments and the ruling given by Judge Gordon. To quote Sheriff Teeple, "It was a good day for justice." Thank you for standing up for accountability regarding the overreach of the county attorney's office for the 287G task enforcement model. I truly appreciate the quieter streets following your legal actions that began several months ago. Second, I noticed when you proclaimed April 13th through the 20th as International Dark Sky Week in our county, I hope that you also consider this proclamation when making decisions about all of the new builds in our county, including data centers. I moved out here for the dark and quiet streets. Although I understand achieving a dark sky status may be unrealistic, the county can make choices that help create restful nights, clean water, and dependable power for our residents. Third, our indivisible group appreciates your listening ears. I personally appreciate the time Chairman McClure and Sheriff Teeple took to hear our concerns regarding law enforcement. It's our hope that the sheriff has spoken with his deputies about our concerns. I've made little headway in convincing anyone to come forward regarding concerns about PCSO, but we hope our voices help to take a step forward in creating a more trusting relationship with our local deputies. I know that we don't always see eye to eye, but I also see there's common ground between us. Sometimes our difficult conversations are just a first step in moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all the cards I have for call to the public. But I know. There's certain members of the public that are our frequent flyers. Ms. Podasky, I see you're ready to talk.
Oh, this one.
Oh, you're special today. You get 2 microphones. It's really cool.
I know, I am. Chairman McClure, supervisors, I'm Dee Podasky. I live in unincorporated Pinal County near Lost Dutchman State Park in Supervisor Surtees' district. I just want to point to the rule and call to the public that says that it's limited to provide public input relating to subject matter within the Board of Supervisors' authority or jurisdiction. I'm not going to debate the history of the Democratic nor the Republican Party. I have been, at various times of my life, members of both. I've attended county conventions in both Democratic and Republican county conventions. I'm just stating that you are all Republicans, and I do not see how, even personally, you will have any impact on the Democratic Party. I don't know why it keeps coming up. It's not related to subject matter within the Board of Supervisors' authority or jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you. Others that wish to speak before the board today? Ms. Hawes.
Good morning, Pinal County. My name is Shemin Hawes. I also live in unincorporated Pinal County in San Manuel. I wanted to talk about agenda item number 1, and I was not allowed to address that, and I think the scheduling of it on the agenda first thing at the crack of dawn, right before you go into an executive session, is kind of non-transparent, let's put it that way. I also want to draw your attention to the history in Maricopa County of Joe Arpaio and all of his private donations that he collected, enabling him to do things like send a SWAT team to Hawaii to investigate the validity of Barack Obama's birth certificate. I don't need funds like that being shifted around. There's a reason why we have a law mandating that donations be disclosed, and that's because they should be debated and discussed about whether they are appropriate. This one that you just approved is not, by any stretch of the imagination, appropriate. Also, I would like to comment on the fact that I had to drive by construction crews on my parkway in San Manuel, designed by Del Webb to be a fixture of our community, to make it the charming place it was supposed to be. And our county has decided to pave over the public medians where the landscaping is supposed to be. despite the fact that I have been repeatedly and consistently objecting to that notion for the whole 2 years that I have been here. In trying to reach out to my dedicated supervisor, I was encountered with a gatekeeper who would not let me through, would not give him messages, and when she did finally allow me to talk to him, he rewarded me by my persistence by hanging up on me instead of answering my questions. Needless to say, I do not appreciate the response I've been getting from this county, and some things have to change. You people have to start listening to us. You represent us. It's your public duty.
Thank you. I have one. Ma'am, in the back, I believe this. Oh, you'll be next, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Oh, that's loud. My name is Erica Lopez. I'm a resident of Eloy for over 20 years. And one of the things that brought me to that city is how beautiful and dark and quiet and safe and, you know, the environment, the animals, and the community was very opening and beautiful. And we are in a large, big part of growing. We have a lot of influx of a lot of people that are coming to Eloy to live. We have a huge general plan in our city that is going to expand, expecting a lot of influx of population in the coming decade. And one of the things that has come to my attention is this data center is coming up so quickly, and there is no background, no infrastructure plan, no oversight. And that's going to be detrimental to the communities around Eloy, Casa Grande, Arizona City, as far as whether the noise is going to be taken care of. You know, there's water issues that everybody's already aware of, but even in these closed-loop systems, you have to look at the environmental impacts that are going to be caused by these data centers, especially at this, and how big it's going to be. Our energy alone, the electricity out there during the summers when it's hot, people, our increases, our bills are already tripled sometimes, depending on how our houses are being built. We have new housing going up left and right. I mean, that 2 empty lots next to me alone have grown quickly, and the amount of energy that's going to be used by these data centers is going to increase our rates exponentially, which is really difficult for a lot of the people that have been in this community their entire lives. We have a lot of light pollution and potentiality, which I also want to bring up when, you know, one of the biggest things in our community is being able to go outside and look at the stars at night, and we still feel safe. And if you have this extra light pollution, that's going to disrupt that as well. Eloy is growing, and the population is going to be moving in, but one of the main factors is if this data center does go in, now you have an increase of health. You know, people are getting sick in these areas, in these cities, in these data centers that are already there. So without proper oversight and making sure that they're not actually going to be destroying our environment around, all the natural resources, all the animals that live there, all the people that are coming here are not going to want to come here because of the environmental risks that we hope that could potentially be because of these data centers. So I really strongly urge that you couldn't go ahead and look into your heart and take your time and create these oversights and or deny this and have them look somewhere else because it's not really wanted in our communities. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Sir in the back, you wanted to speak, I believe.
Thank you for having me, Supervisors. I'm Kelly Owens. I live in the unincorporated, very, very far south, within minutes of the county line. But I still feel like I'm one of the neglected stepchildren within the county regarding the services of everything. One of my biggest concerns with La Osa is looking at the water usage. We have a severe negative water usage. We're using more water than nature is producing, and it's creating fissures within the ground. That's been proven scientifically. I don't think we're looking at that in the correct manner. The usage of this facility is going to far surpass any that's being used with the well that's on site right now. That supposedly waters farmland or whatever. This is gonna far surpass the crops that are growing in that particular region. And then the way that you guys have written this into the record, until the whole site is on board, all 59 buildings, only then will they be on their own. Until the meantime, they're gonna be just using our water left and right while they build every building. I think we need to go back, slow the roll down a little bit, look at this facility not as one big massive operation giving Vermaland $30 million by today's decision. Instead, we'll deal with this one site at a time and one building at a time. It's not, and that's how you should address this. Then if there are problems, we can fix them on building 1 or 2 instead of finally getting to building 59 and we're up to here with problems. With that, I want to submit this to the record. It was handed out by a gentleman in the back to make sure it makes it to the record. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nice to see you again, by the way. Any others? Okay, you first, and then the gentleman in the back, and then young lady right there in the middle. We'll just.
Good morning. My name is Brian Cox, and I live in the community named Salmon Well in Pinal County. I am in a situation where I am not as quick as I used to be, and I am aware that I slow things down. Can't help it. I was injured, I will say, in the short version. So what I'm begging is that what I think is very important, and very many people here do feel it is important, that we get our voices heard. I'm going to beg, literally beg, for more than 3 minutes to address what we believe as literal life and death issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir in the back right there.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Lukic. I'm from Arizona City. I have noticed that the rezoning has already been approved for these data centers before any study is actually done. Has anybody actually gone in and looked at what these data centers has caused in all of these other places that it's being built? You look at the information that the population who live around there and the complaints they have, everything from the water turning brown to a woman who has a creek in the back of her yard and it dried up. It's just, I believe that more studies need to be done. And I think the evidence is all around about what these data centers are doing. Another thing is, what actually does Pinal County get out of them building this massive data center other than they're using up our resources? I think we truly need to be looking at this hard. I mean, we can't afford to get any more farmers' land away just so water can be diverted to something else. There's truly enough empirical evidence in all of these other states about how big of an impact these data centers are having. And so I truly wish that before we go through and just allow them to start building, you know, it's like Nancy Pelosi. We'll build it, and then we'll see what all comes about. That's just should not be the case. We need to study this very carefully and make sure that we're doing the right thing. when I had read somewhere that Arizona has more than a third of all of the data centers in this state. It's moving too fast. We're all going to regret it here. We all know Arizona. Colorado River's drying up. Water is such a precious resource here. And then the talk about these data centers saying, oh, well, we're not going to use water. Oh, we're just going to use forced air. What is this, Alaska? You know, I'm sorry. It's just very discouraging to think about just the water factor alone, and for the talk about the spiel from some of these data center proponents about how great it's going to be, and all we're getting is, oh, we got to beat China. It's like, how does this help Pinal County? How does this? Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am in the front, I'll come to you after the lady right back here in the center. And I know you've had your hand up before, I just didn't.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Black. I'm from Casa Grande, and I want to talk about items 21 and 22. 3,385 acres. Can anyone visualize that for me? What about 500 acres? I'll tell you how big 500 acres is. That is the land used in Disneyland, California Adventure, Disney's 3 resorts, and Downtown Disney combined. 3,385 acres, 6.77 times the size. 59 colossal heat boxes that rely on our resources to run. As Vermaland builds on our land, they will receive tax breaks while our public resources feed the machine. Data centers are causing irreversible ecological damage by pumping more greenhouse gases into our atmosphere, emitting heat from running the center, and these things create noise and light pollution, ruining the locals' quality of life while stripping vital resources from our children and grandchildren. The proposed project will not bring more needed jobs into the county. To build it, sure, maybe, if they hire locally. Once this project is finished, however, there will be near nothing the community will benefit from it. Data shows that each building would only need 5 to 10 employees to run and roughly 70 on the on-site power plant. 3,385 acres. That is 5.289 square miles. 5.289 square miles of buildings, spaces that we, the public, cannot access or benefit long-term from, all while during a housing crisis. You have a decision to make that will affect the future of this country for generations. Public outcry against data centers is rising. I ask that you be on the resident side of history. I ask that this board vote no on data centers in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Stop. No, you're fine. No clapping. No, you're fine. I'm just going to say, though, that if everybody keeps wanting to talk about 21 and 22, it's going to take forever. That's going to come. So if you want to talk about LOSA, please just hold your horses and wait. So the rest of the call to the public, if we could just keep it on something different, that would be great. Ma'am, you're in the front.
To the Board of Supervisors.
Can you please move to the microphone? There you go. Thank you.
I should introduce myself also. I'm Pastor Ruth Conrad. I live here in Pinal County for the past 16 years, a resident of Arizona for 37 years. I'm also an educator for the past 20 years, master's from ASU. I want to talk to you gentlemen directly today, all of you, because I feel that we, as citizens of Pinal County, we deserve better than just to be known for our prisons, our detention centers, and data centers in Pinal County. Supervisors, each one of you is here for a term, and you're going to leave a legacy. What that legacy is going to be determined by your actions and your ethics. You should want future generations that live in Pinal County to have a healthy environment. I know I do. I'm not going to talk about the detrimental effects of data centers, because I believe everybody in this room that knows how to use Google has already found out. So based on the information that you saw there, you should be able to make the most intelligent decision as to whether another data center is going to be good for Pinal County. Now, if my counting is up to par, we stand to gain 4. Now, normally those data centers are built in places that have a cooler climate, because then they don't need as much electricity. What is cool about Pinal County? We live in one of the hottest places in this country. We don't need the data centers. They draw almost as much electricity as a small city. I think there's other things that we can do in Pinal County that would benefit the citizens better than building another data center. So I'm asking you to look at the data, use all the resources available to you, and then make the most intelligent decision that you can. Because what you leave to us is our legacy. So how do you want to be remembered? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reveles.
Roberto Reveles, resident of Gold Canyon. Mr. Chairman, members, tragically but cathartically, Pinal County's overloaded sewage system accumulated over the last 10 years by Sheriff Mark Lamb has burst open today over his desecration of the words God, family, and freedom. The past week's reporting on Lamb's ambitious and ruthless political career has revealed, however, the corruption and personal damage that results from our failure to hold extremist office holders accountable when they begin to reveal themselves. Lack of accountability when Lamb began abusing county public facilities and personnel for filmmaking self-aggrandizement, when he refused to enforce life-saving public health masking recommendations, when he dehumanized immigrant families seeking opportunity, refuge, and freedom, when he perjured himself in order to establish one of his flawed nonprofit law enforcement associations. No accountability as he and his allies promote big lie conspiracies that see non-existent stolen elections, but do not see January 6th violence against our nation's capital. Lack of accountability continues to manifest itself by silence that signals approval of President Trump's proposal for using $1.8 billion slush fund to compensate convicted January 6th rioters. It's long past time for accountability. I'm personally affronted because 10 years ago, he sought me out before he announced his bid for the sheriff's office and asked to meet with me at my home. We met for several hours, assuring me that he would perform as a professional in community policing, aware of my openly critical observations of his predecessor, Sheriff Paul Bibu. I mention this because, like many among our community's civic life participants, I've been publicly accosted by Mark Lamb here in this very chamber during the many instances when I've questioned his flawed public policy stances. I encourage any doubting members of our Board of Supervisors and others of Lamb supporters to stand strong against partisan political pressure as we enter a critical election season. I suggest that you exercise your fiduciary responsibility for a demonstrably needed independent performance and financial audits of the sheriff's office with a goal of identifying and reforming whatever weaknesses lie that gave rise to Mark Lamb. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any others that wish to speak on something other than item 21 or 22? Hearing or seeing none, we will close the call to the public. Thank you, and we will, good? We're going to take a 5-minute break. 5-minute.
Good.
5 minutes. Around. Okay, next item up is discussion, approval, disapproval, school superintendent end of the year report for special programs. This is continued from May 6, 2026 board meeting. It would be Ms. Broussard, but I'm guessing she's not here. But Joel, you're here, so come on down.
We shut those doors.
Yeah, can we, deputies, wherever you are, can we shut the doors outside, cut down the noise, please? Yeah. And so this was pulled because Mr. Reck had questions, but I don't see Mr. Reck here. Oh, there we go. Hello, Mr. Revelis.
This is on a continued.
It is continued, yes. You may, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Roberto Revelis, resident of Gold Canyon. However, I was asked by Noel Reck, who is unable to be here, to read his comments that he had originally asked that it be pulled, and you placed it on the continued case.
That would be fine, thank you.
So his words.
You're better looking than Mr. Reck, by the way, just saying.
I may what?
You're better looking than Mr. Reck, so we appreciate it.
Flattery will not get you my vote. I can't vote for you. Noel Reck is unable to be here today. He indicated that before today, he twice submitted specific questions to School Superintendent Broussard so that she would be prepared to provide answers to those questions today. He asked me to read the following comment containing those questions. Superintendent of Schools, reading the report, I was pleased to see educational services being provided in such areas as professional development, classroom support, mentoring programs, and more. I was surprised to see mention of private schools being involved. How does that involvement square with federal regulations and mandates? County services that focus on state standards, statewide achievement tests, learning accountability systems, support staff para-pro testing, and actions for equity and inclusion in math education, ? The last item really surprised me, as DEI is the boogeyman of the Department of Education, what's left of it, and the Republican state legislature. The county is not going to be in trouble over that, ? Is there concern for possible clawbacks? If so, ? Keeping in mind private schools and the $1 billion voucher program rife with abuse that was crammed down our throats by Governor Ducey and the legislature after voters overwhelmingly voted against it, I'm asking, what is your position on the two competing ballot issues regarding voucher reforms? ? End of Noel Reck's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Revelis. Do you care to respond to that? I know Ms. Broussard is on the phone, are you not? I am. You am, okay, good. Okay, would you like to respond, or would you like Joel to respond to that?
Well, I would like Joel to respond to the comments regarding the report, and then I can respond to the ESA question.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and Board. Just a couple things on...
Please state your name and all that.
Joel Villegas, I am the Associate Superintendent, Director of our local Pinal County Education Service Agency. In terms of the private schools, just stating State Statute 15301, Section C, just to clarify that the Office of County Superintendent under the duties is designated as a local education agency for the purpose of serving as an education service agency that is eligible to receive and spend local, state, federal monies to provide programs and services to school districts, charter schools, county free library districts, municipal libraries, nonprofit and public libraries, tribal libraries, private schools, and tribal schools within the county. So that's part of the duties. A lot of the services we provide are consortium-based and some fee-based. There have been private schools that have been part of our services consortium, which they pay into. At this time, we do not have any private schools being served, but if they reach out, they can be. The second section, just on the report regarding student access to high-level math courses, our increasing focus of training in mathematics education, that was referred to as inclusion programs. That is not really a program, so I'm just going to clarify why that was written into the report. Higher level math courses like honors math, AP math, calculus, et cetera, are becoming a gatekeeper for students not being able to get into college if they're college bound and or receive awards, scholarships, opportunities. And those higher level math courses depend on students being algebra ready by 8th grade. So this is not a high school problem. This is something that starts at kindergarten through 8th grade. Students having the instruction in mathematics to the level where when they enter 9th grade, they are able to stay on track to get those higher level courses. And a lot of students are not being algebra ready at this time, and so they get remediated, or they'll take Algebra 1, and if they fail, then they have to double up on math, they get discouraged, they drop courses, and some of them scrape by and graduate and might not have access to the higher level math courses. So what our department is focused on is content knowledge development and pedagogical skill development for teachers, and that's what we provide, training to teachers so they could then teach effectively. Our change agent isn't students. Our change agent is teachers with this professional development, but the end goal is to increase the student achievement. And so that's why it does say foster mindset so that all students can understand and engage rigorous mathematics and learning. So this is not referring to any DEI type programs, it's just clarification that we want access for all students to have access to higher level mathematics instruction through teacher development. So hopefully I clarified. If anyone has any questions on that portion of the report.
Let me ask, thank you. Mr. Revelis, does that answer some of the questions? As a surrogate for Mr. Reck?
I assured Mr. Reck that I would not be prepared to answer any question, ask any question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now, Ms. Broussard, you're up there someplace?
Yeah, I'm up here.
There you go. And you wanted to respond to another part of the questions?
Yes, I believe the question was, what are my personal thoughts on ESAs, that'd be the Empowerment Scholarship Accounts. And because we're a little delayed, can I just get a confirmation that that was the question?
I believe that was the question. Is that fair to say, Mr. Revelis? That was the question? Yes. Yes, I'm seeing a nod.
Okay. My personal thoughts are I am a strong supporter in school choice. I think that the state is trying to play catch up with the management of the ESA funds and the ESA program since the universal expansion to every student in Arizona. And it is having a negative impact on our public schools. But I believe every parent has the right to choose what's best for their child.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. Are there any other?
That's it.
Okay. Any questions from the board at this time? None. Thank you, Mr. Villegas. Mr. Reveles, did you have any more questions for Mr. Reck? No, okay. In that case, I'd ask for a motion, please, for item 14.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve item number 14 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 15 is public hearing discussion.
Everyone else has left the call.
Thank you, Elvis. Okay. Public hearing, let's see, item 15 is a public hearing and discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution number 052726-RD25-121, ordering the abandonment and extinguishment of a roadway easement. Mr. Ortiz, I did a, lead in for you there, man.
Appreciate it. Joe Ortiz, Pinal County Development Services Managing Director. Item 15 relates to a abandonment request for Winter Street, which is located in Oracle. It was developed through a town site map of Oracle back in 1930. Quick background so you get a little context. Winter Street is there on the map in the hatched magenta color, running east-west, and this request originated through an MLD request to combine 4 of those parcels that are highlighted in the different shades of color, purple, orange, green, and light blue. And Winter Street goes right through the middle of those. In order to do the MLD, this abandonment needs to happen. And reality, I kind of consider this abandonment more of a cleanup item. Some more background. Back in 1956, there was an abandonment of, what's it called? Not church, but Cherry Road, which is just east of this site, and it connected into Winter Street. In 1966, another abandonment request came through for Church Street, and in that 1966 abandonment, that's where the cloud comes into play, because the legal description describes one thing, but their exhibit kind of shows this magenta color being part of that abandonment. So there may have been some attempt back then in 1966 to have that abandoned, but it was kind of cloudy. So that's kind of why we're here today, is trying to get that cleaned up. There's no county road maintenance in this area. We don't plan to do any road maintenance in this area. We went through the utilities. The utilities are okay with the abandonment. And I think, like I said, it's necessary for that MLD to happen. And like I said, from our standpoint, there's no need to have that. So that's kind of what we're trying to do today, is try to get that cleaned up for this.
Okay, thank you.
There's a look at it. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Ortiz? Okay, so this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. We'll open the public hearing, and I have one card from Maurice Ramsey. Are you here somewhere in one of these rooms? Oh, right there.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Supervisors. My name is Ramsey, and I'm the property owner, and I've worked with Mr. Robles. I'm retired Air Force. I spent time managing the cemetery, the churches and stuff, and we had Church Street abandoned. We had Winter Street closed all the way through the cemetery. And I was just getting things together because I'm getting to be 90 years old, so Winter Street was never there. It's never been seen. It's never been graded, and I think Mr. Robles covered, but I would like to just have it closed with the other closures I've had done.
So you agree with the abandonment of that? Okay.
Yes.
Because it says here opposed, so I'm just trying to figure out. Okay. You agree with it, though? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I probably didn't read it right.
That's okay.
When you get to be my age, you don't read too good.
You get an excuse. You get an excuse. It's okay.
Besides, I graduated from Florence High School in 1954. Gophers.
Hey.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramsey. Appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You betcha. Are there any others who wish to speak on this item? Hearing, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And thank you, Mr. Ortiz, Mr. Ramsey. Any questions from the board here? Hearing, seeing none, make it a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 15 as written.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Item 16 is discussion approval, disapproval of resolution number 2026-PZ-PD-008-26. And Mr. Pachenko, good morning.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Well, whatever
Vice
it
Chair,
is,
Supervisors. My name is Valentin Pachenko, Senior Planner, here to present to you case PZPD 00826. This is a request of approval of a planned redevelopment overlay district amendment to remove about 5 acres from the existing Las Praderas subdivision PED that was previously established on the PZPD 02522. That's located at intersection of East Ocotillo Road and North Canarsie Road within the town of Santan Valley, District 2. This is a general location for the site. This is current zoning. As you can see, this site in purple, that's zoned as CB2 commercial, and the parcel to the north is also zoned as CB2. Here is a vicinity map, aerial map that's within incorporated town, some general pictures from the view of the site, notices. And speaking about history of this site, I will actually use this map. So originally, the parcel to the north of current request that labeled it here as another part, it was rezoned to commercial back in 1980. What is 80? Sorry, 84. It was commercial from that point of time, and then in 2000 there was a PED with a subdivision that to the south, and the whole subdivision was built through two-part residential and commercial portion, which is current parcel under this request, and it was developed on the PED because that was a part of larger subdivision. Most likely because of the ownership difference, there was different owners for the parcel at the corner and the subdivision. The parcel at the corner was never included in subdivision PED, so they existed separately. But now recently, both of those commercial parcels owned by the same owner, and owner would like to develop the site as a worship site for the church, and they actually applied for the site plan review, already in review by the county, but according to county code, they would need to meet all the setback requirements along the parcel lines, so they want to avoid this requirement. They want to combine two of those parcels. But again, our code doesn't allow to combine two parcels that has different zonings, because technically parcel to the north has zoning CB2 and parcel to the south has zoning CB2/PED. So applicant request is to remove the CB2 portion from PED, so it will be just plain CB2 zoning, so they will be able to combine this parcel and proceed with site plan. Generally, they want just to build a church on this property. The surrounding areas is already developing residential, suburban growth area. It's part of the incorporated town. There will be no concerns regarding removal from PD from this portion of CB2 commercial, because in that PD there was no specific development standards for this commercial, nothing extra to the code, so it's basically just a technical procedure. And it was previously included because of the requirements to provide subdivision with commercial. So there is no additional extra development standards that will be removed if this request will be approved. And if this request will be approved, then this land will become a straight CB2 zone without any additional requirements and any connection to the PD overlay district. And a landowner will be able to proceed with combining those two parcels. They have also dedication of the right-of-way to county, or most likely it will happen already with a new town, and develop the church site. There is no letters of support or opposition for this case, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval for this PD severance case. And as well, there is no stipulations for this case.
Thank you. Okay, are there any questions real quickly for Mr. Pachenko?
I have a question, I have a comment.
You can, okay, well, that works.
Cleaning it up, but.
We're just a big eraser here is what I'm saying.
I'm all for this, and I really actually wish the process was a little bit simpler in a lot of ways, because the next step is going to be really hard when you go to combined. I don't know if it happens here in Pinal County, but good luck, and I'm supportive of this.
Okay. Another comment, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the question. I'm assuming that Santan, the town has no issue with this. We've spoken with them. I understand what it's for, and I'm 100% for a church to be built there. Is that going to create any problem long-term for them?
For whom? For town or for?
The town of Santan, yeah.
Church.
The church, yeah.
I can't speak for the town, but I do know that they've been involved in all the discussions and everything centered around this. We have the mayor himself sits on our Planning and Zoning Committee at this point, so, yeah, they've had no issues with this. This has been in the works now for several years of this particular church being built right there in this location. This is just a clerical issue that came up. That's what this is all about, just trying to straighten it out and get in line with our processes is all. That's what my understanding is.
And we're in the process of handing it over. It's just all kind of up in the air at the moment. It's a juggling match. Okay, thank you, Mr. Pachenko. Any other questions, comments? No. This is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? Hearing seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And if there's no other questions from the board, I'll ask for a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 16 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
Those stipulations.
Correct, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve this item number 16 as presented with no stipulations.
Okay.
And I'll second it again.
You'll do that one. Okay, that's fine. So I have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Item 17, let's see, there's a whole talking thing about resolution number 2026 PZPA 02725. This is items 17, 18, 19 to be heard as a group, and we'll vote separately, obviously, on these. And Ms. Doker, you're up. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. Sangeeta Deokar, Planning Supervisor, presenting the next three cases. Desert Springs Ranch. The first case is that of the land use change. The second is the rezone. And the third is the bad overlay for the same. So the first case is a non-major comprehensive plan amendment redesignating 102.36 acres from moderate low-density residential, which is 1 to 3.5 dwelling units per acre, and high-intensity activity center to a medium-density residential, which is increasing its to 3.5 to 8 dwelling units per acre. The same area is for a rezone. Existing rezone is 8.15 acres park model and RVP, and 94.21 acres of existing CR3 zoning, to a total acreage of 102.36 acres for the park model and recreational vehicle park model 435. That is going to be the new rezone. And a pad overlay for the same area for 102.36 acres for the Desert Springs Ranch. The size, as stated, is 102.36 acres. Location is southwest corner for off the South Montgomery Road and West Selma Highway in the Casa Grande area. We have the owner, Kashmir Homes LLC, Boyd Smith, present today. Agent Rose Law Group and Chris Webb representing them. This is the location of the county map of the proposed Desert Springs Ranch. You can see that it is in the central west portion of the county map along I-8. Further into the area map showing the extent of the project area in red. It has got two zonings, RVP and CR3. You can see the surrounding zoning SR to the west. We have RV to the north and GR to the south of this. This is the comprehensive plan existing, which is showing the moderate low density residential and the high intensity activity center in the sliver portion of that parcel to the south. It's a narrow part. And this is the total area showed in dotted line requesting for a medium density residential, increasing the density. This is the aerial map existing. One can see that in the grain and texture, the SR zoning to the west, and you can also see that portions of the central area being partially developed as a golf course and some portions to the north as RVs. This is the zoning map, again, further showing the same area hatched and also the extent of the 600 feet boundary that the property owners were notified. Some site posting pictures around the area and the site. Some items for the board's consideration. The Desert Springs project proposal is total for the 103.6 acres. The land use designation is from moderate low density and high intensity to the medium density residential, which is increasing the density to 3.5 to 8 units. Location and context is very important. It is an interesting area that has seen growth in the past 5 years. It's developing as an employment corridor, increasing the need for housing in the region. The project in pipeline in this area are the Project Bella, Project Midway, the RV boat storage, Tessa to the south, and Griffin Energy Project. You can see that from the map over here, the location shown in the star. It's just north of the existing high-intensity activity center. To the south is the Tessa, and the development happening along this I-8, increasing the need for housing. Rezoning with the pad overlay is requested again for this area. It was rezoned in 2006 for 389 lots, and it had a CR3 zoning with a pad overlay, and it has remained vacant till date. The request is to increase it to 454 additional units with tiny homes that are similar to scale in the park model. This is a new typology, which is tiny homes being introduced in this case. And the timing coincides with Pinal County receiving funding from the AZ Department of Housing to address current and future housing needs. It would be a case where this could be looked into as affordable to local residents, which increases supply to the housing market and numbers, increasing the density. It also takes care of the workforce housing required in an area that is developing with employment needs and prospects. And of course, the housing diversity as an additional alternative housing type, smaller household for workers and retirees and single owners. Items that one can look into this is the proposed land use that shows that the overall project density is 5.41 dwelling units per acre, and the lot sizes that have been shown is our existing lots are 1,500 square feet, which is 50 by 30 that are already existing, which is already developed in the northern portion of the parcel. And the new lots that have been requested are 2,000 square feet, which is 50 by 40 feet. So increased density as proposed is 5.41. And these are the development standards that are actually following the similar development standards as the PMRVP 435 zoning district as existing in our zoning code. There's no changes that have been proposed. There is the minimum lot area, screening, setbacks all remain the same. This is the Desert Springs Ranch site plan shared, which shows the features for 2 entry points along the Montgomery Road. Open spaces as 46% active and passive, which includes the golf course, pools, pickleball, the clubhouse. The lot spaces, as shared earlier, there are existing spaces that are 100 spaces that are 50 by 30, and proposed are 454 spaces additional. The retention basins, landscape tracks, and drainage and traffic would be addressed further down in the site plan level when it moves forward, if approved. Public responses, we received 1 letter in support, and Planning and Zoning recommended approval for all the 3 cases to the board with 9-0 vote for all the 3 cases. I'm open for any questions. We also have a presentation from the applicant, and I'll open the board to.
Thank you, Ms. Stoker. Any questions from the board? Not seeing or hearing any. I would ask if the applicant is here, if you'd like to present, please.
Chair McClure, member of the Supervisors, John Gillespie with the Rose Law Group. I do have a presentation prepared, but I'm thankful for staff, the presentation that was given, and we had a robust conversation at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I'm thankful to you for having already reviewed our packet, and we're grateful to be here on behalf of Kashmir Homes. They bought this site in 2017. We think they've done a nice job of cleaning up the park and making it a nice community amenity with the golf course, and now we get to see some additions there to keep that good thing going. So if you have any questions or comments, I'd be happy to take that.
Any questions?
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to ask, what are these going to go for? Any idea? I'm just curious. I don't know what 400 square foot looks like. My basement's 1,800 square feet, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, Chair, Supervisor Vitiello, good question. But obviously, that's a question for the market to kind of decide. But it is, we see this very much as a workforce option, and seasonal visitors as well will be attracted to come and visit the site. So it's the construction of the home itself is and I'll have Boyd correct me if I'm wrong, but it's less than $100,000 to build. Okay. So it's
beautiful.
It's a good option. Yeah.
Any other questions? That's it. Oh, no, it's not either. Mr. Miller, Supervisor.
Not really a question, but the tiny home industry, I think, is really something that's taken off. And even the building codes now have specifics to what's required in these tiny homes and that type of stuff. So I think it's a market, it's a real niche market, but it is something we need, and it will be shelter that'll be safe and sound for people to reside in. So I'm excited to see it. Boyd's done a great job out there, and hope to see him success, more success.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Any other questions? Hearing, seeing none. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open a collective public hearing for agenda items 17, 18, and 19. Are there any from the public that wish to speak on this item? Okay, hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and I'll ask for motion on item 17.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 17 as presented with no stipulations.
There you go. I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Item 18, may I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 18 as presented with one stipulation.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Item 19, please make it a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve item number 19 as presented with 18 stipulations.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Whoops. We'll do item 20. Just as a warning, we're going to stop at 1 o'clock for about 30 minutes. So I know that that's disappointing for some of you, but we're going to, just so far, I've got about 60 cards for items 21 and 22. Just as a reference, that's 3 hours of talking. So, we're going to do item 20, so don't go, anyway. So let's do item 20 first. Item 20 is discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution 2026-SUP-011-25. And I've got Mr. Amaya. How are you today, sir?
Hello, Chair, members of the board. Thank you for being here. So as stated before, this is SUP 011-25. It is for the Vertical Bridge Saddlebags Wireless Facility. That is the name of it. That's how it came up. So for the proposal, they are proposing a 85-foot wireless tower, including the branches for Verizon, as a excuse me, as a eucalyptus tree on a 4.2-acre site. It is located on North Gary Road, north of West Daniels Road intersection. It is generally located about half a mile west of the incorporated town of Santan Valley. It is owned by Magic Kingdom LLC, and then the applicant is Tom Johnson of TSJ Consulting. So this shows the county map of the site. It is located kind of like a square in between Santan Valley, Queen Creek, and the surrounding areas. This is the current zoning of it. It is SR, and then as I said before, they are requesting the wireless facility. So this is the vicinity map. The brownish color to the east of it is the town of Santan, so it shows that it's not within the incorporated boundaries of Santan Valley. And then this is the current aerial of it. And then these are the site photos of the site when our staff put out the notices. This is the broadcast sign that was put out by the applicants. And then for the surrounding use, it is surrounded by single-family residential. And then according to the applicant, the proposed monopole will provide essential infrastructure and coverage and capacity for residents and businesses, and will help support the public safety, economic development, overall quality of life in the community. And then the site is currently being used as a landscape supply yard. This is a submitted site plan of the area. You can see the pole on the top right corner. And then this is a site plan of the entire parcel. So this shows the maps of the pre and post coverage, the pre on the left and the post on the right. So this is a simulation of the proposed mono-eucalyptus tree. It's not a pine tree. And then
Getting some variety, are we now?
Sorry, I should say 85-foot monopole. But it will, the mono-eucalyptus will conceal all the antennas, and the bark will be treated as it. And then it is within a 50 by 100-foot compound on the surrounded by an 8-foot masonry wall. And then the access will be on a gravel utility easement connecting the compound to North Gary Road. Salt River Project will be providing electricity to the site. And then the facility will be unmanned with only periodic technician visits for, after construction, just for maintenance. So for our code, mono-eucalyptuses are not really, not in the code. The closest thing we could find is the monopine, which are permitted up to 90 feet. It does meet all the setbacks with having 1 foot setback per foot of the height, and it will follow the lighting code zone 1 standards. As of this date, we have received 8 letters of opposition from the members of the public. And then at the March 19th Planning and Zoning Commission, the Planning Commission, Planning Commission recommended approval of this 5-2, subject to the 21 stipulations. Now, in between the Planning and Zoning Commission and today, the applicant has requested amending one of the stipulations, which is number 20. Staff has looked at it with the help of Public Works to amend the current stipulation to be as follows, as shown. And then should you recommend approval for this SUP, we are recommending the 21 stipulations, including the amended verbiage for stipulation 20.
Can you go back to 20, please?
So this would, the amended version would remove the all-weather 28-foot paved access road. It would just be, because it's already being used as a landscape yard, it would create a little bit of a difficulties with the current use as the landscape yard. That's why they requested that.
So it's just staying gravel?
Yes.
It's a landscape yard already.
It's a landscape yard with a cell tower in it.
Do you have any more questions, or am I able to move forward?
Please go ahead.
And then I'm happy to answer any questions for you. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Amaya?
That's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. Now, it's not a pine tree.
It's not a pine tree. Not a palm tree. I mean, you know, it's eucalyptus. They're beautiful, right? You have koalas growing it. It'd be great.
I love eucalyptus.
Okay, no questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Is there's no applicant present? Oh, I'm sorry, you're here. It says you're not, so I'm just saying, you know.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Johnson, here on behalf of Verizon and Vertical Bridge, representing this project. Thank you, staff, for the presentation today. As mentioned, this is a new 80-foot tall mono-eucalyptus structure with an 84-foot overall height, including the lightning rod, surrounded by a enclosed lease area that will house the radio equipment at the base of the structure. We did have a community meeting previously, as noted. The community meeting did show about 4 people came out in opposition and discussed some, basically it was a lot of design components at that time. It was originally designed as a straight monopole. We took this back, discussed it with the team, and decided to alter the design to a mono-eucalyptus. The eucalyptus tree is something that it is better camouflaging capabilities than a pine tree. I know that you're used to the pine tree look, but the durability, the lifelong longevity of a eucalyptus tree is better than the pine tree. Also conceals the antenna structure better than the pine tree does, because as you know, the pine tree is conical in shape. Basically, eucalyptus tree is the reverse of that. So you get all the structure hidden within the branches. The overall objective of this site is to enhance the communications within the immediate area. Obviously, the area is growing, infrastructure is needed. As the communities grow, wireless infrastructure needs to be supported. You've got emergency services that also rely heavily on wireless infrastructure. So that's the basis and the objective of fulfilling the service for this area. Staff, I think, provided a lot of the conversation piece for where we've been, where we're going today, and I'd love to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions for Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir. Just want to ask, at the planning and zoning meeting, there was no issue with that stipulation. Why the change?
As we came back and looked at it, the realism behind what the impact is to the property. So the way that it was addressed, it would go right down the middle of the property and create a unusable portion of his property because it is a landscape yard. And so there's, you've got travel ways, you've got pots and staging areas and et cetera. Whereas if we had to come in and do a full paved road, that would impact the property. And on top of that, it's already a usable dirt surface compacted road. Our use is once a quarter, once a month at most. It's excessive for that use.
Okay, I was just curious why at the meeting you were okay with it, and now there's the change.
Yep.
It had nothing to do with you have to pave it, I guess, right? Because it's the financials portion.
Yeah, it was a combination of several factors.
Okay. I was just curious, guys. I watched it, and I was just curious why there was a change.
Yep.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Johnson? No. Okay, this is a public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yep.
It's a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing. Anyone from the public care to speak on this item? No. Okay, I will now, I don't see anyone, so I will close public hearing, and if there are no more.
Chairman?
Ma'am.
Yes, before we go into the actual motion, staff needs to read stipulation number 20 into the record.
Okay, staff, Amaya.
Yes. So the amended stipulation would read, public access shall be provided to and from the development. Approval of adequate access by the county engineer shall be a condition of approval of the site plan by the board, and go on to the next stipulation. It would.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Amaya. That satisfies the stipulation change? Okay. And so, let's see, we close that. So are there any other questions at all? Hearing none, may I get a motion, please, on item 20?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve item number 20 is presented with the 21 stipulations and the amended verbiage. Is that good enough?
As read into the record?
As read into the record.
That's
As
the
read
one.
into the record.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. I did say we're going to break at 1. I'm going to put one small piece in here because I can get this out pretty quickly. Mr. Ortiz, you're going to be up. This is a discussion, approval, disapproval of a donation agreement between Pinal County as donor and Thunderbird Fire District as donee for the donation of real property located on Ralston Road. I think this won't be much of a work, and then we will be breaking for 30 minutes after this.
Good afternoon, Joe Ortiz, Pinal County Development Services Managing Director. Appreciate the bump up. This item is a request to donate property. And just for clarification, there is a dollar amount attached to this donation, but it's not for the acquisition itself. It's more of the incidental background stuff that we had to do in order to make this happen. We had to go through an MLD process. We had to split the property into four parcels. So that's where this $18,000 comes from.
Can someone please shut the doors back there?
Or tell everybody to leave.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
So as mentioned, it's not necessarily for the acquisition itself or the property. It's more the incidental stuff, the background stuff that we had to do to get it sellable. This was one giant parcel over in the Hidden Valley area. It's a little background too. So this parcel in the past was being leased to Thunderbird Fire District, and over the years they've continued to lease. We just kind of felt both sides that it's probably a better use if we just go ahead and make the sale. So that's kind of how this all developed. And one more item on this as well. So if the action is it needs to be a unanimous action item. So we also have representatives from Thunderbird Fire District here that would like to say a few words if possible.
Sure, that'd be great. Thunderbird Fire, come on, Mr. Alcott, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
It's been a while.
Been a day or two, hasn't it?
Day or two, you bet.
My name's Chief Alan Alcott with Thunderbird Fire District. Like to just approach the board and appreciate Chairman, you all taking your time to take a look at this. I've been with the fire district for going on 32 years now. We've had the same building the whole time. We've made some upgrades, made some updates, and tried to be the best stewards we can of the community's property. This venture we're into now is a good benefit for us as a fire district, and the plans we have moving forward for the future. So I appreciate you guys' time and interest in this, and I appreciate a unanimous vote.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions from anyone from the board on this item? Very well. Chief, don't go away, because I think we'll hold a second. I mean, stay there, but don't go anywhere. Just sit down. Okay, so on this item, let's see, I'm going to ask for a motion on item 23, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to proudly make a motion and hopefully get a unanimous decision on this one to item 23, well-deserved for the fire department that does an amazing job of what they got to work with. So I make a motion to approve this.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Thank you very much. And now, Chief, and whoever you are, I don't know you, but I think Supervisor Vidiello, the whole thing? Oh, we're going to take a whole group picture, okay. And then after this, we'll be recessing for 30 minutes.
Recess is now for 32 minutes.
Did he go to lunch? He didn't go to lunch. Yes, yes, he did.
Yeah, I should have thought it was Steve Watson.
If you guys want to practice, I'll take a test picture. Sure.
Time's up. Sit
You
down.
gotta have it for Facebook. Sure. All right. Yep, come on, Rich. Breathe it. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Where's the real guy?
I do it now for the entertainment. You know what? Let's go, each one of you guys come on each side of her. Tighten up just a little bit. And then both you guys, there you go.
I'll be your.
There we go. And,
Thanks, Jennifer. You're a lifesaver.
okay, here we go, right here. Nice smiles. 3, 2. Awesome. We're gonna do it one more time.
where to find me.
We're adjourned for 30 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, recess. Well, I thought I said that. I want to be there, okay. Supervisors meeting here. And we will start with item number 21 and 22. They'll be heard simultaneously. This is, I imagine, what everybody's waiting for, the public hearing, discussion, approval, disapproval of ordinance number 2026-PZ-003-26 for rezoning of the area for La Osa. And Ms. Doker, you are up.
Good afternoon once again. Sangeeta Deokar, Planning Supervisor, presenting the next two cases, a rezone and a bad overlay for the La Osa Energy Center, PZ 003-26 and PZPD 003-26. So the first proposal is that of a rezone of 3,385 acres from general rural to 2,393 acres of industrial zoning, I3, and 992 acres of proposed open space. And the same area is requesting for a PAD overlay with the I3 zoning, developing an energy center. The location is along the green wash of the Santa Cruz Wash, south of Baumgartner Road, east of 11 Mile Corner, south of the city of Eloy. The total acreage, as stated earlier, is 3,385 acres. Landowner is Verma La Osa Ranch I-10, Sasco 3700 LLC, and Casa Grande 3677 Acres LLC. We have the agent representative, Coatridge from Rose Law Group, and Rob Klang, who's the agent from Vermaland LLC. This is the county map showing the location and with respect to the geographical area, and showing that it is the south of the central county and towards very close to the border of Pima, abutting Pima. The vicinity map showing the surrounding land owners, the blue represents the state land, and also BLM, which will be seen, and the yellow is also GR. And the project boundary, as you can see, is, it abuts the green wash, as stated, and it's kind of ribboned, and therefore the shape is the way it is. The aerial map, again, showing, and this gives a picture of how the project area abuts the green wash, and you can see that in this picture. The zoning map, as stated earlier, state land surrounding shown in the blue. You can also see that there's BLM to the further south in the southeast portion of the project area, and a couple of general rural to the north. And the purple is the employment, actually CI1 or CI2 zoning to the east of it. Baumgartner Road, as shown, is the main access to this project area. The current zoning for this whole area is GR, general rural, and the proposed zoning is I3 PAD and proposed open space. This is the 600 feet buffer notification area. The property owners that were reached out to around this project. The land use map, which was approved under the PZPA 011-25 last year, which came to the board, and it approved 3 land use classifications. One was the employment, the second was the general public facilities and services, and the proposed open space, which is leaving the area that is sensitive environmentally, which is containing the green wash. So employment area is 1,900 plus minus acres, 486 acres is general public facilities, and approximately 1,000 acres of open space. This is the land use map that was approved, and just to give a perspective of the project boundary and the purple areas that are shown in as the employment area, the green, which is crossing the project area to the north west, is the open space that is going to be left open. The blue is shown as the green general public facilities services, which approximates 486.51 acres, which houses the gas-fired power plants, and the open space is approximately 991 acres. The purple areas, as had told you, houses the data centers. Some site posting pictures. Site conditions and surroundings. The project area is along the Green Canal of the Santa Cruz Wash, and it is in the extended planning area of the city of Eloy with no houses or any residential development. Portions of the project area does have the multi-use trail corridors that traverse across the parcels. It is largely undeveloped private land. The rezone from GR to I3 is what is proposed, and along with 991 acres of open space. I3 zoning is for 2,393 acres. It is in the south of Eloy, remote, rural, with no houses. Again, access along the RSR, which is the Baumgartner Road. There are two existing transmission lines that cross the project area, east, west, north, and south. And there is a gas pipeline within 2.5 miles to the south, going diagonally northwest to southeast. Trails would be developed per county standards and as per the OSRAM guideline manual per Pinal County. Flood permits, traffic, on-site and off-site improvements would be addressed at a site plan stage as Pinal County standards approved by the Pinal County engineer. Some items for consideration again, total acreage as stated 3,385, of which 991 is going to be open space, which amounts to approximately 29% of that. And the developable acreage is 2,393. Utilities as shared in this slide, sewer is going to be septic, water is private well, turned over to global water as development grows. Electric is going to be ED4 that is going to be handled. There is a fire station that is being proposed. I'll talk about that moving forward into the site plan. Some of the allowed uses that are there are all related to the data center and the gas-fired power plant. The ones which are highlighted yellow are not going to be permitted. And there's an asterisk on the manufacture, maintenance, and assembling painting portion, which is shown below as a note stating only ancillary uses that support or complement the operations and requirements of a data center, gas-fired power plant, and a battery storage would be permitted. This is again a perspective of the aerial map along with the open space map as per Pinal County Open Space and Trails Division. Showing the portions that have the open space and trails that have been agreed upon with the applicant to remain as open or to be developed based on further site plan analysis that would move forward at a site plan stage. This ensures that open space and connectivity is not disturbed. It follows the drainage patterns and directions. Trails within the project area would be developed by the applicant and connected at a regional scale, ensuring that the connections are not severed. They do remain connected. The riparian habitats and wildlife connectivity should continue as requested by Pinal County, and the applicant has agreed to that. This is a picture basically showing the natural infrastructure with the new urban infrastructure that is proposed to coexist. Some highlights of the site plan for the La Osa Energy project. This is going to be the first data center that has been proposed in Pinal County. It is looking at 3 phases. The first phase is the data center with the fire station, the northwest portion. The central portion is the gas generation plant with the data center buildings, and the southeast portion has a data center with additional gas generation plants. The maximum data center buildings as proposed in this site plan is 59 buildings across 2,000 plus acres. And gas-fired power plant, generation are 2 plants that have been requested in the general public facilities land use. There's industrial buffers abutting rural residential areas, having 50-foot buffer with screening on one of the following: landscaping, parking, decorative screening, berms, 3 feet in height, recreation zone, and areas for employees. However, these are going to be detailed out at a site plan level. These are a development, the proposal as shown is draft development exhibit. So this is the rezone exhibit map. You can see the green portions, that is the open space that's going to be left. If one calculates all the green put together, amounts to 991 acres. The purple or the blue, whatever, is the data center areas and the gas-fired power generation. Just to give you perspective, again, a development plan showing the green, the buildings that are shown and split in 3 phases. The first north, west, the central, and the southeast portion. The red dots indicate the location of the gas-fired power plants. As stated, this is a schematic development plan. Again, further into more details of this site plan draft. This has been also enlarged to scale to show that the northwest portion showing the portion that is open space and the data center buildings. Again, the eastern portion of the northwest. This goes into the central second phase, again showing the open space along with the red portion that is the gas-fired power plant with data center buildings. And the transmission line that crosses is also being shown. Further into the central portion showing additional open space and the data center buildings. Excuse me. This is the south east portion of the project area, and the red portions showing the gas-fired power plant and the data center buildings. Some schematic landscaping as shown with buffers, landscape trails to be developed. Again, this is a schematic presentation. This would be further detailed out at the site plan level. Public participation till date, when we submitted the documents to the board, we received 2 emails of opposition and 11 letters of support, most of them surrounding the project area. City of Eloy, the mayor showed a letter of support. It's been added in the packet and was submitted. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval to the board with 7-2 for both cases, 1 stipulation for the rezone case and 33 stipulations for the pad overlay. And staff received further approximately 50 letters yesterday. And for the record, I'm giving a copy of this. I think even the clerk of the board was added to all those emails. To sum up, some of the opposition letters that were received yesterday showed following concerns of environmental issues around the Green Canal, of water usage, private wells being strained, reducing drinking water supply, reduced water levels in the aquifer, air quality, fire concerns, heat island due to the heat generation, Utility bills increasing, industrial noise, BESS and data center buildings that generate that, loss of rural lifestyle, open space issues, desert landscape alterations, subsidence and fissures in the area have also been brought up in the emails. Contamination of water, groundwater, chemicals, absorption in the soils due to discharge of gas-fired power plants, and wildlife disruption and connectivity issues. These are kind of summing up some of the things that were highlighted in the emails that we received yesterday. We also received a letter of concern from the Coalition of Sonoran Desert Protection. They are not in opposition, however, they have some I would say, requests to the board to add some stipulations for landscaping and increasing the buffers. And I have shared a copy with Natasha, and you also have received that email that is increasing from 50 to 1,300 feet of buffers from the ensuring wildlife connectivity and ensuring that the riparian habitats are taken care of. In all of these letters yesterday, there was one letter of support. So that sums yesterday's reports, or I would say emails that we received from this property owners, not necessarily surrounding the property or the site area. This were overall from the Pinal County. And I'm open for any questions at this point. We also have a presentation from the applicant, and I open the board to.
Are there any questions for Ms. Stoker?
You said 50 emails. Was that just yesterday? Because we've got way more than 50 emails.
We received 50. I've counted, and I've made a copy. I'm not sure if there were some emails that were directly sent to the clerk of the board where I was not copied.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've seen all the ones that were sent to the clerk and sent out, and they were sent to all 5 of us, so.
Just recently.
Well, yesterday there was a string up, and this morning the same thing.
Chairman, I just want to ask, how many were letters at the planning and zoning meeting? Were there, do these count these 50? Or
No,
was there?
this is in addition yesterday. Yeah, so I stated that we received 2 emails of opposition and 11 letters of support at the planning and zoning.
And how many people were there at the planning and zoning meeting who opposed it, approximately? A lot.
I'm sorry, I will not remember exact numbers, but there were a couple of them that came in.
Okay. There are no further questions for Ms. Stoker. Very well, thank you.
Thank you.
And so the applicant is here.
Yes.
Mr. Ridge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Court Rich from the Rose Law Group. I'm happy to be here today on behalf of the applicant. And I think before I get started on my presentation, it probably makes sense to take a step back and just talk a little bit about how we got to this point with this case. And this started more than a year ago. We started the process in the county where we first went through the major comprehensive plan amendment phase for this project. We've had a great deal of support from the folks that live around and own land around this project throughout the process. With their help and their support, we went first to the Citizens Advisory Committee, where we received an almost unanimous recommendation of approval for the comprehensive plan amendment. We then went to the Planning Commission, where we again received an almost unanimous, I think it was 8-2 or something like that, recommendation of approval for the comprehensive plan amendment that would designate this as employment, which is necessary to take the step that we're taking today. Then we came to the Board of Supervisors late last year with that major comprehensive plan amendment and received a unanimous approval for that from you all, and we're appreciative of that. And all throughout the process, we went through the same public process that we're going through now. The meetings were public meetings were held, all of that. And until, well, let me do the next step. We then went to the Planning Commission a month or so ago. There was one person who stuck around the whole time to speak in opposition. And again, our neighboring landowners were there and wrote letters of support for the case, and they voted 7-2 in favor of this case. And so it wasn't until roughly the last week that these letters began being written, and that For whatever reason, folks, mostly that don't live in the area, have decided that this is something that they want to focus on and that's important, and I understand why, and I'll get to that. But that's where we find ourselves today. And with that backdrop, I haven't even seen these 50 letters or the hundreds or whatever you all have, so we don't even know the comments that have been made. We're going to certainly hear from them today. But with that backdrop, we have heard enough that we've reached a conclusion, and the owner wanted me to come here today and let you all know that he wants to make this project smaller. And that as a result of the input and the fact that this is the first data center to go through the zoning process in Pinal County. I know someone earlier made a comment like, we're known for data centers here. Well, we don't have a single one in Pinal County proper. You've never approved one. This is the first one. And gosh, it doesn't need to be this big. And so I'm going to give you my presentation, but what we want to impart on you all and leave you with and ask you for today is a continuance at the end of this after we hear from everybody, so we can go back and come back to you with a stipulation that would limit this to a gigawatt size, which would be no more than 11 buildings. This is an 80% reduction in the number of buildings. This turns what I understand caused concern of a very large data center project into a much more typical size data center project that we hope that will allow the county to get a better sense of understanding of this project, get their questions answered. And so when we get this, when we ask for your help with a continuance in approving that, we'd ask that you move it to August 12th to give us time to answer all your questions, to come back with a stipulation that works, that dramatically reduces the size of this, and will help you and the public continue to get educated. So let me move forward now. And this was prepared before we made this change. So there are some numbers in here that I will try to reduce by 80%, generally speaking, when I talk to you all about this. But let me go through and tell you about the project. First of all, what I think is the most important thing about this is the story of why it's in this location. The reason it's there, the reason it's proposed for there, is because of the access to energy infrastructure in the area. You can't just put these anywhere. There are key transmission lines, there are main gas pipelines, even not pictured on here, as many people know, there are numerous renewable energy projects, solar and battery energy storage projects that have been approved just within a few miles of this project. There are also key substations north of the project and south of the project, which make this the perfect space for a project that needs energy. Now, I've talked about this a little bit, but we had overwhelming support and continue to have overwhelming support from the folks in the area. Here are names of some of the supporters, some of whom are here today or have written letters, and I'll just leave that there for a minute, but all those letters are in your packet. And here's really what I think tells the story about why we got here so peacefully and why everyone's been supportive. If you look at this location, the project here is in orange. Green is private land where the owner has written a letter of support for this project. Blue is land owned by the state of Arizona, and yellow is land owned by the BLM. The story of this slide, and I'd really encourage everyone here to look at it, is that you can't find a better place for this. The local landowners are in favor of it, which you don't see. I work on these around the state, and often, it's everyone nearby is against it or something like that. But here, everyone nearby is for it, just about. And then a lot of the other land is owned by the state of Arizona, and they don't complain about these things. And they're developing that land for energy uses, for solar mostly. So I think that really, hopefully, helps tell the story about why here and why it's gotten so much support up until this time. Let me keep going. Water has obviously been the biggest issue, and I actually think the story of this project is an efficient use of water. It's the exact opposite of what everyone is saying and what everybody's hearing. Water is the champion of this story with this project. So in their zoning application, they have said that they will use, and that becomes the law of this case, but we're also happy to stipulate to it whatever you all want, that they will use a closed loop cooling system and will not use water for cooling. What that means is that once water and glycol, whatever the fluid is that they put in there, is sealed into vacuum sealed pipes at the beginning of the project, it never comes out. That water circulates through. They'll agree and stipulate to dry cooling and air cooling only, no water cooling. That means there will be no water use associated with cooling this project. Zero. It's the exact opposite of what we've seen around the country. More and more data centers in Arizona are using this technology because they know we're in a desert and because they know that it just doesn't fly to go do that here. And so I will tell you, every project I'm working on in Arizona is using this technology right now, and they will not be using water for cooling. So what does that mean? Here's an example from Microsoft. You can read that there, but beginning in 2024, Microsoft launched a new data center design that optimizes AI workloads and consumes zero water for cooling. By adopting chip-level cooling solutions, we can deliver precise temperature control without water evaporation. That's how the technology works. That's innovation solving this problem that everyone is concerned about. And we're glad to be able to solve it. We don't want to use water for cooling. So another one from Meta, you'll see the underlined part there. There is no operational water use in the cooling system. And water use at the site is minimal and limited to domestic and janitorial needs, meaning sinks and toilets will use water in these facilities, not the cooling. And then just another provider discussing their use of this technology. None of our data centers require routine daily water consumption for cooling. If you skip down, a large-scale data center actually consumes less water per square foot than an office building. So water, it's the exact opposite of everyone's concerns, and I'm glad that there are so many people here today. I know that there's all sorts of stuff on the internet about water, but the county here and this applicant have put in motion that will only use the technology that doesn't use water. Here's a comparison then when you look at the acreage that we have at this site, the 2,100 or whatever it is that are not in the open space. If you compare how much water other uses would use in this location, the gas plants would use, so we do have 2 gas plants proposed. With what we'd like to come back to you, we'd like to limit that to 1 gas plant and only 11 buildings, as I mentioned, but this is for the original project, would only use up to 600 acre-feet per year for cooling. That's for the gas plants there. I'm sorry, for the gas plants. A residential use on the same acreage would use 2,084 acre-feet. In industrial use on the same acreage, a typical industrial use would use 4,200 acre-feet, and farming would use over 9,000 acre-feet. Again, you're not going to get another industry that's going to use less water when we employ this technology to do such amount of economic development for the county. Here's a comparison, just agricultural water use in Pinal County. Some of you may know these numbers, but the agricultural sector uses over 1 million acre-feet of water per year in Pinal County. This project that's gotten so much attention about water will use, between the cooling of the data centers and the operation of the gas plant, will use 0.5% of that amount of water, 600 acre-feet. So I think this is a very, very efficient use of water, and that you can all be confident that that's the case. So at the full build-out that we had proposed, I was going to come in here and tell you that this was going to end up being, at build-out, the 4th largest employer in Pinal County, and there's some numbers there. As we scale that back to just 11 buildings, we'll still have hundreds of jobs at the end of the day, and we'll still have, I think a great story is, that's actually a typo on there, over the course of the 64,000 job years is what would be created for the full project. We're still going to have thousands of jobs in construction, building 11 buildings over the course of 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years. That's 4,000 or 5,000 jobs a year for a very long period of time. So again, these numbers are for the full build out, but we can amend those for you as we move forward. I want to just visually show again sort of another way to look at this from a jobs to water perspective. If you look at agriculture in Pinal County, creates 7,500 total jobs using 1 million acre-feet of water. This project was going to create, at the full build-out, 3,600 jobs using just over 600 acre, or around 600 acre-feet of water. Essentially, that's 800 times more jobs per acre-foot of water for this project than for agriculture in the county. It's just another way to look at the fact that this is a real job creator and that it uses very little water to do so. Here, I can skip over these because we're proposing a smaller project, but the tax money is real. If you divide this by 80% less, that's what you're looking at. But this is real money for districts that really need money, and that'll help put downward pressure on your tax rates for everybody in the county. Moving on from water to public safety, and the fire chief from Mappa Valley is here today. We've agreed with them. We've reached an agreement where we're donating a fire station. We're making per building payments to them as well. We're excited because that is going to expand fire and emergency services for not just for us, but to others that are nearby, which is perhaps yet another reason why the folks nearby support the project. It's good for the region. So here's the layout that we have today, and one of the key things I want to touch on, we touched on water. Power is the other big issue. This project is building and bringing its own power and is committed to paying for whatever's necessary to bring it its own power. The original proposal was 2 gas plants and battery energy storage. The new proposal with the reduced size that we'd like to come back to you with the stipulation would only allow 1 of those gas plants along with battery energy storage for the 11 buildings. We've been working very closely with the electrical district number 4, and there's a letter that you all received from them earlier this week confirming where the general manager writes, I want to ensure you and all the people of our district that both the developer and electrical district number 4 are committed to making sure every dollar of infrastructure needed to provide energy service to this project is paid for by the developer. So we've been told by the utility that we're going to have to do that. The owner of the project knows that he's going to have to do that and is prepared to do that and is bringing their own infrastructure as well. This, and there's a note there at the bottom of this screen, complies with the White House's recent ratepayer protection pledge, which they put out, which said, they're very much in favor of new AI data centers and data infrastructure, but they want to make sure it pays for itself. And so that was important to the developer here to make sure that they come through with that as well. Now, I've seen a lot of familiar faces in the hallway today and read a lot of comments on the chat boards and those kind of things from folks that, quite frankly, live very far away from this facility. And I just wanted to put a map here. I've said kind of this is an ideal place for this, and the folks that live around it want it there. But just to show you kind of how separated we are from other areas of the county, it's 12 miles to downtown Eloy. It's 15 miles to Arizona City. Maricopa's 45 miles from here. Cactus Forest is 28 miles from here. Santan Valley's 41 miles from here. Thunderbird Farms is 45 miles from here. So it's not to say that everyone's views are important. I just want to put in perspective that the people that are closest, that have been repeatedly at these meetings and talking about it, have remained supportive. And I'm glad that folks came from far away here today to hear more about this project, and I hope that they're learning a lot about it, and we look forward over the next couple of months to being able to do more, have more discussions, and make sure we answer every question that can be answered. I'll leave you at the end here with a note about just data center development, kind of how it works. And this really isn't unlike developing any other thing you might see, an industrial project or a home building project or whatever typically comes to you. We started at the major comprehensive plan stage. We're now at the zoning stage. And at the same time, we're going through the utility planning stage. They've made applications. They're paid fees to do studies with electrical district number 4 and others. And then after this phase, once they get past what they call this discretionary permitting, then they can start signing firm contracts and spending, making commitments to spend what will be hundreds of millions of dollars on energy infrastructure. But they need to get past this process in order to make those firm commitments. And then you can just see for yourself there the sort of the next steps. But let me leave you with this. Thousands of jobs. We've moved that down a little bit because we want to do a little bit smaller, but it's still going to be a significant amount of jobs, significant amount of tax infusion. We're expanding public safety, strengthening national security, and we're doing it with low water use. And so we think the location's right. We understand this is the very first one of these that you're seeing, and respectfully have asked to be able to dramatically reduce the size of the project, and would appreciate your support after we hear from the public in continuing this case to August 12th so that we can have time to put that stipulation together and answer more questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Can you back up? I think it's 4 or 5 slides. I was trying to keep track. It's a site plan. That one, right there. So if you're going to reduce this by the number of buildings, are we talking about up by the fire station there where I see 3, 5, 10, I see 10 buildings there plus the fire station. That's 10 buildings. You're talking about 11 buildings. And then you're talking about the gas energy with the best down here at the that yellow dot, the upper yellow dot there. So are you proposing that your project would then be that gas energy production site and the best, and then the buildings at the top? Is there another building somewhere that you're missing out of your 11 there? Is it?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So just to clarify, at the top there, the red dot, it's covering the 11th building right there, and then the fire station is in front of that. But
Okay,
with that said, the phasing plan here is preliminary. So we would like the flexibility to either put those buildings on the south side or the north side as we go through the engineering studies, and more importantly, working with the utilities to see which end of the transmission line is the right end to interconnect with first, and where the more capacity is to deal with the grid appropriately. The phasing plan is preliminary, but we're willing to stipulate to the 11 buildings, because that was the size of the proposed first phase is 11 buildings. It's where they are, we wouldn't know until we get further along.
So you'd spread them out over this whole thing someplace?
My guess.
Possibly.
Mr. Chairman, my assumption would be they'd be built near each other in a manner like you see here. Just where they start, I think would be the question.
So it could be a gas energy production site at either end of that, possibly?
Mr. Chairman, because of the rezoning, the gas could only go where the yellow dots are, because the zoning category will only allow them there. So those can't move. We will just do one of them.
My point.
Yeah.
So one or the other of those places would be where you'd put it, and then the buildings would be somewhere. Okay. Okay. That's good at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Vidiello.
Yeah, so you're saying the 11 plus the fire station will be within that green area where they are today, would be moved around, or they could be moved anywhere?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Vidiello, we would like to retain, as we do now, we'd like the flexibility to put them in the spot that makes the most sense once we've completed the engineering. So they could be at the south side. They could remain up there. And that, since you said the green area, it reminds me to point out that green area is open space. And we have 1,000 acres, as Sangeeta said, of open space that we're dedicating with this project. In addition, we're building the regional trail for the county through that open space.
Okay, and so will the data center go up, fire station go up, and gas station, gas and BESS all happen at the same time? Because how are you going to power those 11 if the gas ain't going to be done in the same time frame? Because ED4 buys their power, correct? So who would they be buying power from to supply it if that gas generated and battery isn't ready at the same time as the data centers?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vidiello, that's a really good question. So we're working closely with ED4, and there is, they do have some capacity on their lines and are able to bring in additional power if we pay for it for them to a limited amount to help balance that timing between when our plan is up and when they can acquire excess power. Either way, the most important part, I think, probably for everybody, is that it'll be the developer who's paying for that, and no one else will be paying for that. So whether we buy it from some power plant, there's another power plant, for example, there's several that have made proposals or are coming through your process here. Perhaps we can get power from them, but nonetheless, that can help with the timing. When the power is available, we'll be paying for it.
Okay, and then the fire station will be built. How will it be running with men and women to support it, and fire trucks and everything? Building a station is one part. What about the other part?
And the chief is here, and so I don't want to step on his toes with that, but I will tell you from our perspective, we'll be donating the site, and we will be paying a fee for each building that goes in, which we anticipate they'll use towards, towards that, towards the trucks and salaries and things that they need.
Okay. So the gas power plant most likely sounds like it's going to go last, and I'm hearing that it takes roughly 5 to 7 years. That's a concern if this takes 2 or 3 years to build. You're still going to be having to buy all this power. I'm worried about the constituents in that area, about their power bills going up, even though you're saying they're going to pay for it. That's all I'm worried about.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Vidiello, if we buy power, we pay for that power. And if we install additional infrastructure, we pay for that infrastructure. What happens to make infrastructure costs or power rates go up for others, as has happened occasionally in other jurisdictions, is if you build new infrastructure, but the data center doesn't pay for it. And so we've committed, and ED4 has committed, that we're going to pay for it. Because if we don't, and ED4 pays for it, which they're not going to do, then they start collecting it all in the rates from everybody. And so we're not going to let that happen.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Ridge?
Nope. I'll wait until the crowd.
Mr. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, if you're modifying this, I mean, if you're going to, this is simply conceptual at this point. I mean, you have a lot of work to do if you're going to bring it back with fewer units. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Miller, yes. I mean, it's always been a conceptual site plan, but we believe it's just erasing many buildings is basically what we would be doing.
Right, and I mean, I think that's that's the point I'm trying to
Yeah.
make. And it can all kind of shift different directions, but you're committed to the amount of open space and that type of stuff.
Yes.
So, I see here that you listed global water as a development, as development grows. And I know they're down in that area. But back to the water thing, on a project this large, I would envision multiple lots. Some type of subdivided lots. You're not going to wildcat this thing, so you're going to have to do some kind of subdivision. Should you have 5 lots or more, you'll be committed to, it's a new process, ag to urban, or a designation like Global Water has designations in some places, they're ag to urban in other places, which goes to this, the water use, if it is provided, and the Department of Water Resources is going to hold your feet to the fire on this one no matter what, there will be replenishment requirements. You'll have to buy water from other places to replenish, preferably in the same aquifer. I mean, that's how the state of Arizona works, and that's how we are being able to maintain water supply to folks all over. I guess my question really is, do you envision more than 5 lots?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Miller, I will tell you, we have a contract for 1,200 acre feet of historical, I'm not the water lawyer, so I'll get the terminology wrong. I know you probably know what I'm talking about, but historical water rights that are able to be used on the property. And so we have that already arranged with a neighboring owner, and that allotment then will reduce the water usage for ag. But in any event, we do anticipate having to deal with ADWR on the water. But
Absolutely.
yeah.
You won't be able to do this without,
Right.
because those ag rights are not the same as a water company. I mean, there's a way to convert them.
Yeah.
There is a way to convert them, but that's another long process. I guess my point is, the state of Arizona is going to really monitor that water consumption. They're going to micromanage it, for lack of a better word. I think, I'll leave it at that right now. There's, and I mean, I can appreciate the fact that you do want to try and reduce it. However, I think there's a lot of moving parts, and you haven't done soil studies, you haven't done geo work on it, because you really don't know how you're going to position all these buildings on there, is what I'm kind of hearing from your presentation.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Miller, we, first of all, we've done every study that's been required by the county, just to be clear, because I know there
No, I
were
understand
some
that.
comments
I
about
understand.
that.
But that's not construction required.
Correct, and as you know, in the process of building anything, whether it's data centers or otherwise, you don't do that before you have the zoning approval. We have done preliminary hydrology reports as required, but no, we have not done that yet.
Okay, thank you for finishing my thought process, because that was the point I wanted to make. There's still lots of work that has to be done. A lot of money has to be spent before you really are solid on a lot of this stuff. So I guess the other thing I don't really see in these, and I don't know, I don't have all those slides right in front of me, but maybe the access points from highways or roads or current byways that are close by, and how you're going to access all these properties necessarily, which will be very expensive as well. But anyway, we can look at that later, and that might be coming down the pike a little bit further.
And Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Miller, I know that's another reason why a lot of the nearby landowners are excited about this, because they know that this landowner is going to be footing the bill for significant amount of roadway improvements in the area that will help improve the connections to the area.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all for now.
I mean, I'm looking at Sasco Road coming in here on the southeast. That's that angled line coming through.
Okay.
Here.
It's Sasco and then Baumgartner on the,
Okay.
across the top,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Let me help you out here. And then Baumgartner's up at the top.
across the northern edge, yep.
There are roads out there, but they're not well.
Well, exactly, and to my point, the county, any kind of improvements or development like that will require roadway improvements and a lot of expense to bring them up to county standards to access these properties.
So there is access, but it's going to be,
Yeah,
it's going to
it's
be
just-
updated. Okay. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions for Mr.
And that's good for now.
Okay, so then, in that case, this is a public hearing, and here we go. So, I have received, I've got 71 requests to speak. I'm going to cut it down to 2 minutes each, because that's almost 2 hours, right? Over 2 hours. Then, I've had, let's see, I've had 66 others that are 64 opposed, 1 in favor, 1 didn't state it, they don't wish to speak, but there's 66 other cards as well. So, we will start with, and I don't know which way these are, but I'm going to guess, gee, they're all opposed. Okay, 71. So we will start with, I'll call a couple people because I think there's still people out in the other rooms. We'll start with, and I'm sorry if I slaughter some of these names, but Daryl Klesch. And after that will be Sandra Casey. So, Mr. Klesch, I assume, are you still here?
Is he
Yeah.
in the overflow room?
I'm doing the on deck. That's what I just did.
You did?
You know, I wasn't.
I was zoned out.
Yeah, there you go. So Sandra Casey, stand by, and then after that will be Tyler Stein. Mr. Klesch, are you here? I know somebody went to look for, nobody?
No.
Okay, we'll pass on Mr. Klesch unless he just happens to wander in. And so, I believe it's Sandra Casey, are you here? Oh, there you are. Come on down. And for the record, just please state your name and generally where you live. 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Hello, my name is Sandra Casey. I live in Santan Valley, Arizona, and I'm a stay-at-home mom. The gentleman behind me has proposed a question. Why, if this is being put in Eloy, why do I care 41 miles away in Santan Valley? Well, I have a perfect answer for you. Every day you go to the grocery store and the prices are going up. And I understand the gentleman has said this isn't going to happen, but it could because of the way that things are already set up. But one of the things that I've noticed in living in Santan Valley is that they sell off large portions of agriculture for more houses, shops, and dinings, and they replace the remaining crops with crops that take up less water as well. This also can impede on the agriculture in general in Santan Valley. And the thing is even though this might be 41 miles away, what happens when it comes to Santan? When we already have places in Santan Valley that are built up and they are able to be bought by companies like this, because we have the industrial complexes. This could happen there too. Maybe on a smaller scale, but it still could happen. So give me one moment, I'm trying to get to the end of this. Last year we faced record heat, and I'm sure that the HVAC companies made their fair share, but what about the single parents, the elderly, or your disabled neighbors that cannot afford their medication or are choosing between paying a power bill and food? The temperatures around the data center can rise upwards of 30 degrees. This is in Eloy. We live in a desert. We are already hot. So what's going to happen if it goes up 30 degrees around this area and it starts to impact the wildlife and the residents there? And on top of that, while we're on the subject, he showed that there was like this little green patch that was still going to be bare. And with that little green patch, I'm sure that it's going to be, great and grand, but what about water and like fishing and hiking and things like that? There are people that are having to supply their pantries with things around them now, like going fishing and hunting. So is this something to consider?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tyler Stein, and then after that is Judith Wilbur? I'm sorry, I don't know. You're from Casa Grande. Oh, there you go. Okay, good. Just checking to make sure. Sorry about that. Okay, Mr. Stein.
Thank you. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Tyler Stein. I live in Casa Grande, and I am the policy analyst with Rural Arizona Engagement, and we are here to request that the board deny the rezoning of land outside of Eloy to build the La Josa data center. Supervisors, I want to express my appreciation to you for meeting with us to discuss this project. I know each of you has unanswered questions and that you are trying your best to make an informed decision. We are trying hard to help answer your questions posed by each of you, but we are running into walls because the details aren't provided in the application. But what I can say is that right now our county is experiencing a severe water crisis, and this project will exacerbate that issue. In the staff report, item 21, there is a preliminary water memo and a preliminary wastewater memo on pages 371 to 375. These memos are from EPS Group, the engineer for this project, and they state that the projected water demands are 3,828,780 gallons per day. That usage is equivalent to 4,288 acre per year. There are also claims that if this land was residential use or farmland, then the other uses would consume more water, but this is assuming that the data center is going to replace these issues when, in fact, the land is currently a desert. The project is also located in the Pinal Active Management Area, which is already facing limitations in residential development because of the current water crisis. And this is an area that's already experiencing substance depleting. The Eloy subbasin further could affect assured water supply applications in other parts of the Pinal Active Management Area. Before approving a project like this, we need to have more guardrails in place, transparency, and study more about what happens when these projects fail. We respectfully ask that you deny this project to consider placing an item on a future agenda to establish a data center moratorium while the county develops a framework and standards for large-scale data centers. Thank you.
Thank you. And Judith, I'm sorry, I can't read your last. Wallaber, okay, there you go. And next will be Eric Pelfrey.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Judy Wallaber. I am a resident of Casa Grande. I am here today to strongly oppose the La Josa data center project. Excuse me. I'm very concerned that this decision is being rushed into without any environmental impact study that is rigorous and unbiased, along with strong policies that will truly protect the citizens of Pinal County. An undertaking of this magnitude requires an environmental impact study. The Sonoran Desert is a unique ecosystem. Damaging any part of this ecosystem will have major ramifications for generations to come. This environmental impact study must also include how our water supply will be affected, the consequences of air and light pollution, and how the ecological system will be changed. Policies that are legally binding and include strong penalties which enforce the limits must be written before a decision is made to truly protect the citizens of Pinal County. Without strong policies, the owners of the data center will be able to use whatever resources they want, while the people of Pinal County and Arizona suffer the consequences of these actions. This land is not ours to do with as we wish. This land is to be cared for and protected so future generations can enjoy what we have been able to. Please grant a moratorium on this project until we can all understand better the ramifications of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Pelfrey, you're up, and after that, Sarah from Larson. Mr. Larson, you might be up before the other one. Eric Pelfrey. Okay, we'll put you on the side there, and we will go with Sarah from Larson, and then we have Amanda Schifano.
My name's Seraphim Larson. I live in Cactus Forest. We've lived in Pinal County for 24 years. And our biggest issues are water and power, right? These are the critical resources that we all rely on, and that's, and the reason, like, even though I live in Cactus Forest, and it's not in Eloy, and I'm opposed to this project, is because we all share the Pinal AMA. It's not, like, that should be obvious to anyone, right? Like, we're all in the same AMA. And there are 33 stipulations on this project, but not one of them addresses water usage. Not one of them addresses that. So, for example, if they're going to propose dry cooling for the data center, well, that's not all data centers are like that. A lot of them use evaporative cooling. If they're going to use dry water cooling, that should be stipulated, right? It should be enforceable. It should not just be an option that they can change later. Same with the limits on water consumption. The method of cooling for the power plant should be stipulated. It shouldn't just be an option they can change later. All of these proposals and the data that's been provided about the water usage is hand-wavy. It's not really enforceable. 600 acre-feet of water is not enough to generate a gigawatt of power unless you make the most optimistic assumptions possible. So this needs a lot more study before something like this should even be considered. And yeah, I think you should vote no on the rezoning, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Amanda Schifano, followed by Mary Eileen Flanagan.
Amanda isn't here. She had to leave.
Oh, okay. Then we'll skip over. Ms. Flanagan, I saw you out there someplace. How are you today?
Thank you.
And she'll be followed by Gary Matevier.
Chairman, Vice Chair, and Supervisors, thank you for hearing me this morning. My name is Mary Eileen Flanagan, and I live near Stanfield. There are so many things not known about what the La Osa data center will look like at build-out that we need you to vote the zoning changes down today and wait until more stipulations can be inserted in the application. I live on the Pinal AMA, which this also sits on, and that aquifer has been declared over-allocated by the Arizona Department of Water Quality for several years. In Hidden Valley alone, there are over 18,000 homes already platted, and developers routinely ask for more density. We do not know much at all about the gas plant cooling evaporation ponds. How much water will they require? How much will be lost to evaporation, therefore not returning to the aquifer? Right now, all water for this data center is lumped together without distinct information about evaporation ponds, construction, plant sanitation, and possible additional cooling needed as summer temperatures soar into the 110s and more. We need stipulations about each use and what will happen if the use is exceeded. And speaking of the gas plants, let's talk about the grid. No gas plant is planned until Phase 2. How will Phase 1 be powered? Will we as Pinal County ratepayers end up funding increases to the grid? What stipulations protect us, and what is the remedy if a stipulation is not met by current or future owners? My final concerns are the greenwash where this plant is being built and where there's many fissures. Right now, we are in a major drought, and water in the washes is seldom significant. However, in years of heavy rain, this wash can run bank to bank. What setbacks, protections, and other guidelines will be stipulated to protect us from a catastrophe in case of a true flood? As to fissures, the Pinal aquifer levels fall. It's already fallen 70 feet out there. What is being done about protecting this site from fissures and subsidence?
Thank you. Gary Matevier, there you go. Followed by Kelly Owens. Do not want to speak.
My name is Gary Matevier. I live in Papago Buttes Ranchos 2, which is near the Thunderbird Farms, Hidden Valley area, southwest of the city of Maricopa. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Supervisors, I'm here today to state my objection to ordinance number 2026 PZ-003-26 and 2026 PZPD both 00326. The proposed zoning changes in the pad is outrageous, not only in its size and location, but in the assumptions the presenter is asking this board to overlook. When it is presented to P&Z, a great many statements were made, none of which hold any water because they're not statistically accurate when one looks at the data centers that are already up and running. Promises it will be concrete numbers only after a zoning change is approved is analogous to taking your car to a mechanic that tells you that he can't tell you how much the repair will cost until after he completes the work. There are numerous unanswered questions about power generation, water sourcing, consumption, ground subsidence, taxes, employment, noise, light pollution, and loss of habitat that is certain will be covered by other speakers or correspondence. Many of the negative aspects have been documented in local news and opinion pieces and social media. The information is out there. In conclusion, I ask the board to unanimously deny this applicant's request for a zoning change in PAD. The applicant is asking for a zoning change which follows the land forever, simply to increase the value of the land so they can charge their prospective clients more money. They have no intent to build this facility on their own. This in and of itself should be grounds for a denial. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Owens, you spoke earlier about this, so I'm going to. Yeah, but I'm not. I'm trying to. I got so many. I've got a few here that I write everybody's name down. I'm just tracking to make sure. And I'm sorry about that, but I got to keep it moving. Cassandra Black, please, followed by Irini Pajak. Cassandra Black. Come on down. You can pick door number 1, 2, or 3. Nobody. Okay, we'll pass there. Irini Pajak. I saw you earlier. I don't know if you're here still. She's in the overflow? Okay. Nope, she's not there? She's not, okay. Irini's gone. Okay. Did I call Cassandra? I'm sorry, I got too many names going here. So how about Millie Jacobs? There we go. A winner. And she'll be followed by Jessica Andre. Oh, there's
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for letting me speak today. I'm Millie Jacobs, resident of Florence, Arizona, daughter-in-law of a Korean War veteran, current caregiver for a Vietnam War veteran. I'm asking for a no vote to be put and possibly the future agenda item to put stipulations on it until any further data centers are constructed. I'd like to talk about the financial aspect. Also, I do want to address the lawyer for the applicant, and I would like him to show us one data center where he can prove, and please just give us the city, where the closed-loop system has allowed them to utilize no extra water input after construction, because I cannot find that data. So in summary, I want to say that there's a few elements that cause these to have pitfalls, the data centers, and that is generous tax abatements, massive property and sales tax exemptions to lure developers, resulting in long-term revenue losses for the city and the county. La Osa Data Center is in trade zone 75. Business and forward train zones are eligible for up to 73% reduction in state and property taxes. Going through the Pinal County Board of Supervisors, they do not require any city-level conservation standards to be met like it is in other counties. There's also disproportionate infrastructure burdens. Counties shoulder long-term costs for water system, electrical grid expansions, and road upgrades. If the facility leaves, the county is stuck paying for infrastructure sized for the footprint that no longer exists, strain on public services that we talked about. Fire response utility cost is always increased around data centers. I haven't found a case where it hasn't. Undisclosed revenue losses. Many local governments fail to properly track or disclose their tax revenue losses to data centers, obscuring the true impact of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to guess you're Ms. Andre? Okay, St. Andre, I'm sorry about that. And then, Ms. Pajak, you'll be next. I didn't toss your card yet. So please come up.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jessica St. Andre. I live in Coolidge, Arizona. So I am a doctor of sustainability, and sustainability is actually defined as meeting your own needs without compromising future generations' ability to meet theirs. With these data centers, we don't know if we're compromising future generations with the resources. Aside from water and energy, there's also the noise pollution and the other various things, the myriad of things that everyone has talked about here today that are reasons to oppose this data center, and that is why I oppose this data center. I just do not believe that putting in a data center is going to make this a sustainable place for future Arizonians, for my kids, for my grandkids, for my nieces and nephews, and for all of my neighbors behind me. So for the sustainability reasons alone, for the future of Arizona, I know many of you have talked about having grandkids. If you want a future for Arizona, I would strongly suggest that you oppose this until we learn the long-term effects of these data centers, till we actually see what the negative ramifications are from these data centers. Furthermore, I have yet to meet anybody from any of the various data centers that are now in 49 states, maybe even 50. I've yet to meet anybody who says it has benefited my community and I'm glad it is here. Since nobody really seems to appreciate these data centers, I do believe that is another strong reason to oppose until we learn the long-term effects and the sustainability of said data centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pajak, you're up, and then Brian Pelfs.
Chairman and members of the board, my name's Irini Pajak, and I've spent way too much time over the past month. I've been very obsessed trying to understand this data center, and I learned a lot. And the more I looked and tried to understand what was going on, the more questions I found in the fiscal analysis, the power supply, the water demand, the geology, and the conditions of approval, and so on, and I kind of ran out of steam looking at everything. I'm exhausted. But take closed-loop cooling as one example. It's not one specific technology. It covers many different systems with very different water use profiles, and this application does not specify which one will be used. The applicant's own engineer stated in their water memo addendum that the vendor claims that they relied on are proprietary and could not be independently verified. Even more notable is that it was mentioned in the project narrative as if it was an assured aspect of this project, but it was never stipulated. And when I heard what he just said right now about making it smaller, I appreciate that, but he's not talking about making the actual pad smaller. So there's no stipulation there. Like nothing's stipulated about anything, the way the gas plant is, the way the water closed loop system is, nothing stipulated. He's not changing the size of this pad, so what's to change it happening later? And then we don't even have a voice in that. So, and I really think that it would be great if we could, like I recommend voting no on this, and it would be great if we could take a step back, do a moratorium, and then develop like a good approach to data centers, because I don't feel like we're prepared. from what I've seen, I don't feel like we're prepared to even know how to deal with this. And also, to have stipulations, basically, a stipulation is only enforced if somebody complains.
Thank you, Ms. Pajak. Next is Brian Pels, followed by Vanya Larson.
Supervisors, through the chair, my name is Brian Delphs. I'm the fire chief of the
Delphs.
Upper Valley Fire District in District 4, adjacent to this project. I'm here today in strong support of the La Osa Data Center project on behalf of the Upper Valley Fire District. Most importantly, for our community, the substantial revenue that's generated by this facility will directly allow the fire district to lower property tax burden on all of our residents. It'll also simultaneously ensure that our crews remain fully funded to be able to protect the valley. We recognize the community's initial questions regarding local infrastructure. I'm pleased to report that developers have proactively and satisfactorily to my liking addressed the vital issues of water usage, backup power generation, noise mitigation, and public safety. Their engineered solutions meet rigorous standards, and this ensures that they're going to be responsible, low-impact neighbors. From a public safety standpoint, this facility is an ideal fit. Unlike high-density residential or retail developments, the La Osa Data Center is a highly secure, low-occupancy site. It will not create traffic congestion or drive up medical call volumes, meaning it places almost zero daily strain on Upper Valley's emergency resources. In summary, the data center has successfully mitigated all the major community concerns regarding water, power, and noise, and public safety. By approving this project, the board secures a low-risk, low-occupancy facility that places virtually no operational demand on the Upper Valley Fire District, while providing the exact economic engine that's needed to reduce property taxes for every resident of our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanya Larson, and then it'll be followed by Dimitrios Mikopoulos. Give him a second here. No, no, yes, maybe, oh, okay. Ms. Larson, you don't seem to be here, so we'll go with Dimitri Mirkopoulos. You're up. Followed by Susan Bonsante.
Good afternoon. My name is Demetrius Markopoulos. I'm a resident of Southwest Florence. I'm very grateful that today's meeting started with the Pledge of Allegiance. I want to highlight the ending with liberty and justice for all. I thank the veterans of our county for their incredible sacrifices that ensured liberty and justice for all. Supervisors, respectfully, this gathering of concerned citizens today is the perfect expression of wanting to preserve liberty and justice for all. Since the beginning of this current federal administration, Washington has doled out billions in lucrative federal subsidies and contracts to the big tech sector, which has bloated an AI bubble that many experts warn endangers our entire economy, while at the same time prohibiting and limiting any guardrails on this fast-moving technology. Excuse me. These people are here today asking for guardrails against this new wave of data center development that across the U.S. has already resulted in unsustainable resource consumption, heat, noise, light pollution, soil degradation, the prospect of contributing to a society-wide job apocalypse, and unchecked big tech corporate power. I was very pleased to hear Supervisor Vitiello highlight earlier that everyone agrees on the pursuit of policies that promote public safety. Board members, with the utmost respect, your no vote today in a moratorium on data center approvals would be a vote for guardrails and thus a vote for public safety. data center opposition across America today is not about limiting local development and signaling that our county is not open for business. Instead, it's a critical new stage in the fight for public safety against tech-enabled authoritarianism. Excuse me. The developer's slide earlier was contemptuously titled, "If not here, where?" This public meeting with concerned citizens should then be titled, "If not here, where else can citizens push back on job-eating algorithms, distorting deepfakes, and autonomous drone strikes, all emanating from a monstrous data center that will alter the landscape and people's lives for the next 100 years. Please consider an 18-month pause for proper deliberation on people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, none of that. Okay, Susan Bonsante, and followed by Erica Lopez.
Hi there, am I on here? Is it working? Hi, I'm Susan Bonsante, I live in Hidden Valley. I'm no mathematician, but my math shows at least 5 different data center campuses currently somewhere in the planning process within Pinal County. We see the writing on the wall here. So somehow, we're supposed to believe that within the last few days or hours, that the applicant has reviewed their financial ramifications of significantly reducing this project, and 11 is the number that works. The erasing of many buildings, as stated by Mr. Rich, is obviously a temporary tactic to ensure future rezoning once these initial projects gets approved. Also, if I had to guess, the neighboring farmland and owners referenced probably have something to gain by being in favor of this project. Could it be the potential to grow this project even further, increasing their value and later approach to sell? The real reason that we're here today is that La Osa is currently listed for sale, and a rezoning of this project would greatly and dramatically increase its value. Thank you.
Thank you. And Erica Lopez spoke previously, so I'm going to pass her. She spoke on the same subject, and I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry, good gosh. Anagnostos Despina? You're testing me here today. This is good. Followed by Lycos Athanasios. You think they're gone? I'll go by your ruling. Okay, they're gone? Okay. Then how about, oh, this is an easy one, Zach S. Followed by Michelle Emery. Oh, is this Zach S? Are you Zach, sir? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Zach, and I live in Pinal County. I've come here today to discuss data centers and why we should not keep building them. Originally, the La Osa data center was proposed for a whopping 3,300 acres and over 59 total data center buildings. That trumps the largest data center in the U.S., and that sits at 4.6 million square feet across 11 buildings. Now, even with it being scaled down with 11 buildings, this could still potentially be one of the largest data centers in the United States. For aspect on size, Lucid Motors was at 590 acres, and it just grew to 1,300. This would be 2.5 times larger than that. So I used to be a part of the electrical testing process and had contracts with data centers. So we were a third-party company that tests the electrical components. There are a lot of data centers out there, you know, in the East Valley, West Valley. I've worked at just about all of them. It's mass scale, you know, process. And they're on from their first phase all the way to their fourth phase. But, you know, there's things just like many other people that we like to do in our downtime, you know, and I think Arizona is a beautiful state, and Pinal County is an amazing county. You know, some of us like to go hiking, camping, you know, take photography, You know, I really just don't want a data center being built in Pinal County. You know, if this opens up and it is proposed as a yes, then it's gonna open up other data centers to use this land. You know, I personally just don't wanna look everywhere and have a data center, you know, in my backyard, or like, you know, 5 miles. Oh, hey, there's another data center. So I would appreciate it, no.
Thank you. Michelle Emery, I know you're right there. Hello, come on down. Followed by Olivia Wauer, sorry if I'm,
Oh, hello, Chairman and board members. I can start now? Okay.
can you please get closer to the microphone so we can actually
sorry.
hear you? There
Okay,
you go.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Michelle Emery, and I live in Florence. So I worked for a data center in Boston, and is one of the largest data centers on the in New England's largest, most comprehensive data center. And as far as this guarantee that there's going to be a lot of work for people, well, yes, when the initial construction is, there'll be work, but then once the data center and the servers are up, there's only 195 employees for one of the largest data centers in New England. So this guarantee that there's going to be a lot of work is, I don't believe that. As far as our goal is to not, there are two goals. Like, we have to make sure that the servers don't catch on fire because they get very, very hot. And so the other one is also to have a generator that runs if the power goes out. So for this one, it looks like the data center they're building is a gas-fired powered plants and battery energy storage systems. So these mobile gas turbines that they're going to be using to power these plants, they emit nitrogen oxides, which contribute to serious health issues such as heart disease, lung damage, and asthma and strokes. Also emits formaldehyde that can lead to chronic respiratory illness and cancer. Goes into the lungs and then into the bloodstream, causing heart disease. Lung damage can also cause permanent lung damage. Now, these mobile gas turbines, how many are they going to have on the site? And if so, they require air permits. Now, these kind of generators, they do require air permits, and does the health department have any air permits on record for this project? If not, they're violating the Federal Clean Air Act by allowing data centers to bypass the permit process. So I think, okay, 2 minutes goes fast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's going on?
Hey,
I'm sorry.
keep it going.
I got this many. I haven't even gone through a quarter of these yet, so I'm keeping it at 2 minutes. I'll cut it back to 30 seconds so I can do that.
Can I at least have
No,
30 more seconds?
we're done. Thank you. Olivia Wauer, followed by, Tatiana Suhostov or something. Sorry, I can't even go there. Tatiana, anyway.
Good afternoon. My name is Olivia, and I live in Casa Grande, Arizona. I also work with our most vulnerable families and youth throughout Pinal County. It should be very clear that many of our community members were unaware of the planning and zoning meeting previously, just as many of the people today had to leave with their voices unheard due to their lives and obligations. If you took a vote of those in Pinal County, you would find that the people in Pinal County are against this. A recent study by Arizona State University published in the Journal of Engineering for Sustainable Buildings and Cities confirms that air-cooled data centers emit massive amount of waste heat, raising temperatures in downwind rate neighborhoods by 4 to 16 degrees. Heat plumes and thermal pollution from these facilities extend downwind for up to 1/3 of a mile, encompassing roughly 5 city blocks. So a 50-foot buffer isn't exactly helping anyone, and a 1,300-foot one doesn't either. Cooling systems vent exhaust air that is 14 to 25 degrees warmer than the outdoor temperature. A single large 169 megawatt data center can reject waste heat equivalent to the emissions of up to 200,000 households. Even if we build only 11 of those, likely taking up the same exact space, that is 1,859 megawatts, equal to 371.8 million households. Data centers in the Phoenix area expect to increase their direct water use from 385 million gallons to 3.7 billion gallons. I'm going to jump around here. We were promised with jobs with Lucid and continue to see huge layoffs with many families and a lot of temp work. We were promised jobs with Walmart Distribution Center only to have their most loyal long-term employees pushed out to allow for new employees to be hired at a lower rate. And let's not mention the Phoenix Smart. Despite the obvious environmental concerns, what are we using the data centers for? According to Microsoft's own study in 2025, AI is already affecting our intelligence. It states that people who use Gen AI.
That's it. Thank you.
That one's about our children and how
Thank
they're
you.
getting stupider.
Tatiana, and I'm sorry I can't pronounce your last name, followed by Andreas Yonen. Okay. Okay, if Andreas Jones, how about Simeon Grosso? Ms. Gussie, you're going to be up following one of these. I don't see anybody coming, so Ms. Gussie, you're up.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Romero Gussie. I am a resident of the city of Maricopa. I'm also a candidate for the Arizona House of Representatives, LD 16. I marked neutral on my card, and that's because many of us don't understand these data centers, and I have to admit I'm one of those individuals. But we must push for the termination of incentives that are drawing so many of these data centers here to the state of Arizona. Supervisor Vidiello, you and I served on city council, and you, of all people, should know what TBT, the transaction privilege tax, does for our communities. To have that exemption for these data centers is ridiculous. To allow these data centers to capitalize on these tax breaks is just absolutely crazy. This has lost Arizona about $38.5 million in lost revenues for the fiscal year 2025. In addition, it was already mentioned, the foreign trade zones. This is all located within those foreign trade zones, and 80% reduction in real estate and property taxes for them. The La Rosa Energy Center lies completely within the foreign trade zone 75. As such, they would receive significant real estate property tax exemptions. Any tax revenue projections should be made clear here. As a veteran, as a businesswoman, and a 20-year real estate business that I have, I've owned many properties. Many of them, I have 2 properties in the city of Maricopa, a property in Eloy, a property in Stanfield, and I have to tell you that I pay my taxes, and I'm a disabled veteran, but I pay my taxes for these properties. We need to work together to close these loopholes and these incentives for more data centers to come here to Pinal County. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot, Keith Watkins, followed by Evanthia Samothrakis.
Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, it's a pleasure to be here today. I'm Keith Watkins with the Arizona Commerce Authority in Phoenix, Arizona. It appears today that we're here to discuss the balance of property rights between property rights and what is an appropriate land use. The appropriate land use is one that should complement infrastructure and job creation, such as a data center. Data centers are also a great complement to the significant investment this county and the state of Arizona have made in broadband across the region. All broadband has to go back to a data center somewhere to connect each other, as evidenced by everybody here texting each other. I've been watching all day. Further, data centers also are a significant component of advanced manufacturing, aerospace, and healthcare, part of our everyday lives that we so oftentimes take for granted. These are all industries that are all dependent on this technological infrastructure. With that, I thank you for your time, your interest, and your consideration on this case.
Thank you. And who do I have?
My name was called earlier, Vanya Larson. I was following on the live stream.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanya Larson. I was raised in Florence and currently reside in Coolidge. I'm asking this board to vote no on the La Osa data center application today. 2 days ago, Pope Leo released his first encyclical, Magnifica Humanitas, on the question of technology and the human person. And as I was watching Kung Fu Panda last night, I am reminded of the memorable words of Master Oogway that there are no accidents. Pope Leo warns us that the central challenge of our technological moment is not technological, but anthropological, and the widespread promotion of technology at the expense of human dignity reflects what he calls an eclipse of the sense of what it means to be human. He called for responsible planning, an honest assessment of human and social impact, and discernment grounded in the dignity of the human person and the common good. That standard applies here. This board is being asked to permanently rezone nearly 2,500 acres of rural land based on employment and fiscal projections that carry no legal weight. The estimate of 30,000 jobs is a figure that is unsupported based on independent research from Brookings, JLARC, and the Ham Institute that consistently shows that it's often dozens and not thousands, especially when data centers are co-located. There's also the geological problems that I'm sure many others have mentioned. And so our standards for discernment must include the common good, our care for our common home that we call Pinal County. This is not what this application offers. I ask the board to vote no today. Thank you.
Thank you. Evantius Samatrakis. I'm sorry? He's not going to talk. Got it, thank you. Okay, then I have,
Mr. Chair,
yo.
so I was going to try to make that historic signing today. I've got to leave pretty soon. I don't want to miss a vote that's an up or down vote. Do we know, is this going to be just a vote to postpone yet, or what is your opinion on that?
I think continue.
A continuance?
The ask from the applicant is to continue, and they're asking to continue to the 12th, which is a work session, so it would actually probably be the 26th
Okay.
of August.
So I just want to let the constituents know that I am not running out on this vote, that I have to be somewhere. There's going to be congressmen and et cetera there, so it's a pretty big day. So if this were an up or down vote, I would miss that for this, but because of that, I'm going to excuse myself. So.
That'll be fine. We'll be here another 2 hours, minimum.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Periandros Samothracis? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Thank you. I don't wish to speak. I guess I should read more. Sorry about that. I got to read through the bifocals. Don't wish to speak. Well, that helps a lot. Okay, there we go. How about Xenia Larson? She's not here, Sheriff? Okay. How about Alex John? Followed by Shamin Hawes. And Ms. Hawes, okay, you didn't speak about this earlier, so you're up.
My dear wife here, she's giving me her minutes. Is that possible?
That's fine, go ahead. Oh, her minutes? No, we're just at 2 minutes. No, we're doing 2 minutes per person. We're not shifting and sharing.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Dr. Alex, retired orthodontist, many years at Coolidge Family Dental. I wanted to bring to your attention that that both overflow rooms were packed with people in strong opposition to the rezoning, and they had to send more outside. The fire marshal had to send more outside, but most people had to go to work. There are so many reasons not to vote no for this, the campus of which still covers 8 miles in length. It would be the largest data center, not only in Arizona, but in almost every other state. Of the 4,300 existing and 1,000 more planned data centers, and this would easily fall within the top 10. So maybe now even though he reduced it, it's still considered a hyperscaler. It's still probably going to be in the top 50 of the 5,000. and still will be, have the noise and air pollution and environmental impact. It's more important than ever the applicant be held legally accountable for all the improbable claims before even starting to think about this. The issue should be enough to cancel a project, but far worse is that we're not told exactly what the purpose of the data center is. Why do they need such massive computing power, and why are they racing to build these monstrosities all over the world, especially in the US? We know that the drivers behind this are big tech and the World Economic Forum, who, as you may know, are very afraid now that the billion-dollar investments will be sabotaged by domestic, not foreign terrorists. Yes, Larry Fink, CEO of the world's largest asset manager, BlackRock, and co-chair of the World Economic Forum, openly stated at a recent globalist meeting that they are very concerned that ordinary Americans will wake up, rise up, get drones, and destroy their data centers in the future. Why would they be so worried about that? And we need to ponder, would the people of Pinal County ask later who allowed this beast to be built? The sharpest analysts and insiders have proclaimed that the purpose of all this computing power is not for the things that the gentleman explained here, but it's to move us into a digital economy with surveillance apparatus to track and trace us with biometric IDs, predictive behavior analysis, financial monitoring, and so these data centers are the foundation. So please don't let the greed of big tech with their money influence you. Be strong like the Tucson Council.
Ms. Hawes, followed by Mr. Trout, because you spoke on a different, well, you was there a second ago. He spoke on something different.
My name is Shemin Hawes. I'm not going to.
She didn't speak on data center.
Hello? My name is Shemin Hawes. I got up at the crack of dawn to get here in time to speak at this meeting. I should have known that it wouldn't happen until dinner time. But needless to say, I would like to encourage you to vote no on this rezoning. Duh. I think most of your constituents agree with me. I would just like to remind you who you work for. It's not them, it's us. Yeah, he knows it's off. This is the guy that hung up on me earlier this week.
Mr. Trout, you spoke on something entirely different, so please come up. Followed by Mark Seidel.
Glad to have the opportunity. My name is Arlen Trout from Gold Canyon. Vermaland LLC is a 20-year-old Phoenix-based land development company with no prior experience building or operating major world-scale data centers. These facilities are now considered strategic infrastructure of the highest national security. These brain centers do not have to be large or concentrated. They're built, operated, and located anywhere. This is the reason the science, research, and building has moved to coastal, offshore, and underwater development. 2014, Microsoft launched NATIC off the coast of Scotland, proving that ocean naturally provides the water for cooling, stable temperatures, offshore energy access, and a direct connection to global underwater networks that we don't have. The land development scheme is wrapped in AI, frenzy-type, techno-talk, and flaky, futuristic promises, and sounds like a scam. Before the board votes on this data center agenda, they need to explain first the Trout matter, why the county is held in contempt, their expenditure.
Sir, we're not talking about that at this time.
This
You're
is the
excused
same
now.
thing.
Mic off.
This is the
Done.
same
You're-
thing. Absolutely the same thing. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Have a lovely afternoon. Mr. Seidel, good afternoon.
Hello.
Followed by Tyrone Emery. I believe you're in a side room, so you'll want to come around. Sorry about that.
My name's Mark Seidel. I've been a year-round resident of Pinal County for 26 years now. I had a lot of analysis based on the original numbers. He sort of pulled the rug out under that. So what I really need to say is the general comments that I had were concerned with the power utility aspects. And essentially, if you look at what's going on here, the infrastructure is not in place. There's no plan for it, and there are no stipulations concerning that. The capacity is not in place, there's no plan for it, and there's no stipulations regarding it. Just for context, there's 26 power plants in Pinal County, according to this gridinfo.com. They generate a total of 0.8 gigawatts, that's average power, but so the whole infrastructure is scaled for that level of power delivery. But clearly, this is way beyond that, even if they scale it back to 1 gigawatt, which is going to be, not just for the whole endpoints, but for everything. So what I'm asking for you to do, there's so many things to talk about. With 2 minutes, it's just not possible. I'm going to ask you to vote no today, and because it's important that this not come back the 12th of August. There's so much work for them to do. We need details. You need details. We deserve that in order to make a good decision that we can have confidence in. So please vote no, and let's put this aside so that we don't have any more talk about no detailed proposal, right? All he's going to do is erase buildings. He just said that. He's just going to erase buildings. What's the point of that? There's still no details. So please, just vote no, and we'll be done, and then we can do the moratorium and work for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Tyrone Emery, followed by Jennifer Hillsboss, because you spoke on a different item earlier.
Good afternoon. My wife got cut off with time, so I'm going to finish her notes. The system has two loops. The outer loop cycles cold water through the heat exchanges and hot water to the water cooling tower. That is the loop that is responsible for data centers consuming 60% of the water they withdraw. There are two main technologies for cooling the liquids in a closed loop system: chillers and water cooling towers. Water towers require a steady stream of water to function, so they're constantly evaporating. Water-cooled chillers require less water to function, but often used in conjunction with water towers. This is why data centers are such massive consumers of water, because only one loop is closed. The other loop is in a constant battle to cool massive amounts of super hot GPUs and is evaporating millions of gallons of water a day to keep up with the demand. The closed loop isn't closed and never was. Dry cooling systems still utilize water internally, use a heat transfer medium within a closed loop. Also not efficient for hot areas like Arizona because need a difference in air temp, so it's not efficient like in Page, Arizona. To keep the service from melting down, these facilities have to regularly bleed the lines to remove toxic sludge. The water has to be evaporated, equals millions of gallons evaporated. And that's from my wife. And one quote I'll leave you with from Edward Snowden: "To digitize something is to record it in a format that will last forever." No thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Hillsboss, followed by Helen Heverin.
Did she speak earlier? She spoke earlier.
No, she spoke on a different item, that's why she spoke.
Good afternoon, Chairman McClure, Supervisors. Yes, my name is Jennifer Hillsboss. I live in Santan Valley. I am the chair of the Democratic Party in Pinal, but I'd also like to reintroduce myself. Hi, I'm Jennifer Hillsboss, BS, MS in chemistry with an environmental focus. My thesis was on subsurface hydrothermal systems. So one might say I'm an expert in what energy transfer happens underneath the ground when we pump water out of aquifers. That being said, data centers are coming, and there's not a whole lot that we can realistically do. I had several questions that I was going to ask. Fortunately, Supervisor Miller asked many of them for me. I would instead like to take the remainder of my time and ask you, as the Board of Supervisors, to convene a citizens advocacy group on this issue before you select a date to hear the applicants application in full. I think what we have seen here today is an indication that there are many people who have very strong feelings and deserve answers on this. I would be happy as a subject matter expert to serve on that, but there are a couple of things that come to mind for me as a concern. Number one, even a small fissure of a foot under a major gas pipeline that is very near to that data center, caused by either the extreme weight of the buildings, coupled with the pumping of the groundwater out of the aquifer, could spell disaster for some of those communities. I think we need to take a little bit of a tempered approach and take some time to examine potential ramifications and hear all of the concerns of the citizens. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you. Helen Hevron. There you are. Followed by, I believe it's Ian Pop.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Helen Hevron. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll try to skip around and stay within the 2-minute limit here. I respectfully ask the board not to approve the rezoning and pad overlay applications for OSA Data Center based on the inadequate information the applicant has provided to the county. This lack of critical information, as documented in the P&Z staff report, leaves many unanswered questions that are essential for the BOS to make an informed decision. I urge the county also to issue a temporary moratorium on data center applications and approvals, following in the footsteps of nearby counties that have begun to update their zoning ordinances as they apply to data centers. There is an urgent need to draft zoning code amendments addressing health, safety, water conservation, energy use, noise evaluations, and related impacts on county citizens. This pause allows for good governance to step in and good policy to be shaped. It's too late to do that when the data center is already being built. Effective governance relies on robust data. The presentation by the applicant sorely lacks comprehensive disclosures, especially regarding water consumption, safety, environmental concerns, electricity needs, impact on the grid, among other things. Regarding the water usage, even though they may have a closed loop system, the bulk of the water is used by gas power plants, which uses an average of 2,800 gallons of fresh water per megawatt hour, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration. That adds up to 24.5 million gallons a year. Regarding electricity needs, those were not well defined and they were very vague. And when asked by a P&Z commissioner if the project would have ratepayer impacts, Mr. Rich said, quote, our hope is no, end quote. This information is not very useful or reassuring. So therefore, there are many other issues that were just not addressed and were left open-ended and nebulous. I appeal to our good and well-intentioned board to deny the application.
Ian Pop. Hope I pronounced that correctly, I'm sorry. Followed by Rachel Pfeiffer, please.
The proposed LOSA data center power generation campus is planned in a known earth fissure and land subsidence corridor in southern Pinal County, near Eloy and Sasko. The project is not safely outside the fissure hazard zone and should be considered at moderate to high geologic risk for earth fissures and differential subsidence unless detailed geotechnical mitigation is performed. The site lies within or immediately adjacent to the broader Greenwash, Santa Cruz Wash, Santa Cruz Flats, Picacho Basin fissure-prone area, one of Arizona's historically active subsidence regions. The Arizona Geological Survey identified in this area earth fissures as interpreted on air photos or by field reconnaissance back in 2007. The project seems to be planned in the middle of the fissure-prone area along the Greenwash. The Arizona Geological Survey identifies the Eloy-Picacho Greenwash area as one of Arizona's major earth fissure regions associated with groundwater overdraft and basin subsidence. The first documented Arizona fissure near Eloy appeared in 1929. The submitted plans do not appear to include a fissure investigation. There is no dedicated earth fissure hazard study, a geophysical survey, or basin edge, fault, or fissure setback analysis. The drainage report discusses floodplains extensively, but no fissure mapping. Arizona Geological Survey says the fissures threaten roads, gas lines, canals, homes, and property. The U.S. Geological Survey likewise notes that new development can worsen existing subsidence problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Pfeiffer, followed by Antonio Ramirez, who I believe is in a overflow room.
Thank you, Chairman and gentlemen. Oh, there we go. There's the mic. Thank you for your time and thank you for the 2 minutes. I appreciate it. I took today off out of work to be here to share my voice and my concerns as a resident of Casa Grande, a taxpayer, a homeowner. My first home was purchased in Casa Grande. We love it. We're moving my mother here from Illinois, so we're very excited to be here, and I've been paying my taxes here for 5 years. My fiance is originally from Tucson and loves Arizona. That's why I'm here. I don't love the desert, but I love him. So honestly, when I heard about this, I thought it was a joke because we're in the desert. Like, I was like, no, there's no way. Who would put a data center? Each chip, each rack, each piece within a data center has to run between ashrays, what they've submitted out in public records, between 64 and 80 degrees. And according to the Weather Service, the National Weather Service, Phoenix since 2020, consistently through 2025, we averaged between 111 and 143 days over 100 degrees. How are we gonna pay for that swing 30 to 50 degree difference? You've already heard a lot. I do agree with a lot of the statements that have been said. Everything that I know that is not public record within data centers, once the construction is done, there's not many jobs. Sometimes they're only manned with 5 to 10 people, maybe 100 total max. I appreciate that they're gonna downgrade from 59 buildings to 11, but it's a significant impact. We have major concerns with our water. We have major concerns with our electricity. How is me as a taxpayer not gonna end up getting foot with a bill? Not to mention, our water pressure is already not that great in Casa Grande. How are we gonna support washing our dishes, bathing ourselves, bathing our children, taking care of our animals? And also, God forbid, if I wanna have an orange tree, which I did plant 2 years ago and I'm ecstatic about. I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm here. These are genuine concerns. I pray that you do vote no on this. And if you're not gonna vote no, I really do pray that you wait and gather more information, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Antonio Ramirez, did you, oh, there you are. Followed by Vladislav Juman.
Hi, my name is Antonio Ramirez, and I am the Political and Policy Director for Rural Arizona Engagements. I came here today from Pima County, and as Mr. Rich previously pointed out, I did travel a long distance to get here, and I believe he would appreciate that, given that Rose Law Firm is based in Phoenix. I counted how many people were in this room and in both of the overflow rooms, and there were at least 174 people here, many of whom are from this county, and they are deeply concerned about this project. So I just ask, please do not be dismissive of their concerns to everyone here. Supervisors, I know that each of you care deeply about the county, and I'm asking you to hold the developers' feet to the fire so that you can protect your community and make the most informed decision. One question that I think you need to get clarification on is the revenue piece of this. This data center is in a foreign trade zone, specifically Foreign Trade Zone 75. And if you're in a foreign trade zone, businesses are able to apply for a 72.9 to 80% reduction in state, real, and personal property taxes. So the economic analysis that are provided, I think the numbers look incredible, but we really need a breakdown of how those numbers are being developed, and you need clarification on if the developer is going to pursue the foreign trade zone designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Vladislav, there we go. Followed by Ted Katsouris.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. I am Vladislav Duman. I live in Florence. I have a few questions. One of them is about how much we've been recently, not only in Arizona and Pinal, well, I mean, we haven't built one yet, but how much generally we have accelerated the production of AI nationwide. And my question is, for example, in the state of Arizona currently, we have 98 data centers and 86 incoming ones that are being built in the state. Belonging to the younger generation, I, along with others, have a fear where we're going to, for example, as AI more and more ramps up and as more and more jobs can be easily replaced with AI, for example, clerical ones, administration ones, so on and so forth, financial advisors, I do believe my future to, for example, be endangered. For example, if I want to work, I have a big passion for law, I have a big passion for certain things. And if we build more AI, which the investment I've checked online is $33 billion, how are we, the younger generation, how are we going to, for example, sustain, and how are we going to live our own lives? $33 billion is a lot of money, and in a state where we have very little, well, we have aquifers, but we have a low amount of water, and we are prone to droughts. How can we afford to waste more water if we can spend $33 billion on, more infrastructure for water and conservation? Like where I'm from and people around me, we had problems with nitrate in our water supply, and I've even had my shower head filled up with pellets of calcium. And I see I have 5 seconds. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for taking your time listening to my testimony. Thank you.
Ted Katsouris, followed by, I just have Ruby, R-U-B-I. Ted Katsouris, are you here? Going once, going twice. Ruby, I'm guessing that's you. Followed by Brian Cox. And Ruby, if you could state your last name as well, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. I am Ruby Reyes, a resident of Santan Valley. My family and I moved here nearly 3 years ago from Phoenix, and we have since been substantially grateful for the stillness and serenity that our rural desert landscape provides, something I now feel we are slowly losing access to. Today I'm speaking on behalf of my Pinal County community members regarding the proposal for the La Osa data center. In the past 3 years, my family has seen our water bill triple, and this is just one example of the rising costs our communities are facing on a collective level. Taxpayers in America are working harder than ever, yet our basic necessities are becoming increasingly unaffordable. This data center will not only jeopardize our water supply and damage the land, but it will also inflict irreversible environmental harm to our communities, our state, and our country. The residents of Pinal County and Arizona as a whole deserve to have their natural resources protected, not stripped away. Our rural communities should not be forced to bear the burden of these data centers' huge demand for electricity and water, because our electricity bills will skyrocket, our health will suffer, and our precious wildlife will also be affected. Our land and water should not be taken from our farmers and community members and be treated as commodities, especially when we reside in the hottest region of the country. We are already in a drought crisis and are seeing the consequences firsthand as we, for example, continue to lose water and access to the Colorado River. Approving this proposal would be unfair and unjust to the people and families who reside in this country and state and call it home. Additionally, I don't want to forget that this land holds deep and cultural significance in that it is historically sacred native land. Our communities throughout Arizona have made it clear that we do not want data centers. So again, I implore you guys to make a decision that reflects the voices of the people you represent. This is a nationwide outcry because our very safety, health, and well-being are at stake. Let us not.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And Mr. Cox, you spoke earlier, but I don't. You did beg for more time, but I'm not. But if you spoke earlier on this, I'm not having a second. That is true. Okay. Come on up, have 2 minutes.
Respectfully, I respect your position, but I am disabled in that I cannot think or speak quickly. That's the main reason I asked for more time.
Well, then,
Now, I'm going to try and continue respectfully. This, what I have here, Pinal Post, was verified by experts that there is settling ground right underneath the project plan. Very deep fissures, very deep. The projections that I have read saying there's no telling how deep they can get. I've heard a lot of experts say not a good idea. I am maintenance my entire life before I was disabled. I worked for Arizona Public Service, electricity providers in the West Phoenix Valley, close to Palo Verde, not at it. One thing that I noticed that people are unaware of is what is required to run a gas-fired power plant. They run turbine engines, natural gas fuel. In order to pass EPA requirements, they have to have EPA standards kept and checked. That requires bulk ammonia. And I was unaware when I went to work there. I had to have safety training because that stuff is lethal. It'll suffocate you. You have no choice. I had to learn how to use respirators, SUBAs. The fire department will be familiar with that. I'm telling you, this is lethal stuff on settling ground. I heard one person say joke. I echo that.
thank you. Catherine Seidel, followed by Mike Hedrick.
My name is Catherine Seidel. I have been a year-round resident of Pinal County for the last 26 years. I'm here to urge you to reject the rezoning request for the La Osa Data Center. This project would introduce industrial-scale gas plants. Gas combustion at this proposed scale produces nitrogen oxides, fine particulate matter, carbon monoxide, and volatile organic compounds. Just north of the site lies the West Pinal PM10 serious non-attainable area, which the EPA found in 2023 had failed to meet federal standards. This airshed already carries pollution from existing industrial and energy infrastructure, including APS Saguaro and APS Sundance. And La Osa is not an isolated proposal. In the past year alone, the county has approved or begun reviewing multiple large gas-fired facilities across central Pinal County within the same regional airshed. The newest proposal, Sunridge Power near Red Rock, was recommended for approval just days before this vote and is now headed to this board. I ask you to consider the long-term health of this county, the risks of concentrating multiple major emission sources near a serious non-attainment area, and the precedent set by approving repeated industrial-scale gas projects without a comprehensive regional environmental review. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to vote no on the La Osa rezoning request. I ask the board also to consider placing an item on a future agenda to establish a moratorium on data centers while the county develops a framework and ordinances to evaluate projects of this size. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Hedrick, followed by Dan Shea.
Good morning, Supervisors.
We moved on to afternoon, I think.
Okay, that's right, we did. Most of you know me. I live on the edge of Santan Valley. I live just outside of Queen Creek, just inside Pinal County. I live in Mr. Goodman's district. And, man, I really don't have much to say that hasn't been said, but I would like to point out that it would be better to put these contentious issues up on the agenda so that people can hear them, rather than having photo ops where the sheriff basically takes a bribe, a legal bribe, from an energy company owned by China for a battery facility that they're,
We're talking about 21 and 22 here.
well, I get that, but the same swamp is in play here, like the Chamber of Commerce guy who stands up and tells you that this is a balancing of private property rights with other rights. Well, here's the deal. If we don't have boundaries, we have chaos. Every right has a boundary. So while the applicant may be within his rights to seek this change in zoning and permission to do this, it's overrunning the rights of Arizonans, such as myself. I moved here from Chicago 17 years ago. I didn't move here to change Arizona. I moved here to join it. I'm a Republican. I'm more right-wing than any of you claim to be. And I can tell you, this is bad government for you guys to just basically shit all over these people.
Your language, please.
And Arizonans with this. Please, a no vote, do the work, and
Thank
come
you.
revisit it. Thank you.
Dan Shea, followed by Michelle Shea. Are either of the Shays here? I don't, yeah, I don't see the name on the overflow list, so I'm just. Okay, I'll move along. How about Alan Robertson? There we go. Followed by Irene Baldwin.
Good afternoon, Chairman McClure and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Alan Robertson from Casa Grande. I'm also a co-founder of a agriculture tour business called Kaywood Farm Tours, located at 11 Mile Corner. I no longer teach there. My health prevents that. But since 2014, we've been conducting tours for tour visitors to educate the public about how agriculture in Pinal County works, and also including in water issues. And the hardest part about, one of the hardest things we do in the tour is to show the visitors the amount of fallow land of the farm. There's been many years we couldn't put crops in the ground except for a small parcel to demonstrate how cotton grows. And so I rise to oppose your consideration of this rezoning amendment for several reasons, and from a viewpoint of the water issue. Number one, of course, we all know the Colorado River water, Arizona's allocation of the Colorado River water is being reduced. That affects us because sometimes we can get SRP water, which is from the Colorado River, as well as CAP water. Farmers are still required to pay rates to the San Carlos district. We're on the San Carlos district, and yet we don't get all of our allocation, and it's still we pay for water. So effectively, we pay for water we don't use. Foreign governments continue to pump Arizona aquifers dry, and outside AMAs, Kearney has recently announced they're going to be out of water this summer sometime. Developers, thank you very much.
Thank you. Irene Baldwin, followed by Michelle Sparrow.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Irene Baldwin. I live in Soflo. Since I probably will run out of time, I'm just going to give you my ask first, and then I'll support it with whatever time is left. I ask you to please vote no on this application, and I ask you to please consider include an item on the following meeting, or one of the following meetings' agenda, to establish a moratorium on these type of decisions, so that the county can have a chance to develop a proper framework or ordinance that would facilitate an educated decision-making process. Right now, it appears to me that the system that the county has in place is not equipped for this type of permanent decision-making and very significant. Now, some of the thoughts, I'm not going to, there've been a plethora of arguments here. Other than echoing them, I'm not going to repeat them. But some of the thoughts that I did want to make clear is the law of economics command that when there is an increase in demand, there will necessarily be increase in the price, given that the supply remains stable. So on that stage of the project, when the gas stations are still being built, regardless of whether utilities are contracted to supply all other customers at a certain price, if there is an additional demand for electricity, there will necessarily be an increase in the cost or in the price, market price of that power. And, you know, utilities, whether the losses would be absorbed by the power generating plants or the utilities, the bottom line is these are all commercial entities, and at one day they will pass these costs to the consumers, us. So we're already paying very high amounts here in Arizona, particularly in Pinal County, for our electricity. I don't want to see this going even further. Now, when the gas price plants are in place, other than the concern of additional water usage by the plants, the pollution from the gas plants. I'm 20 miles away from the site.
Michelle Sparrow. Followed by Vincent Siebert.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Sparrow, and I live in Florence. I want to talk a little bit about the transparency and the verifiable information that we've been presented with, or rather the lack thereof. And I'd like to talk about how the information provided for this data center, specifically jobs, is ridiculous, and I think everyone knows it. A lot of people have said as much. It doesn't match up with the reality of what we see with other data centers across the country. The applicant estimated 100 to 500 permanent employees per each of the 59 proposed buildings. That's upward of 29,500 permanent employees for this data center. There's no way. When in actual fact, the number of employees is in fact far less than what we're being told. But even if they gave us accurate numbers, there's not a guarantee that those jobs will be filled by the people of Pinal County, and the data center applicant is under no binding obligation to meet the numbers that they give. And in fact, if this is rezoned, then they're not obligated to hold to what they say. They can do whatever they want in the future. And this is just like if you were to go and get a loan from a bank, and the loan officer says to you, what is the loan for? What collateral do you have? Do you have a job? How much money do you make? Can you give me a pay stub? And you say, oh yeah, I make some money. I have a great job and I will pay this loan on time, no problem. And the loan officer says, okay, now prove it. But then I say, well, don't worry about any of that. I'll provide that to you once you approve my loan. Just like the loan officer who is going to say no, because I need to provide information that's verified. I'm hoping that the Board of Supervisors votes no on this rezoning, as the LAOSA group has not provided any verifiable information about the actual number of permanent jobs, as well as other items that we've already heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vincent Siebert, followed by Nick Maya.
Yeah, my name is Vince Siebert. I live in Florence, so I'm not going to reiterate what the last speaker just said. But Chairman Klobb, the chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission, cited national data showing that instead of the 100 to 500 people that would be employed at these data centers, instead it's more like 5 to 10 per building. In actual reality, and industry-sponsored employment estimates presented at the public hearings grossly across the country overestimate the actual final employment reality. This is documented as having occurred across multiple states. Vermaland can propose any projections they want to, but none of it has any legal binding. There's no legal binding at all. So now the data center footprint is not being reduced. Who knows? Is Vermaland proposing that the additional 48 buildings can never be added later on? Who knows? No later rezoning changes? Who knows? Vermont can say anything. There's nothing that's legally binding. Will there be a state statute that the additional 48 buildings can never be built? Who knows, 59, now it's 11. Last but not least, please vote no. Last, when I sell anything, I never ask what I want. I always start high. That's the first thing when the guy got up here and said. I never start up. I wouldn't start at 11 if I want 11. You start at 59, then you go down to 11. I mean, come on. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Nick Maya, followed by Alexandra Trigonis.
Good afternoon, Chairman McClure, members of the board. My name is Nick Maya. I'm program manager with the Coalition for Snow and Desert Protection. We work across southern Arizona. I'm also a resident of unincorporated Pima County, and I have to say it was a beautiful drive up this morning on 79. I hope you had a chance to review the letter our organization, along with Friends of Ironwood Forest, submitted yesterday. I do want to note that it's the third letter in opposition that we've submitted over the last 10 months. This project is 0 miles from Ironwood Forest National Monument, which we helped establish 26 years ago. It also directly it also directly overlaps with 2 wildlife linkages that were identified by Arizona Game and Fish Department. We're especially concerned about the extremely limited setbacks and buffers proposed, including a buffer of only 50 feet between several data center buildings and one of southern Arizona's few national monuments. We're also concerned about where energy will be generated off-site for this project. We have laid out a number of specific requests that need to be revisited with a continuance, but we strongly urge you to require more, a lot more, from the applicant. An industrial project of this scale demands better mitigation measures. Without them, this project will permanently and adversely affect our wildlife and our public lands. Or we urge you to vote simply no. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Alexandra Trigonis, followed by Thomas Silva.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. I'm Alexandra, and I live in Florence year-round. A hyperscaler data center is anything over 500 kilowatts. Even with the applicant's reduction, it would still be double that. Still would be enormous and in the top 50 of the 5,000. The earlier discussion of how many jobs this data center will provide is irrelevant in comparison with all the jobs AI will displace from Americans. One conservative estimate is that it will eliminate 50% of all entry-level white-collar jobs, spiking unemployment to 20%. The sharpest analysts and insiders have proclaimed that the purpose for all this computing power is to move us into a digital economy with its surveillance apparatus to track and trace us with biometric IDs, predictive behavior analysis, financial monitoring, and even autonomous weaponry if we step out of line. The data centers are the foundation for this system, and the U.S. is targeted more than any other country because of our freedoms here, though dwindling. Please do not dismiss these facts. The evidence of the danger here is in plain sight, and your vote today can help many people. Please don't let the greed of the big tech with their money influence you, and be strong like the courageous and wise council in Tucson, and vote no, having your legacy remain to be for the people of Pinal County. Separately, I respectfully ask the board to please, as mentioned earlier by Mrs. Seidel, place as an item on the future agenda to establish a moratorium on data centers while our county develops a proper framework and ordinance to evaluate huge projects like this. Now, our current process doesn't seem designed to assess such large permanent land use decisions. So please vote no on this rezoning. Please demand that the studies come before the entitlement, not after. Protect this land, this water, and this community from a project that serves a speculative industry with a track record of financial instability. Forgive me, I will stop. Thank you.
Thomas Silva, followed by Gregory Hears. Thomas Silva. Or Gregory Hears, whoever comes first. That'll be you.
That's too late.
And you're Mr. Hears?
Yes.
So it'll be followed by Vivek Barathon, or Thon, I'm not certain.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Gregory Heers, and I live just south of here in Cactus Forest area. At the hearing of April 16th, the applicant's attorney estimated 100 to 500 permanent employees per building for 59 buildings. When asked where the number came from, he replied, "Those are the ranges that I have heard." No source cited. The figures referenced came from Arizona Commerce Authority's testimony describing hyperscaler campuses of 3 to 6 buildings operated by a single named company. La Osa is not that. Vermaland is a land developer. The future tenants are unknown. The Arizona Commerce Authority's own representative told this board that co-location-style facilities produce few permanent employees and that contracted workers already in the region do not count as new jobs. Independent research from Brookings, the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission, and the Ham Institute consistently shows that data centers typically employ dozens of workers, not thousands. Vermaland's own traffic study projects trip volumes consistent with a small workforce. No development agreement with enforceable employment targets has been made part of the public record. The employment estimates are projections with no legal weight, and no one is required to deliver them. Pinal County has no ordinance specifically designed to evaluate its proposals. Until one exists approving this project, sets a precedent without a framework. I am asking the board to vote no on this application today. Furthermore, I am asking the board to consider adding to a future agenda to establish a moratorium on data centers until the county has developed an ordinance for evaluating such proposals, especially such large ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heers. Vivek, I'm sorry if I slaughtered your last name, but followed by Strayan Bronner, I believe.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivek. I am here from Tucson, and thank you for your time today. I understand I'm a guest here, and I come with a cautionary tale from your neighbors to the south, since your decision will impact our entire region and state. Last summer, our Pima County Board of Supervisors sold county land to a data center developer in a 3-2 vote. They did so over the wishes of dozens of constituents who urged them to vote no, warning of the dangers of hyperscale data centers and that they weren't prepared to make an informed decision that day. And hats off to your constituents who are so much more well-informed and well-spoken than we were a year ago. Despite overwhelming community opposition over the following months, the supervisors went through with the land sale, insisting that it was safe and that it wouldn't cost us water. The company broke their promise not to use water. That was not instituted in the contract. It was not stipulated. And last week we learned that they have a permit from ADWR to drill 2 wells for up to 31 million gallons of groundwater per year. That's just one example I can share with you in my allotted time of broken promises. From what I understand, Arizona Water Company often experiences grid issues in summer, which can be extremely dangerous for rural communities, be they indigenous or not. And being one of the hottest counties in the state, Pinal County residents are more susceptible to heat-related illnesses and death. I am here to implore you to listen to the expertise in this room from your community and your constituents. Please vote no today and establish a moratorium so you can establish standards for large-scale data centers, as many local governments are doing across the country. Please move with your constituents and don't repeat the mistake of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Strayan, I said Bronner, I believe, followed by Ranella White.
Okay, let's get this for the record, what it is.
Please.
My name's Strawn Brownhour. I live in Pinal County. I'm out on Cactus Forest. I'm a business owner here, and I own two houses here. We also have property in Texas, me and my wife. I'm asking that you guys vote no on this. At least, I'm not necessarily against a data center, but I think that the way they're proposing to do this with just gung-ho jumping into this without I would ask that we have a moratorium. I mean, you got a lot of these lawyers and these people with a lot of money coming up here, and they're advocating for stuff that's going to make them more money, that's going to put us out, or has the potential to put us out. And so I'm asking that, we just have some use some reason and logic here. get some guidelines and hold their feet to the fire, because these lawyers will come up here and they'll just tell you anything so they can make a bunch of money. I mean, we see it constantly in our federal government. There's just lies nonstop through the politicians. I think Americans are freaking tired of it. I feel like, me personally, I'm definitely tired of all of the lies, and it's just always, bait and switch all the time with all these big corporations and companies. So I'm not necessarily against data centers or anything like that, but I would like that there be some actual laws or something put in place to where they actually can't just say one thing and they just do a different thing. Like they're proposing 11 buildings now, but there is nothing to substantiate that they won't increase the number later. So I'm asking, we all live together, you guys, we all live relatively in Arizona, together. So I'd ask that we all use the same resources, so you would vote no on this and make these lawyers and these companies, these data centers, produce actual facts and actual, surveys, go do surveys and come up with some actual information, so we know that it's going to be safe and that it's not going to destroy. I mean, there's a lot of people complaining about this stuff, so I'd ask that you guys vote no again, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Ranella White, followed by Christine Flanagan.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ranella White. Unlike almost all of the people that you've heard from so far, I'm actually a resident of Red Rock. I've lived there for over 50 years. My family's farmed and ranched in that area for well over 100 years, almost 150 years. We're going on the 6th generation. I love Red Rock, and I am in support of the data center. We have heard a lot of opinions, a lot of things that people say, and I would just urge that that we all actually look at what really is gonna happen. And I know that as a citizen of Red Rock, a resident of Red Rock, that there's some benefits that will come to our little community, which is somewhat forgotten down in the southern part of the county. It will improve our infrastructure, the roads. We're looking forward to being part of a fire district and having fire service that we've never had before. People have addressed the employment situation, saying that there won't be the numbers of jobs that people say there will be. Quite honestly, compared to the amount of jobs that are available in Red Rock right now, any number of jobs would be an improvement. So we're not concerned about that. I feel confident with the improved technologies that are available, such as the closed-loop cooling and energy sources, and the environmental protections that our county already has in place. I'm confident that this will be a good fit for Red Rock, and it will improve our little community. I love Red Rock. Like I say, I live there along with my family, my grandchildren, and my livelihood actually depends upon clean air, clean water, clean land, and I'm confident that it'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Flanagan, followed by Andrew Hastings. She left, okay. Andrew Hastings, followed by Effie Zisimatos. Okay, Mr. Hastings.
My name is Effie. I live in Coolidge. And out of respect for the hours you've spent here and your gray hair, I will not repeat what the others have said. I just want to remind you that you took oaths to serve the people. The people are saying no. Please, I beg you, serve the people. Thank you.
Thank you. And I assume Mr. Hastings is not here, as I've not seen him out there. How about Erwin Smith Damien? How about that? How about Laurel Sotelo?
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for having me up here. I know that I was a bit of a bum before all of this started, and I got a warning from the sheriff. I also live in Red Rock, down through Sasco, where the data center is going to be going. Sasco is the main road in our neighborhood. It goes right directly through it. I ask that you vote no. I completely oppose the data center as a whole, but shifting away from the reasons that everybody else has already explained today, Red Rock is a quiet and rural neighborhood that's easily forgotten about, as was mentioned, and we're primarily made up of families. We are full of children. The reason I purchased my house out there was because I have 3 kids, and we are in a nice area. My kids go to the school there, which is a pre-K through 8th grade. We're our own school district, and that school is on Sasco. It is on its way out through Sasco. We don't really have any light pollution out there. The sky is dark. You can see all of the stars. The moon lights up the neighborhood when there's a full moon, and the neighbors in our neighborhood loves that, and we're gonna lose that if we get light pollution from the data centers. A lot of people won't get to experience the sky the way that we get to experience it, and our kids are not gonna get to experience it. Future generations are not gonna experience it. And that's not just Red Rock, that's all of the areas surrounding it that also get to experience that. It doesn't rain much in Red Rock as opposed to Tucson and up north. We get a lot of dust in the area. There's gonna be a lot of dust and dirt and air pollution from construction, and they can talk about how they're gonna be able to contain that as much as they want to, but it's just not possible. The wind is gonna blow it. We're gonna be breathing in dirty air. The air quality is not gonna be good for our kids, for vulnerable people. The water supply contamination possibilities, we can't accept all of this. We can't take this.
Thank you. We have Karen Lukic, so, and then I believe it's Adria Adams. I know you're in the other room, so I'll give you a minute to get here. Oh, here's one. Which one did I get first? Adria. Okay, there we go. Adria Adams. There we go.
Hello, my name's Adria Adams, and I live in Casa Grande. And prior to living in Casa Grande, I lived in Eloy. So I've been in Pinal County for 10 years. I've been in the overflow room all day, and I just want to say I appreciate all that you guys are doing. I also want to appreciate the camera angle, because I've been able to see Mr. Rich's faces of disgust as we've been able to come up here and talk today. It's been enlightening. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said, because I think that we've really already spoken about it kind of ad nauseum at this point. I did want to point out a couple of things that maybe we should talk about. Even closed loop systems, like for example, the Meta Center in Morgan County, Georgia, that's where that brown water that AOC brought up to the Senate the other day, that's their drinking water from that closed loop system, the Meta Center. I also want to talk about, does anybody know how many gallons 600 acre feet of water is? I did the math, it's 195,510,857 gallons, just for clarity. I fully expect that the board is going to vote in a way that makes it so that Pinal County continue to have a great legacy, and that includes not making the same mistakes that we've made. Like, for example, when we gave land to Lucid and they have promised that they were going to employ 6,000 employees, and they have layoffs every quarter. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Karen Lukic. Is she still here? She left? Oh, she's not there. Okay. And then one more time, and Erwin Smith Damian is not around. Or Mr. Hastings. I have a couple others that have already spoken on this item previously. 1, 2, 3. So that ends as far as I can tell, that ends the number of people to speak on this item. I know, no, you spoke on it earlier.
No, I spoke on the P&Z hearing. I didn't speak
We're not at the continuance yet, no, and that will happen at a later time.
I have things to rebut.
We're not rebutting, we're not in a conversation, it's not a rebuttal. This was a public hearing. You got to speak once. And if you spoke a call to the public about this, then no, we're not doing it again. We're not, no, 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 and you will be removed. So, that's going to end the public hearing. At this time, Mr. Rich.
Mr. Chairman, supervisors, I do want to sincerely thank everyone who came up here and spoke. And if they could see my face and see what I was doing, I wasn't aware, but they would have seen me taking notes on everything that everybody said. I think I wrote down just about every single comment that was made, and I appreciate the feedback. And I know that there was a lot of information that is inaccurate, and I think that's unfortunate, but I appreciate everybody's opinions here. I want to reiterate, I think the most overwhelming thing I took away from all of that is I don't think we're that far apart. I heard a lot of people saying they wish there were more rules and restrictions or stipulations. We thought we included things in the narrative, which actually is binding on the case about the closed loop system. But we would ask that we be able to get that continuance I spoke about and come back with stipulations that would bind us even more to the closed loop system, not using water for cooling, using air cooling or dry cooling only. And we can even have a monitoring, whatever you all think you need to make sure that that is the way it goes. And then also to reduce the number of buildings, as I spoke about earlier. I think I'd really appreciate if you all gave us the opportunity to do that, to take what we heard today, do some more, put some more specificity in the stipulations, and also continue to work with you all to make sure we can give you a project that can do what you need, do good for the county, create jobs and tax revenue, and allow a landowner to use his land the way that he wants, but within a way that is responsive to the needs of the county. And we think we can do that, and we'd appreciate that opportunity.
Are there questions from the board here? Mr. Chair. Supervisor Miller, you're first, and Vitiello, you're second.
All right, well, I'll go first. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't have any questions, Court. I think just so much information here, and I think I should share some of my thoughts, because I think there's some misconceptions on the foreign trade zone. I've done that many times. Here, it's a very small percentage of the operation, and it has to come from the Board of Supervisors, has to request it. There's some issues there. As I looked at the maps, I think that this is in the Tucson AMA. I don't believe it's in the Pinal AMA.
It's in the Pinal.
It is in
Mr.
Pinal for
Supervisor.
sure? Because it's right on the border then.
It is in Pinal, yes.
Okay. But anyway, so the water situation definitely will be addressed by the state. We don't vote on the water. The state will determine. And if they can't get the water, they won't build it. And if they can't get the electricity, they won't build it. I mean, we don't vote on that. We're voting on a zoning issue. And we have a process. I'm a very strong constitutional conservative. And I think each individual, and I believe in the individual, that's what the founding fathers designed this system around, was the individual, has an opportunity to pursue what they think is in their best interest. And so if they have the opportunity, and we have a method for rezoning, and you have to jump all these hoops, and you have to provide all this information that, and if this board doesn't think there's enough information, we'll go from there. But I just have a hard time telling somebody no when they've done everything that was required. This system is designed for the individual to provide the information to the governance. And if they provide that information, we should go forward with it. And so I just have a hard time putting somebody down. I wouldn't tell somebody else how to what color to paint their house or what roof color to use, or I just look for the individual has the freedom. Everybody talks about liberty. You should have liberty. I defend the liberty. That's part of that Constitution. That's part of what I took an oath on, that I would uphold the Constitution of the United States and Arizona. And those first 10 amendments is part of that property owners. And that's what I see is the most fundamental part of this whole operation. We have so many regulations in the state of Arizona to monitor what they're going to do. Again, if they don't have the electricity, they're not building it. If they don't have the water, they're not building it. That's their responsibility. If it has fissures, they have engineers that will design foundations and footings and trenches. They're not going to spend money on putting something in the ground and it's going to fall in a hole. I've built enough buildings and built enough projects. We spend millions of dollars on trying to establish that our project will be successful. And it's not going to be successful if it's not, designed for the situation. And I'm not going to spend the money until I have the zoning. If I get the zoning, then I'm willing to go the next step and start designing. There's so much more involved in this. This is a multi-year at the shortest amount of time. And so I'll support a continuance, and if you have more information, but I really am, I just break it down into the simplest common denominator, and that is the individual has a right to pursue his project, his happiness, however you want to look at it. Again, constitutional conservative and a capitalist, and that's where I stand.
Mr. Chair. Wow, thank you, everybody. I just have one question, and then I think we're ready to go. My understanding is the land is back up for sale from a Loop Realtor or something on the web that was talking about this property being for sale. And there was so much about property and this and that, and what are they going to do with it long-term, but could you answer that question?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Vitiello, I appreciate you asking that question. So we've been 100% transparent, and actually people have gotten up here one after the other today and told you how Verma Land is not a builder and operator of data centers. They are just as your dozens of items on your agenda every single month are land developers who are entitling a piece of property to then sell to a home builder or sell to an industrial developer or for an apartment or whatever the use may be. They are entitling the project. They are working with the energy providers and the utilities and getting that all set and negotiating with and hoping to sell to, that's their business, to sell to the end user, which would be that data center. So we've been 100% transparent about that throughout, and it should be for sale. They're hoping to make this project happen. So that's their goal.
So, okay, so we're talking about continuance. Do I have a motion for continuance?
Mr. Chair, yes, I would like to make a motion for the continuance till December. I think we need a lot more time, and I think December would give us a lot more time to get this figured out. I appreciate the fact that you asked till August, but I think there is a lot of ifs, maybes, and buts that I can't answer myself, and if I can't convince myself now, I don't know if I can do it by August, so that's where I will ask for the continuance to go till December.
Mr. Chairman, can I comment on that?
Stop. I'm going to ask one more question. So for continuance, because we have a public hearing aspect of this, with or without the public hearing?
Yeah, I would probably say we would need to have the public hearing.
Okay.
I mean,
So
I
that
think
would-
the people
but I
have the
just-
right.
So amend your motion.
No, okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to do a continuance with keeping the public hearing open till December.
Chairman, I'm sorry, if I may, because the December calendar has not been scheduled, can we confirm if that's going to be the first regular meeting or the second regular meeting in December? And when that date is available, then we will acknowledge what that date is. But right now, we do not have a date.
Stumped.
Well,
I guess the first meeting, I mean.
first one would probably be the better one.
Yep.
Just say, I don't know what day that is,
That's
because
what
we
I
don't
want
have
to
it
look.
yet.
You might, excuse me, let me just look, just so that way I can. The first one would be, well, if we're going to have a 16th, I'd rather wait till the 16th, but otherwise it would be the 2nd.
The second. Okay, so do you want to say the first one?
Yeah, so I will do a continuance till December 2nd.
Well,
No, don't say
till the
second.
first,
No, no.
till the first regular meeting.
First regular meeting in December, and leave open the public hearing.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Can I make an amendment to that? A friendly amendment?
You make a friendly amendment?
I think it needs to be sooner than that because of the time of everything. And to Supervisor Miller's point is that there's so many different stages here that it has to be gone through for all of this. We've already heard from one of the landowners there already that, I farmed for years, and part of the value of your real estate is the land itself and being able to move forward. This is a long process that it's going to take. And so I think December, all the way to December, is probably for them to gather all their information, put it together, and things of that nature. And especially if we're going to have another public comment again, I think it needs to be sooner than that. So I would like to, for you to entertain maybe September. I know you said last part of August. That'd be probably the first week in September.
Mr. Chairman, is that a question? Can I respond?
That would be my question.
Please. Okay. Respond. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and supervisors. I guess there is a lot that has to be done, and there are opportunities to sign contracts, to secure power, and we won't be able to do those until we get through this process. And so that delay, I would suggest as an alternative, Supervisor Vitiello, if you would at least consider, if we come back in August and you don't like the answers, you can continue us again. I think a couple months is time enough to get you those answers. And I know that puts a lot of onus on us to do that, but there's nothing about, you don't have to say yes if you don't like the answers in that amount of time. But I think delaying it that long harms, if you ultimately want to say yes, there may be missed opportunities. There are long lead time items of infrastructure that need to be ordered, and to not be able to begin that process until next year is a big problem. And so I appreciate your support for the continuance, but would ask if you would be amenable to a shorter one, knowing that you can always push it again if we don't have the answers that you need.
So just for clarity here, so there's a regular meeting August 5th. You're saying August? Or did you say September? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't know it was a work session number when that was discussed, was August 12th.
Okay, so.
Chairman McClure, it's Christine. Hi. Just for clarity of the record, Supervisor Vitiello made a motion that was not seconded, so it dies for lack of a second.
Correct.
Could you please just clarify that on the record?
Yes.
I think we skipped right into the next discussion.
Supervisor Vitiello's motion fails due to lack of a second, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we have a regular session August 26th, and we have a regular session on September 2nd.
Which is
Mr. Chairman, we certainly would prefer the sooner one, but it's a week difference.
So does somebody want to make a motion here?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we continue this until August 26th of 2026.
To August 26th.
August 26th. Wait.
No, that's
August
right.
26th of 2026.
Look at the clerk.
Is it with or without the public hearing?
Yes, with the public hearing.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Well, I'd second it. I'd vote today, but I'll second that
Okay.
motion.
To have a motion second for continuance with public hearing for the 26th of August. Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. We're continued to the 26th of
Thank you.
August. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then Ms. Williams, you're up. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break here. Oh, I'm sorry, and you know what? Don't take that break yet, because we had item 21 and 22. I'm sorry, we have to do it for one other item, I'm sorry. So that was for item 21. So for item 22?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we continue item number 22 until August 26th of 2026.
Second.
There's a public hearing involved.
With a public hearing involved.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Now we're continued to the 26th of August. Thank you. Now there's a 5-minute recess. And for the day. Let's see. What do we have? Item 24, discussion, approval, disapproval of the Pinal County tentative budget for fiscal year 26-27. I have Ms. Woods to introduce this lovely project. Please go ahead.
Hello, Chairman McClure, members of the board. I'm Angie Woods. I'm the Director of the Office of Budget and Finance, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to present the tentative budget and their schedules, the prescribed schedules, the employee compensation plan, and for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. At the conclusion of the presentation, we will ask for your approval on both of those items. A budget is more than just a collection of numbers on a spreadsheet. It's a reflection of our values, a roadmap for our future, and a promise to the community that we serve. The defining priorities in this year's budget are based upon this board's continued commitment to financial strength and stewardship. In navigating the challenging or changing economic landscapes, our goal has not just been to balance the books, but to fortify our financial foundation by focusing on reducing the primary and secondary property tax rates, creating a structurally balanced budget, investing in infrastructure and equipment, and investing in our employees' total compensation. We are ensuring that every dollar is maximized, every investment is strategic, and that our fiscal health remains resilient for years to come. Crafting a budget of this magnitude is a massive collaborative effort, and it simply could not happen without an incredible team. With that in mind, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to Sandy Wilson and Brian Hushek for their rigorous analysis and expert recommendations. Your outside perspective and deep insights have been invaluable in helping us identify opportunities and to navigate complex financial waters. Additionally, I want to acknowledge Lupe Williams and our incredible management and budget analysts in my office for their tireless hard work, late nights, and unwavering dedication. They have taken complex challenges and turned them into a clear, responsible, and forward-thinking financial plan. Lastly, I want to thank our Pinal County elected officials, appointed department directors, and their staff that work tirelessly on this budget. They are incredible. They have incredible discipline. They helped us meet our tight deadlines, and they provided sound financial background and data-driven insights that support the framework of the budget. Because of this collective effort, the tentative budget we present today does not just react to the present. It builds strength for our future. At this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Kimberly Verdugo from our HR department. She will be speaking about employee total compensation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman McClure, members of the board, I'm Kimberly Verdugo. I'm the Human Resources Compensation Manager, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to let me speak to you today, especially this late in the afternoon. As you are aware, every year we present our fiscal year employee compensation plan to the Board of Supervisors, and a part of that plan is our proposal for our annual across-the-board pay increases for all eligible employees. We started working on collecting information for the across-the-board increases for fiscal year 26-27 back in January. And at that time, inflation figures, along with our peer agency plans, suggested a 3% increase would be appropriate. However, a lot has changed since January, as you all know. Inflationary pressures have spiked. Fiscal year 27 forecasts are higher than had been expected, and our employees have also been very vocal about sharing these financial challenges that they've all been facing. Because of this, we are proposing the across the board this year be increased from 3% up to 3.5%. In addition, we are also recommending that the board authorize a special one-time lump sum called an inflation volatility pay to provide more immediate relief to our employees. It would work by full-time eligible employees would receive $1,200, part-time eligible employees would receive $600, and this award would be paid over 6 pay periods. The goal is to reduce the financial pressures that the employees are facing by bridging the gap between now and when the across-the-board would go into effect in September. The inflation volatility pay is a unique one-time exception to our standard compensation policies and practices, specifically designed to help retain our great staff during this unpredictable financial times. It's very similar to what was approved by the board back in 2022 when we were dealing with the financial aftermath of COVID-19 with skyrocketing gas prices. And both of these, the across the board and the inflation volatility pay, are driven by our commitment to support our workforce. And I just want to make a note that this is in addition to what we are currently working on with our labor market update pay adjustments as well, which is currently being finalized by the Human Resources team. When implemented over the next few months, these adjustments will affect pay grades, going back to the labor market pay grade adjustments. They will affect pay grades, and either for those that haven't had current market studies or whose pay has fallen behind the current labor market, even despite all of the approvals given to us by the Board of Supervisors for market changes and across the boards. That's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Does the board have any questions? You too tired?
Sounds like a good plan.
Sounds like a good plan. No, there's been a lot of conversation.
Since you have no questions, may I respectfully request that this 26-27 Pinal County Compensation Plan be included for approval when considering the 26-27 tentative budget, and further that the plan be submitted for approval with the 27 final budget, allowing the inflation voluntary pay implementation beginning with the first pay in 2027.
You could ask that. We'll think about that.
Okay.
No, there's been a lot of talk, and I'm really something. That one, that's the one. I'm happy. No, I'm happy to see that we've moved some of the pay grades up and we've come more into market. We're comparable to market, which is great, which we've been working on for quite a few years.
Yes, that's the goal.
And that's good.
Yes.
That is the goal. And try to reduce the turnover and increase the retention. That's been a great thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Williams, you're up.
Yes, I'm up. It's my turn. All right. Here we go.
And so, don't be nervous.
Can you hear it? You can hear my nerves? All right, Chairman, members of the board, Lupe Williams, Budget Supervisor with the Office of Budget and Finance. So let's get started. All right, so we like to share our current year tax dollar, just to remind everyone what the county portion is this year at 27%. We'll bring an updated tax dollar to you at a later date so that you can have the fiscal year 27 breakdown.
Just to say too, I've seen this for, let's see, what are we in, 26 now? So I've seen it, me personally, I've seen it for like 14 years.
Yeah.
And I keep seeing the county share going down, 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 which is great.
It's a good sign. Well, here's another going down, 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 right?
You've been
Which
here
is
longer.
the tax rates. So the proposed budget includes a decrease in our tax rates from primary, flood, and library. So the primary property tax rate right now at 3.3630. The budget before you today is built on a tax rate of 3.2607. Flood district right now is at a 0.1620, proposed at 0.1538. Library at 0.0890, and proposed at 0.0863. So all decreases.
And just for reference, over the last 5 years, it's 40 cents.
Yeah.
On the primary.
In the primary.
That's been a big jump.
All right, so moving on to the next three slides, we'll show you here the downward trend that you'll see on all three of those tax rates. Here we have the primary property tax rate. You can see here that it is actually a 3% decrease from the prior year. Flood control, here we have a 5% decrease from the prior year. And then library district, here we're seeing the downward trend at a 3% decrease. Questions there?
No?
All right. So after consolidating everything, we're proposing a fiscal year 26-27 budget of $1,070,940,932. The chart here shows the funding sources that make up that billion-dollar budget. Property taxes at 27%, federal funding there at 12%. Now, if we take those revenues sources that are based on consumer spending, which is your state TPT or transaction privilege tax, and your county TPT, along with your vehicle license tax, that equals 30% of your revenue sources.
Just a quick question.
Oh, yes.
From last year's budget, so that way our constituents know, from last year, it was at 1.3 whatever. Can you give us that number so that way it's on record so people know it's the budget? The number now is only, 1,000,000,007.
It was like $1,112,000,000.
Yeah, I just.
The prior year budget, and my apologies, I don't, do you have that written? Awesome, thank you.
Some of that's due to federal funds, isn't that?
Thank you, yes. Chairman, Supervisor Vitiello, the prior, or I guess current year budget, fiscal year 25-26 is at $1,229,099,966.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so moving on. So how are we budgeted to use those revenues? Here we have a chart that shows you our uses. Public infrastructure coming in the highest at 46%. This is going to be your county roads and streets. We can see justice system and law enforcement at 31%. What's included there is going to be your sheriff's office, county attorney's office, superior court. Then we move to general government, and this is going to be our board offices, our appointed departments. It also includes our assessors, recorder, and treasurer. Our school offices in the other 2%. So now we're going to look at our general fund budget for fiscal year 27. We have built in some assumptions here. First, starting with a conservative increase to revenues. We are including the elected and appointed department budget requests. New position requests are also included in here. We have set aside the new position budget capacity in a central location so that HR can work through creation of those new positions. Once those new positions are created, positions are filled, the capacity then moves over to the departments. Final position creation and class determination is a separate process. The HR comp team operates concurrently with the budget process to fast-track position creation and to minimize that departmental wait time. The other thing that we have included in here is the 22% medical increase for our Employee Benefits Trust. This board met in March and approved that increase, so we've included that in the budget. The employee compensation is also included, which is what Kim just spoke to you all about. That has been included in the budget. So moving on to general fund revenue breakdown. So here's our makeup again, general fund, primary property tax at 42%. Then we look at the intergovernmental and county TPT combined, also at 42%. This part includes your state and county TPT, VLT, and PILT. PILT is your payment in lieu of taxes. Questions?
Yeah, so county TPT, we're seeing increases in that. What do we, year over year, we're seeing increases in that.
Yeah, so.
And we've seen like, is it like 10 to 11% increases year over year for the past 10 years, something like that?
So let's, I'm going to move over to the next slide and you can see that.
Sorry if I'm upsetting your program.
Oh, no, you're good. You're right on track, honestly.
Supervisor Miller has a question.
Okay.
Back up just for a second.
Yes.
Where did the PELT money go in? Is that intergovernment or?
Yes, that's intergovernmental.
Intergovernment? And then on the TPT, I've seen that increase as well. I'm curious, but I think it's because we get internet sales revenue now, do we not?
Oh, for county TPT, that is true. That is a category
that was-
within the county TPT.
For years, we didn't, and now we do. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. I do have a slide that will also give a breakdown of county TPT categories.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Loopy, can you just tell people what the TPT is so they understand on?
Yes, again, TPT stands for Transaction Privilege Tax, which also we refer to as our sales tax. So you have county sales tax and state shared sales tax.
All vendors have to pay taxes.
That's right.
Transaction privilege tax.
That's right.
The privilege to sell something.
All right, moving on, and again, Chairman, I believe this is what you were referring to as seeing those increases. So here we look at the TPT and VLT. This is going to show prior year collections and the current year projection. In that turquoise green color, we have our VLT, again, vehicle license tax, which comes from your vehicle registrations. And then we move over to the county TPT in that dark navy blue line. And last in orange is our state shared TPT. Steady growth on all of those three categories. All right, moving on to county TPT by category. So we're taking a deeper dive here again, looking closer at that county TPT. This is a 12-month view. And then again, breaking it down by the categories within county TPT. You'll see utilities, restaurants, bars, contracting, retail, and to Supervisor Miller's point of the online remote retail, that's there. Now, contracting and retail combined with online remote retail, those two still remain our highest categories in this county TPT, contracting averaging at 32%, while retail and online remote retail at 46%. Keep on spending.
Good for her. Keep funding this.
They stay pretty small all the time. Huh? Yeah. They don't change much.
All right, questions here?
No.
All right. So how are we budgeted for our general fund distribution? So we're budgeted mainly general fund, or general government at 42%. Again, that includes your board offices, your appointed departments, assessors, recorder, treasurers is in there as well. And then we move to sheriff's office at 19%. Courts and legal offices are at 20% combined. The 8% for health includes our mandatory contributions for access. It also includes behavioral health and animal care and control, and again, your school office in that 2% other. All right, moving on to our budget highlights for fiscal year 26-27. First, the tentative budget lowers the primary property tax rate over 10 cents or 3% reduction. Second, our residents will also see a decrease in secondary property taxes. And finally, even with these tax rate reductions, we are still continuing to make investments and improvements across the county. All right, so here we have our final look of how the budget is allocated by fund type. Two main areas make up the pie, the general fund at 39%, and special revenue funds followed at 37%. 20% for capital project funds, 4% for ongoing toward debt service, and a minor point for enterprise funds.
Very good at that.
So by approving this budget, it approves a ceiling of, again, $1,070,940,932. Okay. We have a action item coming to you all June 17 for the final budget adoption. Questions?
No, I can just tell you that our budget is less than the city of Mesa, just as, just the city.
Just saying.
Yeah, just say it, Okay.
Okay. Well, that concludes the presentation. It's just up to you all for.
No, that's good. I'm looking at our general fund budget, 39%. It used to be less than that. It seems like it used to be 33 or 34%, but that's good. So property taxes are covering that. We're still lower than where we were, which is great.
Yes.
And that's the plan. Anybody have any questions, comments?
I have a question. Did you base this off the abstracts that we got back from the assessors? Is that correct? How did that look? I mean, are we seeing an increase in value in our
For property tax.
our assessed values to the
Chairman McClure, Supervisor Miller, my apologies for not including those numbers in the presentation. However, we did see uppers of, and I don't have the exact percentage right now in front of me, but we did see uppers of 5 to 5.5% increases.
Okay, that's cool.
There was significant increases in added tax, what is it called, new construction.
New construction added in.
That's correct. That took it even higher, which.
Have a breakdown of that?
Yeah, and I can.
Just email it to me.
Yeah, I can certainly share that with all of the board members.
Because that does make our job a little easier when we have growth and we have new construction and these items get put on the.
Absolutely. So the 5.5% is really on the existing properties, and then all of the new construction was on top of that. And I'll break down all of that for you.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to say, it's nice to see that, the budget went down, nothing was cut, people are getting raises, and you guys did a great job as a team. So I appreciate the work that you guys put in, because if I had to sit there in front of a calculator all day, forget about it. It would take me months and months, and you guys do a great job, so I appreciate the work that you ladies and two gentlemen, sorry, I didn't want to miss you back there.
Eat yellow, forget about it.
No, this is quite a difference from, when was that, 2019, sitting in the audience and listening to everybody come beg for money, where we're not doing that anymore. This is so much nicer, thank you.
Let's go to 2014.
No, let's not go there either. God, those weren't good years either. But it's good that we're in this great place, that we're able to offer raises, increases. You did not. But to be able to offer competitive wages and to give the departments what they need to operate properly, that's great.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, do I have a motion? I'm getting looked at. You're not looking at me for something different, are you? Can I get a motion on this item, please? Just checking.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 24, the tentative budget for 26-27.
Second.
I'm sorry. Too early? I have to add something to it.
Up.
If we can do as presented,
As presented.
that way we have covered everything.
See, I knew there was more.
As presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for item number 24 as presented, yes. Motion and second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Go forth. Thank you. Yeah. With that, item 25, anybody have anything they'd like on a future agenda item?
Not today.
Not today? Okay, we'll talk about it later.
Chair, just one thing. I know Mr. Lou's been working with U of A about getting David, I can't remember his last name, to do a work session. So I just want to let you guys know he's been working on that to come do a update on data centers.
Okay, all right. With that, no, you guys are running out the door. Okay, never mind. Well, okay, well, with that, there's no more business before the board. We're adjourned.